Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, squirrel friends. I'm excited to be here. This is going to be a good one. Let me play our little slideshow, little intro here. Get some nice music going. Do-do-do-do, boom, 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 boom. Y'all ready for this? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, some night driving. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Happy you guys. So did Black Widow get her YouTube situation situated? So Kitsmits, looks like Kitsmits is having a thunderstorm. Shout out to Kitsmits. Glad she decided to join us on this crazy journey. Hopefully she's enjoying this trial, and all of you also are. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Shout out to Black Widow. Love you guys. Yeah, so Super Planner Girl said, I'm really glad you decided to play catch up and join us. Yes, indeed. Same. Yes, agreed. It's been nice to see competent attorneys and an engaged judge. Yep, absolutely. It is like a breath of fresh air. I agree. Shout out to Candace. Happy to see all you guys, squirrel friends of the world. Love it. Woo! I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad we are able to do this together. This is going to be such a good episode, and y'all, we're going to have Jason Mengel taking the stand on Monday's episode. Wow. It's that's some I'm going to try not to comment too much ahead of time on it. Yeah, that's it's going to be really getting into it, you know, because I think that a lot of the gaps that are existing, right? Gaps that need to be filled and things that we're like, what, you know, a lot of it is because, you know, she has good defense attorneys, right? Excellent defense attorneys that are keeping a lot of information out. And so to me, at least personally, I feel like where we start to finally kind of see things fit into place is when we hear in Ezra's own words, as we will finally tonight, right? When we see her interview. And then when we also start to hear this testimony from Jason Mengel, things are going to start to make a little bit more sense. We're going to get a better sense of the timeline because, you know, through that testimony, right? Moon at Noon, I was just thinking about you, and I was thinking, I haven't seen Moon at Noon in a while. I'm so glad to see you. Happy you're here and saying hi, stopping by. As always, I really, just this morning, I was thinking about you though. So, because I think it's been a little while since I've seen you pop in, but happy to see you, my friend. Did I see your message? No, I did not. Was this on Discord? Are you saying you can write her in prison? Oh my God. That's a fascinating idea, isn't it? Huh. I've never even thought about contacting some of these defendants, or I guess they're not defendants anymore, people that are convicted. Sorry if there's any spoiler alert there, but prison pen pal. Right.
It's a house.
Prison pen pal. What if, you know, I never, wow. Like, to that end, it's like I could write Alex Murdaugh too, right? Like, holy mackerel. Like, that's a wild idea. I'll have to read your message and think about that, if that's something that would be doable, should do, could do, would do. Could be interesting, right? I wonder if I doubt she's had as many letters and stuff, right? As like someone like Alex Murdaugh. We know he gets a lot of mail, and a lot of these other people. Interesting concept. Oh, drying her hair. Good. Yes. Glad you have electricity. It looks like Black Widow also changed her profile picture. I can't actually tell what that is in the picture for some reason. Yeah, shout out to electricity. For real, right? For real. Definitely shout out to electricity. So that's funny. We must have been on the same wavelength, Moon at Noon, because we were both thinking about each other. Isn't that funny? Oh, it's her hair hanging over her face. Let me pull it back up. I can't, if you're referring to, I literally can't tell. Is that what the picture is? Yeah, Nick, yeah, Tesla. Okay, so here's what we're going to do first. We're going to take a look. Let me pause our music. Also, while I'm thinking about it, for anyone who was like, what's the deal with this poll in the Discord about spring chicken? The reason I did that poll is because I've been referring to the young prosecutor, Mr. Hahn, as the spring chicken. And I just didn't know if that was like, people are like, what the hell is a spring chicken? I just wanted to say that I didn't know if that was something that anyone else has ever heard in their lives. And so the reason I'm asking is because my grandmother, my dad's mom, was Welsh from Wales, moved to the US when she was like, I think like 18, came over on a big fancy ship back in the day. Cause this was a long time ago, guys. She just recently passed away and she was like 97, 98 years old. So this was like a long time ago. She came over on the Queen Mary or something. And she was like in the newspaper because she was the first person from her small town in Wales to like come to the US ever, I think, or something. Anyway, but so that was an expression that she always used, was spring chicken. And I didn't know if that was anything that was, I didn't know if that was just a Welsh saying or if anybody else had ever heard of that. But I always think of her whenever I say spring chicken. Like if I use that phrase, it just pops into my head and it's like, shout out to grandma. Have a great weekend to you as well, Moon at Noon. Happy to see you, my friend. That is wild. Okay, you've heard of the spring chicken. Yeah. So let me pull this up. So what we're going to do first is I have a little thing. So we talked last time. We were talking about the car windows, right? And then the whole thing with the cigarette butts, because this idea of what the heck. Now, here's why this matters. This matters because the DNA on the cigarette butts changes things a bit, right?
It's the house.
Potentially. Because, you know, it seems unlikely, and you guys have heard me say this before, but just to reiterate, it seems unlikely that Alex got out of the car because there was no mud on the bottom of his pants, and we know they were too long for him, and there was no mud on his socks. Now, you know, it's hard. I can't recall if his shoes were muddy or not. But again, if he'd gotten out of the car in the mud, he would have mud on his pants. Now, perhaps what it is he did get out of the car, but it was in that grassy area. We're gonna take a look at some pictures here and why this matters. So here, let me pull this up. Okay, so just to refresh our memory, which windows were open? Because I actually had commented on this window thing initially. I think even maybe during opening statements, they might have shown a picture. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. The windows seem to be down, right? I was like, that's wild. And that was before we'd heard anything else about before there was any talk of the cigarette butts. But my thought is, I wonder if there's a connection here. So let's take a look. And so so last time we were also saying which windows were down, right? Was it just Ezra's window? Because we know she was driving, or was it both windows? Because the interesting thing was that his DNA was on cigarette butts, which we're going to see that here in just a sec. Because, you know, were they sitting inside the car smoking? Did they get out of the car? But that also gives us another idea into the time of death, because the cigarette butts being found at the crime scene means that he was still alive, unless they were smoking cigarettes earlier, like when they were parked in his driveway and she kept the cigarette butts. This goes back to this whole thing of the staged crime scene versus the actual crime scene, right? Because ostensibly, if she knew she was going to be doing this when she went to his house, right? which, I mean, she brought the knives with her, so there's that. Is it possible that they were smoking cigarettes and then she kind of like kept those cigarette butts and then planted them at the crime scene to make it, again, make it more plausible that he got out of the car? Possibly. But apart from that, this means that he was still alive when the car was parked all cattywampus at the crime scene and that they were smoking cigarettes, I guess, before anything else happened. So, okay, so let's take a look at this part to refresh our memory about these windows.
Is the window down?
It appears that the window is just slightly more than halfway down.
Okay.
That's the driver's window.
And I want to zoom in on the front window again. Can you put it on the, what is it?
You might get.
Yeah. And that window appears not to be down, or at least partially down, like the other window. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it looks that the window is up.
So I'm going to pause this. So you can see through the passenger's window, you can see the driver's side window, and you can see that that is like halfway down. Now, to me, and I'm curious what you guys think, looking at the passenger window, to me, it looks like it's cracked if you look at the front of it. Now, that could be just the angle. That could just be a reflection. It could be some of those car windows have like a lip thing. You know what I mean, guys? I'm curious what you guys think. Is it cracked? Now, this witness who made the awesome Pharaoh scan and who's testifying about this says he thinks it's all the way up. But it looks like it could maybe be cracked, but it's hard to tell. But you can see that the other one is down, like halfway down. Yeah, a very small crack, right? That's what I see as well. So let's hear what he says here.
Okay.
So now this is just to refresh our memory about the cigarette butts. And
so I took a cutting of the filter paper around the end of the cigarette butt that might be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a male DNA profile from this cigarette butt, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. What can you tell us about that cigarette butt that was found at marker 11?
So I, again, took a cutting of the end of the cigarette butt that may be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. I was able to determine a major male contributor, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that particular sample?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor contributor.
And was that because of the lack of, there was insufficient DNA to do the testing again?
Yes, there's a limited amount of genetic information available, yes.
All right.
so at this juncture, we've not heard anything about the fact that at this point, where we're at the trial at this point, right, is that the only time we've heard about anybody smoking is Jason Mengel. It's just come up a bunch, right? That he was smoking cigarettes. We've not heard anything about Ezra or Alex Woodworth smoking. Okay. Oh, actually, I take that back. We did learn that when they were doing the evidence, going through the evidence found at the scene, that in Ezra's like coat pocket, or in the coat pocket, there was, I'm trying to think exactly what it was. There was Kit Smith, since you were just getting caught up recently, you might remember specifically, but they found they called it a cigarette container. I don't know if it was, I don't know what type of container, but they said I remember thinking it belonged to Ezra. I don't know if it's because it had her name on it or if it was like her DNA, but I remember they found that and it belonged to Ezra. But I'm trying to remember. I feel like they said it was in a coat pocket, but the only coat found at the crime scene was Alex's coat. Does anybody remember specifically? I should have, if I had thought of that earlier, I would have prepared that and added it to these clips, but I didn't think of it until now about that part. So does anybody remember what the deal was with that? Again, I'm thinking since Kit Smith was just getting caught up, she's probably seen that testimony most recently compared to any of us. But that was the only other thing that we know about, the cigarettes. And so these cigarette butts had, one of them was Alex's DNA, and the other one had Alex's DNA, and then, a minor contributor, but it wasn't enough DNA to figure out who it came from. So, but what's interesting, again, going back to the windows, you find it, right, is because that window is only just slightly cracked, and the driver's window is like almost, it's like halfway down. So if it is slightly cracked, let me say this much though, if it is slightly cracked, I mean, I suppose potentially he still could have been smoking a cigarette in the passenger seat of the car, never gotten out of the car, and then it was just cracked, right? That's possible. That's possible. So I think that makes a difference. If it's all the way up, I mean, I don't know enough about I don't know how that works. I don't know if people can smoke with the windows up. I really don't know. It's just, it seems to be that there's a connection, right, between the two things. So let me know what you guys think about that. Again, my gut is still saying, like, if he'd gotten out of that car, he probably would have had mud on the bottom of those pants. And again, beyond even the mud, I'm just trying to argue with myself about it, because the thought of, like, I was saying, well, maybe because he did get out of the car, but it was in the grassy part where we know that part was more solid. And again, all of this refutes Ezra's story about the mud. I think all that's BS. But remember, I'm just remembering for all of us that it wasn't just that his pants didn't have any mud. They also were not wet at the bottoms. So even if he'd been in the frozen grassy part, if they'd gotten wet, that would have melted and they would have, it would have been wet. So it seems, again, it all points to him not getting out of the car. So if that window is indeed cracked, then this all makes sense that, Now, having said that, the cigarette butts were found to the left of the car, as in on the driver's side. Right? All of the evidence at the crime scene, basically all of it was like on that driver's side of the car. So if I don't know, man. What do you guys think? It's tough. It's tough. Shout out to Kat Randall. Happy you're here again. I don't know what that is. Is that a movie? A book? But glad you're here. Glad you're joining us. So these are all just things to think about. What I'll do for next time is I'll go back and find the part about that cigarette carton thing or whatever it was called, and we'll add that into the mix. What I'll do is I'll probably just add it onto this part. And I guess what we can do is we can have an ongoing video here of trying to figure out what the deal is with this. Because again, why does it matter? Well, it matters because of where the cigarette butts were found. A, the crime scene. B, on the driver's side. And C, whose DNA was on them, Alex Woodworth's, right? And again, this was so reminiscent to me of Murdoch, right? When we kept going around about the chicken business with the timeline of the cell phone and the feed room. And it was like, it really did matter because it completely changed Paul's and Maggie's time of death. And it also showed that Alex was the last one to use Maggie's phone, not Maggie. It ended up being really, really, really important to figure out the order of events and when things occur. And this is a similar thing where it's like, to me, it's like ignoring these minute details is just not going to help anything, because this really does matter, right? If he was still alive to smoke a cigarette, because that means the stabbings did not start until they were there. But again, the car was parked in such a weird fashion that to me, I was like thinking initially that the stabbing happened and that's why the car was all wonky. So, these are still things that we're working on in my brain anyway. Right. But again, how did he get in the driver's seat? Because he would have had to get out of the car and his pants would have gotten wet. And the thing is, now that could be true if you don't believe that witness. The eyewitness, what was his name? Chester Davidson, the eyewitness who saw Ezra in the driver's seat, but the defense kind of tried to say, well, that wasn't really reliable testimony, what have you. We know she was left his house driving. She even admitted, we know that. The defense posed in opening statements this idea that along the way they switched drivers, right? I mean, I don't know how likely that is. I mean, why would you do it, right? I mean, the defense said she got anxious. I don't know. a lot of that opening statement was more like a closing argument in a way, right? But anyway, but the eyewitness said that Ezra was driving still when they were when they were parked in front of that mud road, or the dirt road, right? So if that's the case, if Ezra was still in the driver's seat at that point, driving down the dirt road, then if they'd switched positions, he would have to get out of the car and his pants would have gotten wet, right? That's a good point, Super Planner Girl. It was the next day. You're right. Yeah. The frayed edges was really important when they went through, and when you saw that, right? Because like you guys probably heard me say at the time when I commented on it, like, I know what that means with pants. So yeah, they dragged it on the ground. That means you're stepping on them all the time. So yeah, that really was helpful to see those pants and to see that they were way too long, because of the difference that makes. They would have, the mud, right? Unless they switched seats after the eyewitness left, but before going down the dirt road. Yeah, it's possible. And let's go down that road. Pun not intended, but unintentional pun happened. Yay, that's a win. So why would be the reason? I wonder, right? What do you guys think? Now, having said that, this is actually, I can see how this is possible, because if that happened and Alex was the one smoking, that could explain why that driver's window is down lower, right? Maybe. And also, we learned from the last episode that drop of blood on the steering wheel was his. And it was just that one drop. That was the only thing in the entire front of the car that was his blood. Is that one drop on the steering wheel, which is interesting. Maybe when they were stopped there in front of the dirt road, all weird, parked weird, blocking the traffic and all that, maybe they were talking. I'm just, okay, hold on. Let me pull this up. Where is it? Just walking through the possibilities here, guys. So maybe while they were parked there, and as we heard from the witness testimony, even if we said, okay, well, maybe he didn't really know who was driving, but it was really clear. It was really clear that what made a big impression on him is the fact that this car was oblivious to the fact that it was blocking traffic, right? That he had to go around it, and it was really odd that they were just parked like that. So maybe they were having a fight. Maybe they were having a conversation. Again, I'm just thinking out loud here. And maybe it was about switching drivers, potentially, right? So then, yeah, maybe Kit Smith, you have a point. Maybe she was trying to convince him to get in the driver's seat. Maybe she wanted him to get in the driver's seat so she could have both hands free for the knife. That would make sense, right? Maybe. And so maybe they did switch, and then maybe he smoke or something, and then that's why that window's down, and that's why the cigarette butts are on that side. That would all add up. And actually, that would still track for the car being parked in the cattywampus manner. If he was driving, let's say he was smoking, I guess he puts the cigarette butts out there or whatever. And then maybe the stabby stab starts. And then, see, in my mind, I still feel like the way that car is parked looks like something happened, right? That's just to me, because it's very odd. It's almost at the tree line, like they could have crashed, and they very nearly crashed into that army trailer thing there, right? It's odd. It's off the dirt road. And I know the fact that Ezra's got this whole story about the mud that doesn't add up, that's trying to explain it, right? Which again, that's telling. Overlaps with Murdoch, right? Coming up with a story to explain something else, right? The mud story to explain why the car is parked in such a fashion. And to try to explain why they were switching drivers or whatever, right? I'm thinking that this might actually be getting on the right track here with what everything makes more sense with. So, well, we don't know what she said because she hasn't testified yet. In the opening statements, he doesn't make it clear when they swapped. I don't recall him saying that it happened at that point in time. but maybe he did. But again, that was more like a closing argument, right? Like, I think that was him saying that it happened, that they switched drivers there. Now, what's interesting is the prosecution seems to think that they never switched drivers, just from what I can tell, right? Okay, let me see what Kit Smith is saying. One thought, if they switched before going down the dirt. Okay, right. But we do know she's also fixing to stab him, right? So maybe she said she was anxious, I guess. I would say they went out there because Ezra had plans to do stab things. I mean, that's, to me, I don't think this was a fluke. This is not a fluke. I mean, the fact that she reaches out to him after a month where they were not contacting each other, she convinces him to go with her. All the testimony that we've heard was that she showed up, she was anxious, she was agitated from everybody, right? I mean, this is like she came there to do this, right? She planned, she brought the knives, and this is what the evidence I think is showing. So, and even coming out to this location to me is like, this was the plan, right? So I think it's plausible maybe that she did say she was anxious about driving down the dirt road, but I think that could have been to get him to switch, like if that's what you're thinking, so that then she could get her knives ready or whatever, That's exactly right, Super Planner Girl. Yes, she would gain the upper hand in catching you off guard if you were driving. Yes, I think this might actually be making sense. So the only thing about this is that it's out of the mud. Right. That was what we put on. Maisha and I went and pointed that out. That was on, I think, episode 2, which is actually where these, what we're looking at is from episode 2. The part that was odd, and we commented on this, was that the whole thing about being stuck in the mud, and then you see where the car is and you're like, it's not in the mud. Let me actually back it up because I think there's a picture on here. Let's just see where you can see. Well, that's not a picture that shows it very well. Hold on. So, okay, this one you can't really tell because it's grayscale, but in the other Pharaoh images, you can actually see the dirt road is actually far back from this, and where the car is in the grass. And I remember actually saying Alexa was like, that's weird. It's not in the mud, it's out of the mud. And the testimony we heard from the law enforcement was that where that grassy area is, which is where the car is, because of the tree line and the time of year and the fact that it was grassy, that was actually more frozen solid than the dirt road was. Like if they were going to get stuck in the mud, it would have been on the road, like looking at it, right? You're looking at, and remember, we even saw from the drone footage, another great example, the drone footage, you could really see how the dirt road was super, super muddy, but the ground on either side where it's more grassy was more solid, right? So like the getting stuck thing would make sense if they were still in the dirt road, I feel like. It does. Oh, good. This is helpful. Thank you, Kat Randall. As a previous smoker in a car with windows rolled up, you need an indoor ash tray and it will have multiple butts in it. And okay. So yeah, so that's another thing is that the fact that, thank you for that. That actually is helpful because there was no evidence of any cigarette butts in the car or any ashtrays in the car or whatever. That's a good point. So this too would still indicate to the fact that it might have been Alex driving because the cigarette butts had his DNA and that's the window that's down. Thank you for that. That's helpful. That does point to, right, versus him sitting in the passenger seat. I mean, I'm going off of, in terms of the planning, I'm going off of what we've seen so far in the trial. I'm going off of the fact that, like I said, that they were not having any contact. She was actually out of town in Stanley. She wasn't supposed to be driving. From what we can tell, I know there's a motion to eliminate. It seems like she didn't have a license. There's issues with her license. She, comes from out of town, gets the keys, which we're going to hear about those keys because Ezra's dad is the first witness on this episode, by the way. Drives out there. We heard from his roommate, Alex's roommate, right, that she showed up all those different times. It seemed like it was really important, right? And every witness that saw her at Racy's and shit said like she was acting weird. Jason Mengel was concerned enough to remember that whole body cam at Alex's driveway, that whole thing right there, right? The fact that they were sitting in his driveway talking for a long time, and then Jason got worried about, he thought he could, in his gut, we know this from the body cam, right? Something was up. We saw him talking to the police. He was like, something was up. She has fire in her eyes. This doesn't seem right. He was worried enough to go on his bicycle and ride his bike over to Alex's house because he was like, something's up, man. And then they were sitting out there in that driveway for so long. And then they leave that driveway and come out here. And then she brought the knife from her dad's house. We know that, and we're going to hear more about the knives in this upcoming testimony, but we know about that already from just the crime scene evidence. I'm so happy too, Black Widow, that your YouTube issue is resolved. That's awesome. That's a good question. I would imagine they haven't actually talked about that, you know? It's an Impala. You know what, though? I don't remember what year. If we could find out the year, I'm sure we could Google that, and find out that model car of what, if it was front wheel drive or rear wheel drive. Probably front wheel drive, because I think most of those types of sedans are. That's a really good point, though. Thank you. That's a really good point. Actually, you know what? We might even hear, this upcoming testimony we're about to hear from Ezra's dad, he might even say what year the car is from. They're going to talk about the car a little bit and the knife and stuff. So that might actually be helpful when we get to that. He did really try. He really tried, Black Widow. We're going to hear his testimony on Monday, and it's something else, I'll just say. Yeah. I think it was early 2000s model. Yeah. So Impalas are rear-wheel drive. Okay. I don't know anything about Impalas, so same year. We haven't seen them in a while. I know, right? I hope they are well. Shout out to Dr. Bob and DSN. We love you guys. Hopefully they can join us. I don't know what. I know Dr. Bob, and I think both of them actually, they've been on vacation and stuff, but hopefully they'll be joining us. I mean, this is such a good case, right, guys? I mean, we need all the brains on deck, man. Okay, thank you. This is great. And for anyone who doesn't know Kat Randall is an arborist. So, you know, I love how we all have these different backgrounds and bring our different backgrounds to the table. And boy, how many chats, though, do you think on YouTube can say that they have a friend in the chat who's an arborist? I think we might be the only one. That's super cool. Okay. Dang it. Maybe he'll do like Kitsmits and change his mind. Thank you, Kitsmits, for changing your mind. I understand it, but like at the same time, it's like we miss them, you know? Tree friends, yes. So let's do this. Because this might actually provide us with some more answers to this exact topic. Let's pull up this next episode, and we're going to hear from Ezra's dad, guys. Oh my God. This episode, y'all. Okay. All right, let's see. Here we go.
It's a house.
That's right. Trees and squirrels go together. We're all friends. We're friends.
All right. I'll just note that we are outside the presence of the jury, and Mr. Karlen has been sworn. There were some concerns raised by the state. The court had a sidebar with Ms. Nodolf.
You know what? I forgot to do something, guys. I need to do my swoop. Hold on. I should have swooped. Let me swoop. I'm going to swoop now. Emergency swoop. Emergency swoop.
It's a house.
Okay. Now we can carry on.
And Ms. Vishny. And I'm not going to get into detail. Again, I'm just cite section 906.11 subsection.
Her dad on the stand.
1C, In any event,
This is outside the presence of the jury before he's testified.
just have to advise you, Mr. Karlen, that this is a public trial. I don't have the authority to close this hearing or to hide your identity. However, there is certain personal information. I think what counsel asks you, who your employer is, the actual employer, and what you do, but not where.
You did not skip anything. This is just picking up from where the last. Did you finish episode 7, Kitsmits? Because episode 7 ended with, I think they had a housekeeping, and they were talking about how he had requested he didn't want to be on camera. And then they had the last witness or whatever. We're not skipping anything. We did not skip anything. If you didn't finish episode 7, you might have missed that. But they had raised an issue prior to this, because again, this is mid-afternoon housekeeping, right? So this is day 6, mid-afternoon. So prior, maybe it was around lunchtime, they had raised an issue that he didn't want to be on camera. And so I'll back it up so we can hear from the judge again. But the judge is addressing him outside the presence of the jury to explain why he is going to be on camera, basically, before he testifies, right?
In any event, I just have to advise you, Mr. Karlen, that this is a public trial.
Here, I'll start it over. I didn't edit anything. This is where the footage, the court TV feed, picked up. They took a break or whatever, or they dismissed the jury. Like wherever this starts is literally where the last one ended. Exactly. I don't cut anything unless it's just dead silence or I don't cut anything. So let me back it up here.
It's a house.
So this is exactly where we left off, right? From the last one.
All right, I'll just note that we're outside the presence of the jury, and Mr. Karlen has been sworn. There were some concerns raised by the state. The court had a sidebar with Ms. Nodolf and Ms. Vishny. And I'm not going to get into detail. Again, I'm just cite section 906.11, subsection 1C. In any event.
And so the last person on the stand, so what had happened at the end of episode 7 was that dude was on the stand with the overlay, the pictures of the clothing, and he did I'm just remembering this. So he did the overlays and stuff, right? And then what happened at the end of the last episode was he was done. He got off the stand. And this is literally the next thing that happens is they take a break. They dismiss the jury and have a break to address this issue before he testifies.
I just have to advise you, Mr. Karlen, that this is a public trial. I don't have the authority to close this hearing or to hide your identity. However, there is certain personal information. I think what counsel asks you, who your employer is, the actual employer, and what you do, but not where your actual location where you work. And neither party is going to go into that specifically.
I understand.
We're also, there's no need at this point to put your actual address on the record. And we're not, I don't believe anyone's going to be asking you what your phone number is. There also were some pretrial rulings that the court had made, and there are certain opinions that you are not allowed to give. And I don't know whether the state has spoken with you about that. In witness prep, have you had an opportunity to do that, Ms. Stalker?
No, we did not have witness prep at all with Mr. Karlen.
Okay, and who is responsible? Who is going to be conducting the examination?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so you may testify to observations that you make, but in particular with respect to certain opinions that you may have shared with law enforcement with respect to Ms. McCandless. The court has ordered that you're not to give those opinions. You can, again, share your observations, and I believe the state will be careful about asking you about those things. And I'm not entirely sure of why you are called as a witness. I have some idea, but again, I do not believe you are called to give opinions about Ms. McCandless. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, there also is a motion in limine the state had offered certain evidence as other acts evidence as to show intent in this particular case, which the court, I don't remember if it was granting the defense motion to exclude that or denying the state's motion to be able to use that other acts evidence. This is with respect to the driving. Now, it may come out that Ms. McCandless was not to drive and that she hid the keys, but you are not to say the specific reason for that.
So
Understood? And you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Understand, sir.
I'm going to back that up because that's important, because we've been I've been kind of, I guess, had a feeling that there was an issue with the driving, right? But that there's like a motion in limine because it's like the elephant in the room, right? They can't really talk about it, but like it's there. Let me say that again.
In this particular case, which the court, I don't remember if it was granting the defense motion to exclude that or denying the state's motion to be able to use that other acts evidence. This is with respect to the driving.
So other acts. This to me, okay, we know what this means, right? This is 404B evidence, right? Other bad acts. What this means, think about Murdoch, right? Great example for guys if you're like, what the heck? The financial crimes, right? Other bad acts. So this is when if you're a defendant, right, and you've been convicted of another crime. Well, it doesn't have to be that. This is just one common example, right? This other bad acts in respect to the driving, that's what he just said. This to me means she must have been convicted of like a DUI or something like that, right? That's what this, I would have to imagine. And so it's other bad acts. So they're keeping it out because of that other bad acts evidence.
Now, it may come out that Ms. McCandless was not to drive and that she hid the keys, but you are not to say the specific reason for that.
So she probably had a suspended license or a revoked license or whatever, right? Because remember guys, when we see it on the body cam, or we already saw it on the body cam, when they show up and they're in Alex Woodworth's driveway, and that whole spiel about, I can't find my license, it's in here somewhere, but I can't find it. Remember that part, guys?
Understood? And you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
And remember then, so the dad didn't want her to drive, and so he like hides the keys or puts the keys away, right?
Understand, sir.
Just about status. So is there anything else that the state would like to talk to Mr. Karlen about before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor, I believe defense is okay with me leading Mr. Karlen a little bit, and so I may do that in my
All right.
question.
And then, again, I think when it's necessary to develop testimony and
I forgot about
make
that.
sure we avoid certain things. Now, also was brought to my attention that you happen to see some of the TV coverage in this case. Now, frankly, exclusion order, the primary purpose of that is to ensure that witnesses do not see the testimony of other witnesses to the same events or facts that you may testify to. I don't know what you saw.
I have the feeling, guys, I was just thinking about DSN. I'm just thinking that I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, maybe it's just going to be funny if this does happen and then he hears this, later at some point in the future. But I wonder if he's going to maybe do like a Kit Smits at some point where he's like, okay, I'm done with my break. And then he'll like, catch up. And then, hopefully if he decides to do that, it's while we're still covering this. And that way he can do like Kit Smits and kind of catch up on Zoom's speed and then be in real time with us. Zoom speed. That was, oh guys, I don't even know. Sometimes things just come out of my mouth.
And again, I'm not sure whether, I have an idea of what you may be called to testify about, but I'm not exactly sure whether you have seen a testimony of...
Love this. Thank you. Kat Randall just did a quick dive into the Impala. Thank you. They used the same body style and frame for front wheel drive Monte Carlo in those same years. I don't know what that last part means about Mons, Lisa, Vita. I don't know what that is. But also, I don't know anything about cars, so...
Any other witnesses that may involve testimony that you would be asked to give today?
I have not.
Okay. So, anything further, Ms. Nodolf?
No.
Okay, and you understand from this, well, after you're done testifying, if you're excused, then you would be free to watch coverage
I've never
after that
actually
point, but
seen
you
that.
could not come
No.
back as a
That's
witness.
fine,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Would he be free to sit in the courtroom, Your Honor?
He would be free to sit in the courtroom if he wishes, as long as nobody's going to recall him as a witness.
There's certainly a good potential he may be recalled as a rebuttal witness.
Okay, well then,
Yeah.
in that event, as long as it's, possibly, then, I don't know that you should be watching.
Yeah, they are creepy, right? It's like we were talking about this on one of the episodes where it's like not even like good car art. It's like honestly, it looks kind of dirty unless you see it from the right angle, and then you're like, oh, but then it's like weird looking, right? Like it looks like it was a car that was trashed or something, right? But yeah,
Coverage if you may be
I'm with you on
recalled
that.
as a witness. And again, understand it's a very difficult
welcome all,
situation that you are in. It
Yeah,
is
please, watch
difficult for many people involved in this case. So, anything further either counsel would like to say before we bring the jury back in? Okay, then Mr. Karlen, if you would please just step down. If you can stand in the gallery, we'll call you as a witness, just like you haven't been on the witness stand already. Okay? All right. So,
That was
bring the jury
one
in.
of the reasons they had to essentially voir dire him is because of the fact that they learned that he had seen some of the testimony from the trial. We've seen this in other trials, right, where they've had a witness that maybe saw something, so they bring him in and they put him on the stand outside the presence of the jury and they ask him what they saw. So I think that might have been part of it, but the other reason again was because he wanted to be anonymous and be kept off camera, and they're like, no.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshane Karlen, JOSHANE, KARLEN.
And Mr. Karlen, do you work as a side job with a tree cutting business?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do for that job?
Owner operator.
And what can you explain? For
Tree
the jury?
removal. Tree service.
Tree
Hey,
removal.
there you go. trees.
And do you know the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
I do.
How do you know her?
She's my daughter.
And did you adopt her at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was the defendant when you adopted her?
Around 4.5 to 5.
And were you married to the defendant's mother?
Yes.
And how long were you married to her?
6 or 7 years.
And do you know how old the defendant was when you and her mom got divorced?
Around 12.
And what was the defendant's name when she was growing up?
Monica J.
And was her last name Karlen?
Yes.
And has the defendant ever helped you with that tree cutting business?
Several times, yes.
And what would be her job when she helped you?
Dragging brush, cleaning up, raking.
And where do you live, sir?
Stanley.
And approximately 1 week before the death of the victim in this case, do you recall the defendant showing up at your house in Stanley asking for a place to stay?
Yes.
Yeah, so actually her name was spelled this way, Kat. You're on the right track. It was Monica. Oops, sorry. Hold on. Trying to type it correctly. J. I think Monica J is what they called her growing up or whatever. And then Karlen is spelled as you can, so like this. Here we go. Wait, come on. Go in the chat. There we go. That was the original. We're going to hear more about it, though.
Do you recall what the defendant said to you?
She just asked if she could stay there for a while with me while she had to get some things figured out.
And how did you respond?
Of course.
And after that night, when was the next time that you saw her?
I believe I've seen her several times in the next few days.
Do you recall her being gone for a couple of days after she said she was going to crash at your house?
She left a couple times, but she came back.
And when she left for
You know what that makes me think of? Did you guys hear what he just said? She left a couple times, but she came back. Well, hold on. Let me pull this up. Shout out to Candace. Come on, Nightbot. You can do it. You can do it, little guy. Makes me think of this from Murdoch, right? Oh God, you're right. I didn't even notice the pause. Yeah, sorry. I didn't look. I just paused it. Sorry about that. Hold on.
Couple days, did you know where she was at?
Objection mischaracterizes
tongue
the
to go
evidence.
away.
He didn't say she left for a couple of days.
Sustained.
I want to pause it. Put your tongue in your mouth. Is that any better? I'll rewind it so we can hear what just happened. But I was like, oh my God, why is his tongue not going back in his mouth so I can pause it and be okay with it? Oh my God. Sorry guys. I didn't, I just paused it and then I went to go type in the chat for the command. So yeah. Okay, let me rewind it just a second here. Oh my goodness me.
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence. He didn't say she left for a couple of days.
Sustained.
Mr. Karlen, if you do you recall speaking to some officers on March 24th of 2018 in Stanley?
I believe so, if that was when they all came to meet with us.
Yes. And if you reviewed a transcript of that recording, would that refresh your recollection of potentially what you said that day?
Objection. He didn't say his memory needed to be refreshed.
Sustained.
Okay, so let me ask you, was the defendant gone overnight when she first came to your house? She asked if she could stay there, and then was she gone overnight for a period of time?
I believe one of the nights she was gone overnight, yes.
And did you?
Yeah, so he adopted her, but so what we know so far is that she's referred to him as her dad. Like she thinks of him as her dad. It seems like she didn't really have a relationship with her birth father. And he really was like her dad, right? And he adopted her. And she was staying with him, right before the murder and everything. And so seems like they were close.
Do you know where she was?
Yeah, I agree.
I did not.
Did she leave you a note indicating where she was going to be?
No, she's an adult.
Shortly before the incident in this case, do you recall contacting a Jason Mengel over text message?
I spoke with him periodically, yes.
And do you recall sending him a message regarding a change?
Objection. Hearsay irrelevant. His text messages to a third person are not relevant to this trial.
Well, I don't know that without knowing what they are, Mr. Nelson. And the fact that I'm going to overrule as far as him sending the messages, but as far as content of any messages he received from somebody else, that would be hearsay, unless there's some exception that applies.
Do you remember observing a change in demeanor in the defendant when she was staying with you?
Yeah, I felt as if she was improving on the way she was feeling and we were going in the right direction.
Do you recall indicating that she seemed very different and strange?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sidebar.
This is a good question. And so this is good. This is a question that we can think about as we go through this testimony, because we see this a lot in case. Oh my God, the pause though again. There we go. Is that better? Maybe. We see this, and it's a great question because in trials, where a family member is subpoenaed, right? Sometimes you can tell that they know the person did it, and they just, they're like, it is what it is. I mean, it's interesting. And let's keep this in mind as we go forward and see. I think I have my own thoughts, but I'm gonna hold off on those until we get through more of his testimony. See what you guys think.
Objection sustained, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
Microphone not on. Okay, go ahead. Sustained.
Sir, on March 23rd of 2018, do you recall visiting with the defendant at the hospital?
Yeah.
I do.
And did you try to talk to the defendant to determine what was going on?
Of course.
And did you ask the defendant why she decided to drive?
Yes.
And prior to that date, did you hide the defendant's keys in your house?
Yes, I set him on top of a shelf.
And do you know where her car was at the time?
It's right in front of my home.
So you're on March 22nd, the car was parked in front of your house.
If you're asking when she took the car from my house, then yes, it was parked out in front of my house.
And you hid her keys because you didn't want her to drive?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you asked her why she drove?
She said she had some things she needed to take somewhere and deal with a couple of things.
And you specifically told the defendant not to drive, is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
That specifically wasn't. You can answer that question.
So did you specifically tell the defendant not to drive?
Yes, but she's an adult and she can drive.
And I'm sorry, you were stating,
I mean, so it is kind of contradictory, right? Like this comment came in exactly at the same time as this question. She's like, you hid the keys. And he's like, yeah, I hid the keys, but she's an adult and she can drive. So see, that to me is, again, would support what Super Planner Girl said here, because him hiding the keys clearly means he doesn't think she should be driving. And as we know, it really seems like she had some sort of a suspended license. I mean, that's what we can tell, because again, the motion to eliminate, everything we know about the license, and the fact that he hid the keys, right? But again, now that he hid the keys because he didn't want to drive, but see, now he doesn't want. It's like backtracking that, right? Because he's trying to provide testimony that maybe could help out Ezra. I think probably. Right. Right. Yes. He's trying to, okay, I think he's going to try to we're going to hear more about this on Cross. Okay, guys. 100%. I mean, just because we're talking about it, he wants this to sound like it was control issues, but I don't think that's the truth, right? I think that's trying to color it that way in hindsight, now knowing what happened when she drove, right? This is what it's like, trying to find another reason for doing it, right? You guys will see on Cross.
Did she tell you what items she needed to return?
No.
Did she tell you that she was going to see Alex?
No.
Sir, do you recall when you spoke with officers on March 24th of 2018?
I don't recall meeting with anyone.
Do you recall an investigator, Stalker?
I guess what I meant by backtracking is when he says, yes, I hid the keys, but she's an adult and she can drive. That to me is like kind of contradictory a little bit,
Investigator Dykes, as well as Investigator Kowalczyk, speaking with you on March 24th?
Yeah.
And if you reviewed a transcript of their recording from your conversation, would that refresh your memory?
Same objection. He didn't say he didn't remember the conversation.
He said he didn't recall meeting with anyone. I think that he can refresh his recollection. So overrule that objection.
Do you recall telling the officers that the defendant told you she had Alex's heating pad?
She said she had a heating pad, but she never made mention of whose it was.
And do you recall her saying that she just wanted to give it back to Alex?
I recall her saying she needed to return it to someone.
And do you recall her telling you that she just wouldn't have anything of his anymore? That she didn't want to have anything of Alex's anymore?
She never said Alex at all. I never knew Alex.
And do you recall the defendant telling you that she wanted to give him the heating pad so she could be free of having to deal with him at all?
She stated that she needed to return some things to her friend so that she didn't have to go back there any longer.
And when you met with the defendant at the hospital on March 23rd of 2018, did she tell you that she was assaulted?
No.
Do you recall telling the officers that the defendant told you that she went to Owen Park?
I don't recall.
And do you recall the defendant telling you, and that's where the assault happened?
I don't recall that either, ma'am.
Okay. It's all right, it's been a while. And on March 22nd of 2018, did you ask the defendant to do something with respect to your other child?
I really don't remember. It's been quite a while.
Sure. Do you remember asking the defendant to make sure she was there to get your son off the bus from school?
It's likely that could have happened. It was a pretty common thing when I worked late.
Remember, he's subpoenaed, right? They would have subpoenaed him to be there, which means you can't not go. You have to go or you get in trouble.
Yes.
And do you recall the defendant deleted her Facebook account shortly before the date in question?
Objection, no foundation, irrelevant.
Just hold on. Okay. I'm going to sustain a lack of foundation. You can ask it a different way.
And sir, I asked you some questions about the information that you got from the defendant that you don't recall about Owen Park. If you reviewed a transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
It very well may.
And then if you reviewed the same transcript regarding the heating pad, would that possibly refresh your recollection?
I'm sure.
So let's try to think of it this way, guys. If you are on the jury, because remember, if you're on the jury, you get to judge, you can judge a witness on credibility however you see fit, right? We know this is part of their jury instructions. They can go off of it. They can, you know, we've heard from jurors after the fact in trials where it's like they just didn't believe somebody, for example, right? They just didn't believe the witness. Like, even whether it was in addition to or in spite of evidence or whatever, it's like they're allowed to, that's the credibility factor. And the jury can go with their gut on how they feel about a person. So in some jurors, they might be more like, yeah, I'm going to look literally at the evidence, and others, they might go with their gut. But that's part of being on a jury, right? And so imagine if you're on a jury, what would you be thinking with this witness, right? And how would you view it?
It seems pretty accurate.
Objection, move that be stricken. I think the question is whether that refreshes his memory.
All right. The portion of the witness indicated seems pretty accurate to be stricken. Jury will disregard that answer. And Ms. Nodolf, you can ask him if that refreshes his recollection. And then what is?
I think part of the sitting is because of the microphones. I think we pointed that out last time because honestly, the only attorney who tends to stand a lot is Aaron Nelson. And as you'll notice, he always has problems with the microphone because the way they have the microphones, I think we pointed out last time, they're on the desky thing and they're at face level if you're seated. So if you stand up, the microphone can't, it's just, you lose the audio, right? So I think that they're probably supposed to stay seated because of the microphones. And Aaron Nelson always stands and then kind of gets, the judge is like, hey, your microphone.
His recollection.
Yeah. Mr. Karlen, after reading those lines on the transcript, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And do you recall what the defendant told you about why she returned or wanted to return Alex's heating pad?
Yeah, she just stated she wanted to return it so that she didn't have to go back there or deal with it.
Yeah, I don't think they have lapel mics. I mean, some courts, every court, this is a jurisdiction by jurisdiction thing, right? With how they deal with the microphones. It's different in every trial, every court, and like, for example, like we know in Depp v. Heard, they had lapel mics for like when they were doing their closing arguments and opening statements and stuff. I'm trying to think of when it's actually come up where you see them fussing with their microphones where it's like a lapel mic, but oftentimes I don't think that that's provided, because it's probably cost too much money or something. Like, generally speaking, what we usually will see is a podium with a microphone, right? Think about Karen Reed, think about Alex Woodworth, just because I know this courtroom so well. So just for some that come to my mind, where there's a microphone at a podium. That's what it is. That's what it is. Bing, 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 bingo. There's no podium. That's what it is. There's no podium. That's why it's different here. They've got their different tables for defense, counsel, and prosecution. And then they've got microphones lined up in front of each attorney. There's no podium in the center with a mic. And that's what you usually have. So therefore, that's why usually the attorneys walk to the podium and are standing to talk at the podium with the mic. That's what it is. It's missing a podium.
Anymore.
And did she also tell you that she was assaulted?
No.
Did she tell you that an assault occurred at Owen Park?
I don't believe that she told me anything about Owen Park from.
The law, law and technology. Okay. So like in Karen Reed, right? In case you didn't hear this part, for anyone who didn't know, you know, when that trial that just happened, that courthouse got Wi-Fi the week before the trial. They did not have Wi-Fi. I mean, the way technology and the law work, it's like, I would almost say not centuries, but it's like decades. It's way behind. And we've heard other people like EDB, for example, was joking and saying like technology and lawyers don't mix. And we've seen that and time again. But also money, right? You think about the government having money for things, and yeah. So.
What I remember.
Sir, when the defendant came to stay with you, do you recall that she brought some belongings to your house?
Yes.
Do you recall what she brought?
She brought her clothes. She brought her laptop.
And when you met with the officers on March 24th of 2018, did they execute a search warrant at your house?
Yes.
And when they executed that search warrant, do you remember directing the officers to the location in your living room where the defendant's belongings were?
Yes.
And did the officers ask you about any knives in the house?
They asked me if there were any weapons in the home.
And did they also ask you if there were any knives in the home?
I believe that what they asked me was, were there weapons? I don't specifically recall if it was directly related to knives.
Do you recall Investigator Kowalczyk asking you if any pocket knives, any kind of knives, or anything that you know of?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
Well, I have knives that I use for work that I have at home.
And what did you use those knives for?
Well, they're EMT knives, and I have them for cutting ropes when working, doing tree work, and I also keep them in.
Good question. So Super Penny Roll, that came from one of the friends that testified. It might have been the one who she called her, what was her name? Brianna, maybe? One of the friends, the girls that testified on like, the, you know, second episode maybe of this back then, said they thought she was living in her car. That's where I heard that from.
A vehicle with me.
And did you show the officers where the knives were located in your house?
Yeah. Dude, I love that.
Where I knew I had one, for sure I did.
And where did you take the officer?
I call it my junk drawer in my kitchen.
Do you first recall taking the officer to like a nightstand in your living room area?
No.
Do you recall the officers locating a knife in your house that day?
The one in the kitchen that I showed them, yes.
Now, one example of a court, when I say court, I mean like a specific judge in a specific jurisdiction that is taking a different approach to technology. For anyone who saw the Kowalski v. J. Hatch trial, that was in Florida. Oh God, what county was that? Blanking on the county. But and I loved that judge. And now I'm blanking on his name. Oh my God, what was his name? Somebody will know in the chat probably. I loved that judge. He was awesome, man. He was so good. Oh, what was his name? So that judge is taking a completely different approach to this technology thing, including like they have a whole other thing. They're like really forward thinking with it. He had like 3 monitors on his judge's table. Oh my God, bench. And they had all kinds of stuff going on with that. I remember being very, and he actually said as much, that this was like something that he thought was really important, that they learn how to use technology and to maintain the right to a public trial. And so anyway, that's an example of like a complete opposite, which is just an interesting dichotomy, right? When you compare that, for example, to like in Karen Reed. But yeah, it just varies, right? Of course, but yeah, he was great.
The officers didn't find a knife in your living room?
Not from what I recall. They photographed the one from my kitchen in my living room.
And actually,
did you?
I'm recalling too. There was some sort of. He's on some sort of board. There's some sort of like committee or board in Florida for like lawyers that has to do with technology. Like, I can't remember what it's called, but he's like the president of that, if I recall. And it's like, that's like a really novel thing because again, in the legal community, they're really behind the times with that. You know, I mean, I can tell you for North Carolina example, right? North Carolina right now is still in the process of switching over to the e-court system, which is electronic court filing for documents. They're still just now switching over to being able to file documents electronically. Like, just as an example.
Direct the officers to a second knife
Right.
that you believed was in your
Exactly.
house?
I did not find a second one at all in my house.
And did you take the officers to a knife in your kitchen, or excuse me, did you take the officers to a basket in your kitchen where the second knife was supposed to be located?
I looked in there because it was possible that it could be.
And that was after they found the first EMT knife?
Yes,
Okay, and you couldn't find that second knife in the kitchen where you thought it would be, is that right?
right.
And so then did you take the officers to your work truck?
Yeah,
And did they search in that work truck to try to locate the second EMT knife?
I went through the whole truck, yes.
And did you locate that second EMT knife?
No, ma'am.
And when the defendant was staying with you shortly before this incident in question, do you recall the defendant receiving phone calls at odd hours of the night?
Up to like 9 or 10 o'clock. I didn't consider them odd.
Did you tell the officers that you woke up for work at 5 a.m. and the defendant was still on a phone call?
I recall that she was, yes. I don't know if I discussed that with your detectives.
Isn't that interesting?
And let's go back to this.
With your detectives. If you're on the jury, again, back to my original, if you're on the jury and you hear him say that, I don't know if I discussed that with your detectives. How would that come across to you guys?
EMT knife. You had two of those, is that right?
At least 2.
And do you recall telling the officers that you had just purchased 2 EMT knives on Amazon for your work?
Yeah,
And while you found the one in the house, you were still missing the other, is that right?
right. Not uncommon. We lose tools and stuff all the time.
Is anybody having flashbacks to Murdoch with Paul on the 300 blackouts and you know how many guns were there and how many are now and how many are missing and him losing things, and is anyone having flashbacks to that? Oh yeah, the EMT knife has come up. That came up when they were laying foundation early on with the initial, again, just the laying of the foundation, the EMT knife. Yeah, we've already seen the EMT knife. We're going to see it again, but we've already seen it. It's already in evidence. It's been on evidence since the first day of trial. He is a little hostile. Yes, I agree. That, yeah, right. That whole thing with your detectives. Right. Yeah, so they've been calling it the incident. And I think that that's because they have to. Here's why I'm saying that. And you know what's funny? Remember in Karen Reed, they did the same thing. They said the same thing. No one kept calling the night of the homicide. They all said the incident. And I even brought that up because I thought that was interesting. Same thing here. And I think what that has to do with is when you've got an affirmative defense, they're not all in agreement that it was a homicide. I think that's what it is, because it's one of those things where it's like, I wonder if it's like they can't call it a homicide until someone's been found guilty of murder. And that makes sense, right? Because homicide implies a certain intention by someone, right? So if it's in other words, when you have these affirmative defenses, they're like, it wasn't a homicide, right? Essentially. So I think that's why they have to call it the incident and not the homicide. I've noticed that for this entire trial as well, and I just remember that from Karen Reed. Now, having said that, it might vary by jurisdiction, because I feel like in Murdoch, they said the night. Well, they didn't follow. They don't play by the rules down there in the Low Country. But the night of the murders, right? So, but it is. I wonder if it's like courts that are more formal and I've as we pointed out, this trial is a good example of like following the rules, right? I wonder if that has something to do with it, where if you're following the rules, you're not going to call it a homicide yet. Maybe. Just thoughts. Yeah, super planner girl. He's definitely doing a good job with his I don't want to be here or helping your case vibes. Yep, agreed. And I agreed. Yeah, all of this is fair. All of this is fair. Yep, 100%. But again, if you're thinking about it from the perspective of from the jury, so these comments are all fair, and that's probably what the jury's thinking, right? But see, to me though, if I'm on the jury and I'm like thinking like, again, it all comes down to the credibility, right? Even if he has a good reason to be the way he's being, do you think he's believable or not if you know he doesn't want to be there, right? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Right, until a verdict comes in. Yeah. Right. And then again, I backtracked that when remembering that again in Murdoch, they say the murders and, but again, they didn't follow any rules. And which is one of the reasons that trial is amazing. I'm trying to think though, in other trials, can you guys remember? I feel like in other trials, they do say murder or homicide. What I will say is just in terms of when I've actually noticed, and it stood out to me that they kept calling it the incident. I just know I noticed it in Karen Reed, and I've noticed it in this trial all the way through consistently. So, again, that could just be a jurisdiction or a specific, I don't know, but it is interesting, but it makes sense when you think about it. You guys, we're going to see pictures of the knife here in just a sec. Let me keep playing the video.
You said the defendant started to stay with you approximately 1 week before this incident in question. Is that right?
Yes.
And when was the last time you had seen her before that?
Seen her periodically every couple weeks up until then.
And on March 24th of 2018, you recall the officers, did you see the officers seize one of those EMT knives from your house?
Yes.
And then when they left on March 24th of 2018, you were unable to locate the other knife. Is that right?
I didn't even look anymore.
But you looked in the kitchen. Is that right? And you looked in your work truck.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay, we're going to see the knife, guys. Don't worry. We're going to see, I think it's actually with the next witness, because the next witness after him is the detective who interviewed him. And I'm pretty sure, but we're going to see the knife pictures in just a sec. So Super Planner Girl's asking about the Emmy. Kit Smits, again, saw this testimony most recently than any of us because she just sped through it. If I recall correctly, it was the head wound was first. But you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I remember she talked a lot about the perimortem and the antemortem and the postmortem, but there were 16 wounds. So it's hard I can't remember exactly the order of all of them. I feel like the head wound was first. But you guys, let me know if you remember something differently. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kat Randall, and you're very welcome. Thank you for being here and for being a squirrel friend. We love it. Yeah, so, and honestly, as y'all know, I timestamp the crap out of everything. If you want to go and check and then pop back when you find it, feel free. The timestamp should get you there pretty quickly. Oh, Kit Smith says she can't remember. Right. Do you remember? Can you remind us which ones you recall being perimortem versus postmortem? Because I mean, again, I can't actually remember because for me it was like maybe 2 weeks ago or maybe longer when I watched that last time. So when we first did it. So I'm trying to think. We know that she said that he could have still been like walking around and talking and stuff for a good bit. Kit Spence is checking her Discord comments. Awesome. Okay, you guys are the best. Okay, let's get on across here.
Yeah, cross-examination.
Yes, please.
Dwight.
I love that.
Mr. Karlen, this is your daughter here.
Yes, sir.
She came and stayed with you when she was 19 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
In the spring of 2018, correct?
That's right.
She'd lived with you throughout her childhood, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say nothing unusual about your daughter coming and staying with you at some point during her early adulthood, right?
Nothing strange about it at all.
You talked about your telling her that you didn't want her to drive. You remember talking about that?
Yeah.
You had your own reasons for doing that, correct?
Yes, sir.
It didn't have to do with her driving or her ability to drive in any way, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't a safety matter for her or for anybody else. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. This is just a father, as sometimes us fathers do, for lack of a better term, imposing our will sometimes on our children.
There's the control
I would
factor.
agree.
Okay.
I just don't know if I buy that. Like, but that's why I was saying, guys, just wait. I was like, you guys, we'll get there. He's saying that the whole thing about hiding the keys was to impose his will on his child for no particular reason. I just don't. I personally don't know that I buy it, and part of it is because it's clear that he's wanting to protect his daughter, and it's understandable. But again, if you're on that jury and you know that that's the case, how does that affect the credibility factor?
You spoke with the police, it sounds like, after Ezra was found at the farmer's house, muddy and bloody and hyperventilating, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, that was on a day that you had been off at a tournament, is that right?
That is right.
You pretty straight-laced for the most part,
Very much so.
but every now and then, probably like who amongst us doesn't, there's an event that you might go and partake of some beverages, right?
Yes.
And on that day, the 24th, had you gone to was it a softball tournament?
It was a dart tournament.
A dart tournament. And a dart tournament was where? In a bar?
It was.
When you were in that dart tournament in a bar, were you there all day?
I got there at
So
probably around 11 a.m.
And you left?
listen to the way that this defense. Aaron Nelson's been added to my list of favorite defense attorneys, even though he's annoying sometimes, and he's a great defense attorney. Like, he's a phenomenal defense attorney. Listen to how artfully he lays this out with this line of questioning, and then the delivery when he gets to the final question. It is so good. I'll point it out when we get there.
There.
Shortly before the deputies would have met with us. That's the only reason I left, is because I was told I needed to come home.
Okay. And again, not trying to characterize you, but during that time, you're in a bar drinking beer, right?
Yes.
Probably had a lot of beer, right?
Several, yes.
And fair to say that's not typical for you. You don't normally consume alcohol, agreed?
Maybe 1 or 2 beers a month.
So you agree that that was an unusual day for you. For whatever reason, you were kind of letting your hair out and drinking some, right?
Letting his hair
I
out.
was.
He was letting his hair out.
There was some stress that you had obviously been under, correct?
Yes.
And so when you met with the officers on that day, fair to say you were under the influence?
This part, listen, guys, to this is perfection, the way he asks these questions. I would actually say it's more like delivery. I think of it as more like acting. Like, the delivery when he gets to the last question here is perfection.
Heavily.
Of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
When you initially spoke with the police, you didn't know all of the circumstances of why your daughter was in the hospital, did you?
Not a clue.
And you were angry at her, right?
Here.
I was a little upset she drove and took the car, yes.
She not followed what her father had asked her to do, correct?
Correct.
And that made you angry.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, this part, I think this is the question.
And so when you first spoke with the police, it sounds like you were angry and drunk?
That.
Not something I'm proud of, but yes.
The way he says that, I think is so, the timing and the delivery of that is so good. And it's such, like, the way he, that, really impressive. The way that he lined up those questions to get there in a manner that it was like he laid the foundation and he got the answer. Beautiful. I mean, and it's great. He did a great job.
might have exaggerated some of your thoughts about your daughter at that point?
I'm sure, yes.
Okay. Again, not something, I'm not trying to get anything, not something, it sounds like you regret that, right?
I do very much.
You were the police executed a search warrant at your house, is that right?
They did.
And as you said, they asked you about weapons, is that right?
Yes.
You're a gun owner?
Yes.
You have lots of guns in your house, correct?
There are several, yes.
Right. I know exactly.
Didn't mean to
That's
say
why-
lots, like, how many guns do you have in your house?
In the proximity of a dozen.
Okay. And did you tell the police about the guns that were in your house?
I did.
Were some of the guns in a safe?
None of them are in a safe.
Where are the guns?
There's a gun cabinet upstairs.
Is the gun cabinet locked?
The gun cabinet itself is not locked, but the guns do have locks.
Okay. Are all of the guns in the gun cabinet with locks?
Gotcha.
No.
Yeah.
Are there some other guns placed, for lack of a better term, strategically around the house or in vehicles?
Yeah, I mean, it might be that God, these pauses. I'm sorry, dude. It might be that they couldn't. Maybe the best they could do was just like which ones were peri or post-mortem. Again, because there were 16 of them, and maybe because of the fact that he was found the next day. But yeah, okay. Thank you for that, though, Kit Smiths as well. Okay. Yeah, cool. Thank you for checking.
There are.
Like where?
Is this relevant, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
What is the relevance of this?
I believe the state's portraying that she took a knife from the house when there's a boatload of guns in the house. And so I just want to portray that she wanted to take a weapon. There was guns available.
Well, okay, I think you've made your point. I don't think we need to go any further on that.
Can I just ask one follow-up question to sum that up?
Yeah, but I don't think we need to broadcast for the world the answers to those questions. Okay? I think you've
I'm not
made
trying to
your,
broadcast it for the world. I'm trying to establish facts for my client.
I think you've established that fact. So do your follow-up question and move on.
There
Wow.
were guns that were accessible to Ezra McCandless in your house on March 22nd, 2018. Agreed?
Readily
Objection calls for
available.
speculation.
Overrule the objection. You may answer that question and then we're going to move on.
Were the guns accessible to Ezra McCandless in your house on March 22nd, 2018?
They're readily available, yes.
Right.
The tree, they asked you also about knives, is that right?
Yes.
There, Ezra, you said had worked with you in the tree cutting service?
Yes.
And as part of that work, did you see her use a knife?
Yeah.
Is that part of the regular duties within your employment when she's employed by you?
Well, if they're not good at tying knots that come out very easily, they unfortunately have to cut my ropes, yes.
And sometimes they're using the knife on trees or branches or twigs or other things, correct?
As a tool or for cutting ropes, yes.
Okay. Have you loaned, given knives for those purposes to your daughter, Ms. McCandless?
Yes.
Have you told her, given her knives for other reasons?
I had.
What other reasons had you given her a knife?
I gave her a knife similar to this one to keep in her vehicle with her. As I told her, it had a seatbelt cutter on it. It also has a punch on the end for breaking a window in the event that you would need it in an accident you were in yourself.
Yeah.
Or if you came upon a car accident that you could be of help.
Okay. And in addition to that, have you talked to her about self-defense?
Just basic father-daughter, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you feel as if you need to protect yourself or others, just
Yeah.
take care of yourself.
I agree. I think he was a good dad. I think that's really clear. One thing that is clear in this testimony is that he really, I think, loves her, wants to protect her, right? Still loves her and wants to protect her. And really tried to be a good dad. I mean, it seems like everything we've heard is they had a great relationship and stuff. So
Want to ask you some questions about March 21st, 2018, okay?
Sure.
Ezra and you had a conversation that day, right?
Yes, sir.
That evening, correct?
Right.
I think as you'd said before, her demeanor was improving, right?
Yes.
And when she came to you on that day,
So we're about to get to something. If you guys remember him saying something in opening statements about this conversation, we're about to hear them talk about
what did you see about her improvement in her demeanor on the 21st in that evening?
She was positive and upbeat. She was looking forward to gaining new employment and
Yeah, same Kitsman.
getting a new
Same. I see that. I see this, and I'm also there with you, Kit Smits. Our minds are in the gutter, I guess.
start back home by us. And we had talked about how we were going to, get back on track, helping her budget and get some money put away for obtaining a residence of her own.
Without getting into the content, I don't want to get the content, but did she share some thoughts and feelings with you that night that she'd had about life and everything in general?
Yes.
And did you, in turn, as her father, give her some fatherly advice back?
I did.
What did you say?
I told her that everything that's happened in the past, and no matter what you're going through, that's fine, but life starts tomorrow. You can leave all that behind.
Wasn't the expression that you'd said was life starts now? Is that what you'd said?
Now or tomorrow, I believe.
Somewhere along those lines?
Absolutely.
And you'd meant that as, let's move forward, correct?
Right.
And that's what you'd passed on to your daughter on March 21st, correct?
Yes, whatever we needed to do to get to where we needed to get.
And that was in a positive mode that you had told her that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that positivity was reciprocated back to you from Ms. McCandless in her demeanor and mood and appearance. Agreed?
Very much, yes.
She seemed to be accepting of that, correct?
Yep.
In some way relieved, perhaps.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar on that, please?
That's my last question on it.
All right, well then just let it sit. I don't think we need a sidebar.
Somewhat relieved?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Nodolf?
Yes. Mr. Karlen, did you tell the officers that you gave the defendant a knife?
A knife?
Yes.
I don't recall if I ever told them that I gave her a knife.
And do you remember when the officers asked you if you had any knives in the house? You told them, I have a couple knives. You remember that?
Yeah.
And did you tell them they're not work knives, they're just flip ones that I'm doing for my tree service? Did you say that?
It was a long time ago. I'm not going to remember every single thing I said with them.
And did you tell them, as far as any that she would have, no, referring to knives?
I don't recall if I said that or not, ma'am.
If you reviewed the transcript from your conversation with the officers, would that refresh your recollection?
It very well may.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It really doesn't.
And, sir, would you recall that your recollection would have been better back on March 24th of 2018 than it is today?
Well, I would think the sooner it was to the incident, obviously, I would be remembering it a lot easier, yes.
And were you lying to the police that day?
No.
Did you tell them, I just have a couple knives in my home. They're just like work knives, just flip open ones for when I'm doing my tree service if I've got to cut a rope. As far as any that she would have, no. Did you say that?
I remember telling them that I have knives.
Okay, but just yes or no, do you remember stating
I
that?
don't remember saying it how you are.
And you were asked on cross about some self-defense conversation you had with the defendant. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Do you remember telling the defendant about when she was a kid in the lunchroom, and if a kid were to pick on you, you knee them in the nuts? Do you remember saying that?
That wasn't the words I would have used, no.
Did you say, I told you the first thing you do is knee him in the nuts?
I don't recall that statement at all.
I have nothing else.
Okay, any recross?
What did you think of that
Related to
question,
that
guys?
redirect.
Did you guys hear that? Let me back that up. Speaking of, we were just guys. Were we all psychic or what? The fact that this comment came up that we were talking about the order. So okay. So Super Planner Girl said off-topic question. It wasn't off-topic, Super Planner Girl, because it's highly relevant. But she was asking about the order of the injuries, right? And then Kit Smith said the thing about the scrotum, and then we were discussing that whole thing about the scrotum. Let's hear that last part again, because that was a really good question from her. Honestly, the answer didn't matter, right? Because it's, as we know, oftentimes it's not about the answers, it's about the question. This was a great question from Miss Nodolf here, guys.
No.
Did you tell them, I just have a couple knives in my home. They're just like work knives, you know, just flip
Right.
open ones for when I'm doing my tree service if I've got to cut a rope. As far as any that she would have, no. Did you say that?
I remember telling them that I have knives.
Okay, but just yes or no, do you remember stating
I
that?
don't remember saying it how you are.
And you were asked on cross about some self-defense conversation you had with the defendant. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Do you remember telling the defendant about when she was a kid in the lunchroom, and if a kid were to pick on you, you knee them in the nuts? Do you remember saying that?
That wasn't the words I would have used, no.
Did you say, I told you the first thing you do is knee them in the nuts?
I don't recall that statement at all.
I have nothing else.
Okay, any recross related to that redirect?
Just about this knife. Do you recall giving the knife that you talked about and described at some point in the past to Ezra McCandless?
I do.
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karlen. You may step down. You may be recalled, so you would still be under the an exclusion order where you may not discuss the case with any other witnesses and or watch any coverage of any witness's testimony, okay?
I'll obey your wishes.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all. Mr. Karlen's free to go today. Okay, thank you. Please be seated if you wish. All right. Wait till the door closes. Okay, counsel, do you want to take a break, or do we need to take up anything else tonight?
Just the list of witnesses for tomorrow, and then my preference would be to take it up tomorrow between 8:30 and 9 o'clock.
All right. Well, I do want to just go back to the motion, sidebar, 4:07 p.m., and it was related to the motion in limine. Mr. Nelson objected to the examination of Mr. Karlen and getting into areas of arguably opinions. Objection was sustained. Ms. Nodolf moved on after that. Anything further that either Ms. Nodolf or Mr. Nelson wish to put on the record with respect to that sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And I think that covers it. Any other sidebars? Again, I mentioned the sidebar. We had the last one, I think, was just about what time we're going to start tomorrow. I don't think we need to go into that.
Agreed.
All right. Any other matters that from this afternoon that either counsel would like to put on the record?
Judge, just that tomorrow morning, I know we're going to try to meet to hash out some items. If we can go over evidence for Jason Stalker as well as exhibits for Jason Mengel. Because I believe we'll get to Mr. Mengel tomorrow.
Isn't that like I don't know.
All right. Well, there was the motion.
Isn't the sacrum like the lower back? Hold on, let's Google this. Google, save us. Yeah, I don't remember what that is. I feel like I used to know at some point in my life. Yeah, it's like at the bottom of the spine. It's like your tailbone, isn't it? Isn't it the same as a tailbone? Wait, no, hold on. Okay, it's like at the bottom of the tailbone. Wait a second. Let me do a search. This is important. Sacrum versus tailbone. Okay, yeah, they're the same thing. It's your tailbone, guys. It's your tailbone from when we used to have tails, which I still have one because I'm a squirrel. Actually, we all have tails because we're all squirrels. So yes.
Motion filed by the defense with respect to electronic communications. And that we haven't addressed that entirely yet. Again, we do have a pretrial ruling, and frankly, again, the court.
I think the significance of that is that the quote was the first thing you do. I think it was about the first was the part. The first thing you do is even that's because of the fact, like what we were saying about the wounds, right?
As long as the information is relevant and falls within the panorama decision the court had made, court is likely to admit that evidence. Again, assuming it's relevant, not unfairly prejudicial. And I'm not aware of what else may be out there other than what the court has received in terms of motions and so on. So is there anything in particular the court should look at? Any authority you would like the court to read tonight?
Yeah, our ancestors had tails. So and then we don't have tails well, again, I still have them, but oh wow, this actually says that humans actually grow a tail in the womb and then it disappears by 8 weeks. Weird. What? How humans lost their tails. There's a whole article. Holy shit. That is, there's an article from the Scientific American, actually just from February of this year, on how humans, there's another one, how humans lost their tails, from the New York Times in 2021. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now here's a video of a baby with a tail. That's weird. I don't need to look at that. All right. Yes, that's a whole squirrel hole right there, isn't it? Oh God. Okay, let's get it.
Or particular motions the court should review before tomorrow.
I have Mr. Mengel, and I have a rough idea of what the state is going to elicit, but I haven't actually seen it. I don't know. Mr. Hahn was going to see if he could get me copies of that today. I'm not sure he's had an opportunity to do so, however.
Judge, and I did, there was a request yesterday to provide, it was a request from Attorney Vishny to provide some.
And remember, the affirmative defense here is self-defense too. So anything related to self-defense automatically is relevant in this trial, right, as evidence.
Additional detail about what information specifically as it relates to Instagram would come in through Mr. Mengel. And this morning, prior to getting started, probably really prior to anybody being at the courthouse, I did email Attorney Vishny a much pared down version of what was provided as discovery. I don't have, the printouts are in our prep room, so I can certainly meet with Attorney Vishny after court today if she's available to look at some of those documents, but she does have specific page numbers that I've at least indicated I may introduce. I'm pretty confident we can work around any issues within those. The court referenced the messages as it relates to electronic messages between the defendant and John Hansen. I don't think we need to address those in their entirety, but there are some messages that were pulled from Jason Mengel's cell phone extraction.
Are you guys hearing this? That we're getting into the good stuff, guys. But also, I just have to say, one of my favorite things about squirrels, in addition to all the things about squirrels, because they're on here, is how they use their fluffy tail for a blanket, and it's the cutest thing. But this is important stuff. So I've got to not think about squirrels too much.
Because he learned of the relationship between the defendant and John Hansen by viewing those messages on the defendant's cell phone and then taking a screenshot of those messages. It's not the more, I guess, inflammatory or racy photos that I think were probably the biggest reason for the objection, which contained nude photographs of the defendant and some language outside of what's used.
I did not hear that part when I was editing the video. I did not. That's news to me. That's why I just yelled. Okay, So here's what they're talking about. There's the way Jason Mengel, what they're saying, learned about the affair with John Hansen, Ezra's affair with John Hansen. It was because he found text messages on her cell phone, or sorry, her iPod. Jesus. And he screenshotted it. Okay. And apparently, in addition to the text messages, there were nude photos that Ezra had sent Mr. Hansen, apparently.
Used in the messages contained on Mr. Mengel's cell phone extraction.
Wow.
So I don't know if Attorney
Can
Vishny.
you imagine? It's one thing if you're with somebody, and we're going to hear from him, you guys, again, brace yourselves. But it's one thing if you realize that your girlfriend is like cheating on you and lying to you and all that. Like, and then you find the text messages. But imagine if you find the nude photos they were sending. Oh my God, that's horrible.
Has had a chance to look at which photos those are. I'm guessing there may not be an objection to those specific ones, but the purpose they'd be introduced would be to show those are the messages Jason Mengel saw.
I know Cat Randall really hates that they're not standing, but you know what? Again, I'm just as a reminder. Look at where the microphones are, and it really matters that there's not a podium. I've never seen that in a trial. That's actually really different. There's not a podium. If there was a podium, Cat Randall, they would be getting up and walking to the podium and standing at the podium, but there's no podium. So what they're doing, I know it bothers you, but like, this is just what they have to do. It is what it is.
And that's how he was made aware of the relationship, which the court has already found to be relevant, the nature of the relationship between John Hansen, the defendant, the way that Jason Mengel found out, and then the report to law enforcement and the circumstances of that. So I think maybe it makes sense for Attorney Vishny and I to sit down and just pull certain ones that there are objections to, if there are any, and bring those to the court rather than addressing them in a more blanket way, because I think a lot of them will be agreed to.
All right.
I
Ms.
agree,
Vishny?
it makes sense
Okay.
for us to look at the specifics. Is that okay for us to?
So what that means, Spring Chicken and Miss Vishny are going to get together and have a little powwow and decide what about the objections. Because in other words, what we've learned here is Spring Chicken's going to be doing direct of Jason Mengel, and Miss Vishny is going to be doing cross. So prepare yourselves for that, right, guys? And so in order to cut down, this is great. Why? Like, remember how we've talked about how efficient they are with the witnesses? Part of it is because of this. They're like, we're going to get together, we're going to talk it out, and we're going to go ahead and make some agreements so that way we can cut down on objections during the testimony. It's brilliant, right? Like, this is why it runs so smoothly, because they're like, yeah, we're going to work together and we're going to agree on this and that, because there's a lot of this we can agree on. And then it's going to make it go, faster and smoother with the witness on the stand. Great. Love it. All about it.
All right.
Just depends on what the other list of witnesses are. So I know right now Stalker and Mengel, is there?
I think Investigator Stalker would be the first witness tomorrow, probably Officer Mark Vang, followed by, this is the likely order, Julia Post, then Jason Mengel. Assuming we get further, Matthew Schreiner, possibly Alex Zink. That might be near the end of the day. If we get further than that, it would probably be Jenna Van de Zand. Detective Proc will not testify tomorrow.
And as it relates to Jason Stalker, is there any information, electronic media that you intend to introduce from Mr. Stalker related to Ms. McCandless's numerous accounts?
Instagram.
Just the journals.
And I believe we have a working agreement regarding the journals.
We'll have a redacted copy of the journals that I believe is almost finalized, and
Ezra's journals, guys.
the parties both agreed to them, so that shouldn't be an issue before Investigator Stalker.
Nothing else, Judge?
Okay, very well then. We will then be in recess for the evening. Bond continues.
All right,
Is,
day
State of
7.
Wisconsin.
All right, guys, I'm going to do a tractor swoop for this because we are on to the next day. We're going to swoop for this. We're on to day 7. You guys, this day in trial is maybe one of the biggest days, because here's what we have. We have like to me, the most notable things. Hold on, let me do my swoop. Where's my swoop? Swoopy doop 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 doop. We're going to be done.
It's a house.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Fair. Me too. No further questions.
There's an example of a podium with a microphone. Anyhow, so because we have in this day in trial, and this is why there's going to be quite a bit of housekeeping situations because there's a lot to talk about. They've got Mark Vang. That's the police officer who interviewed Ezra when she made the allegations about John Hansen before the murder, right? And who will be introducing her interview with law enforcement, and we're going to see that. And then same day, we have Jason Mengel taking the stand. Just those two witnesses alone, that's a hell of a lot to go through in terms of what's going to come in and what's not. So yes, so that's where we are. We're on to day 7.
Versus Ezra McCandless, Dunn County case 2018 CF 125. Appearances, please.
State appears by District Attorney Andrea Nodolf and Assistant Attorneys General Peter Hahn and Richard DeFore.
Ezra McCandless appears in person with her attorneys Aaron Nelson and Deja Vishny.
Okay, well, good morning. Are there some things we need to address then before we bring a jury in this morning?
There are a few, Judge. Do you want to address Stalker first?
Judge, my understanding is the state's calling Jason Stalker to begin with. They were kind enough to show me several exhibits that they intended to introduce through him. I have objections to those exhibits, so that is certainly one of the items that the defense wants to take up this morning.
And do you have an objection to all of the exhibits?
I have not to all of their exhibits. I have listed the exhibits that I objections to, and I can go through them one by one.
Well, why don't we take them up one at a time unless they can be grouped for the same reasons?
Yeah, I think there's probably 3 groupings. One is Exhibit 677, which is the original of Jenna Van de Zan's letter that was found in Ms. McCandless's car when it was out stuck in the mud. My understanding of that letter is the letter
Did you
that
hear that?
Jenna...
Did you hear how he threw that in there when it was out stuck in the mud? I mean, we still don't really know. I have to say, you guys, we've got some really good lawyering on this one. These housekeepings, there's quite a few of them because, again, there's a lot of issues. They get spicy. There's a lot of really good arguing. This is really good stuff. And there's one, I don't remember if it's this one. It might be this one. There's one where Mr. Nelson really pushes it, and it's shocking. And I think he gets in trouble with the judge. We'll see. I'm trying to remember.
Van de Zan sent to Jason Mengel. I believe Your Honor has previously seen a photo of that same letter. The defense position is that it is irrelevant as it's written by Jenna to Jason, and it has nothing to do with panorama evidence, doesn't have anything certainly to do with any of the elements. It's irrelevant. So,
okay, Ms. Nodolf.
Your Honor, the state intends to introduce that exhibit, not publish it for the jury with this witness, simply that it was located in the defendant's vehicle. I believe that there would be testimony regarding that letter, both through Jason Mengel and Jenna Van de Zan, which sets out sort of a argument that occurred between, or a discussion that occurred between Jenna Van de Zan and Jason Mengel, which then led to a conversation between the defendant and Jenna Van de Zan, where she decided then to write a letter. My understanding is Mr. Mengel provided that letter to the defendant. I believe it's like within March 20th to March 21st, very close in time to the date of the incident in question. I believe it's certainly relevant. I'm not publishing it at this point. I think the relevance will come out after Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zan testify.
we'll be objecting eventually to either Mr. Mengel testifying about it and or Ms. Van de Zan testifying about it. It's also, I don't know that just because their explanation doesn't say how it's relevant. What is it probative to? They have not said in any way what it's probative to of anything. It's two other people talking and discussing, Jason and Jenna. It's not relevant. as well as it's hearsay.
All right, well, until I hear what their evidence is from Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zandt, I can't really make a ruling on that. If it relates to...
This part is really important for legal. Let me back this up just one more second. I wanted to say something.
This is from Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zandt. I can't...
Time to the date of the incident in question.
I wanted to go back to what you were saying
I believe
as well.
it's certainly relevant. I'm not publishing it at this point. I think the relevance will come out after Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zandt testify.
We'll be objecting eventually to either Mr. Mengel testifying about it and or Ms. Van de Zandt testifying about it. It's also, I don't know that just because their explanation doesn't say how it's relevant. What is it probative to? They have not said.
So this is going to come up a couple times to this day in trial. And this is a really great talking point, learning point, right? He's talking about this key thing, right? Probative versus prejudicial, okay? Now remember, guys, remember. Let me let him finish and then I'll go into what I was
In any way what it's probative to of anything. It's two other people talking and discussing, Jason and Jenna. It's not relevant, as well as it's hearsay.
Here's the thing. The way it works in the Federal Rules of Evidence, guys, Rule 403. Rule 403 is relevance. What he's saying here, I agree with him, and here's why. Admissibility of evidence, okay? Evidence is not admissible before you can even decide, is it hearsay, is it not? Is it probative, is it prejudicial? Any of that, first it has to be relevant. So Rule 403 is actually the relevancy. It's saying, is it relevant or is it not relevant? Evidence cannot come in if it's not relevant. So first, when you're trying to figure out the admissibility of evidence, first you have to determine, is it relevant? Then after you've determined if it's relevant, and assuming it is, if it's not relevant, then that's it, right? That is goodbye, right? If it is relevant, then after that, then you can go through, your hearsay, you can go through, is it more prejudicial than probative, all of the other factors, but it has to first be relevant. So I actually, this is going to come up again several times this day, and I actually really agree with him on a lot of these points when he brings it up, because a lot of what I'm hearing when they're objecting, I'm like, yeah, the state hasn't, and I will say, Miss Nodolf is doing a lot of the arguing today for the state. I don't really hear from her that I can remember when I was editing this video. I don't really feel like I recall her making that many good arguments when the judge would say, okay, back to you. And then she really needs to argue why it's relevant. But what she does instead is she kind of just says, well, it's not really prejudicial, but she can't really argue for the relevancy. And so for me, I would side with Mr. Nelson, right? Like, I agree, it needs to be relevant. And she's like, if my memory serves, she doesn't really quite point out the relevancy. So let's just see what else happens. But yeah, this is a really good example of how evidence comes in at trial, right? And it's a really great time to just remember, evidence first has to be relevant, first and foremost, before you can go through any of the other, tests, as it were, as to the admissibility.
All right, well, until I hear what their evidence is from Mr.
Right.
Mengel and
Correct.
Ms. Van de Zandt, I can't really make a ruling on that. If it relates to, again, the relationship issues, as I was thinking about this on the video from the Eau Claire City Police vehicles on the afternoon of March 22nd, Jason Mengel refers to it. We kind of have a situation, refers to a situation. So if this letter is in some way, about that situation and the overall circumstances involving the relationship between Ms. McCandless and Mr. Mengel, and these issues in the relationship that involve Mr. Hansen and Mr. Woodworth and so on and so forth, I can see where there could be some relevance, but I don't know until I've heard what those witnesses say about that. And So,
Regarding this witness then, Judge, Your Honor, we're not going to be objecting on foundation grounds. We agree where it was, that it was found there. And so the defense preference is let's deal with it then on Mr. Mengel. I don't think there needs to be any, I don't want evidence, something marked and put in if it's not going to get tied up later. Let's just see if it comes in with Jason or doesn't come in, but there's no reason to have this witness refer to it in any way, shape, or form.
well, at some point, I assume that the state would want to have the evidence that it was found in Ms. McCandless' possession on that day.
Yeah, and if you're...
The judge is making a good point here. Now, the state didn't make the point, the judge did. So they're saying, so here's what the significance is of this letter. We don't yet know the contents. I don't know the contents. We haven't gotten that far yet. This letter has come up, you guys, since like day one of the trial. Like, they've been arguing about this letter. Whatever this letter contains is important. I'll say that much. So this letter is from Jenna Vandesant to Jason Mengel. And Jenna Vandesant was one of the roommates at the house where Ezra was living. If you remember, we've heard talk about how there was some issues that had come up with Ezra being there. And so one of the roommates, there's another Alex, and Alex, that was a roommate, Alex Zink, I believe. And his girlfriend is Jenna, and she lived there. And we've already heard rumblings about some sort of discussion that they had about Ezra not paying her rent or whatever. And it was causing some scuffle, or not, some tension, I guess you could say, between Alex, Zink, and Jenna with Jason, okay? And because Jason was probably still sticking up for Ezra. And so this is a letter that Jenna Vandesant wrote to Jason, but Ezra had possession of that letter in her car. So we don't even know yet if Jason ever got the letter. But what the judge is saying makes sense here, which is the fact that Ezra had the letter could be significant, right? Because depending on what's in the letter, right? But the judge already knows what's in the letter. So it could be that Jenna was, I'm just speculating here. Let me do my thing. This is speculation because this is going to be, I hope we find out what's in the letter. I don't know. I hope we find out. Please let us find out what's in the letter. But let me do this. Potentially. Imagine, guys, this would make sense because of how contentious this letter has been. Imagine if Jenna, because Jenna was a roommate, imagine if Jenna knew about things Ezra was doing, right? And Jason didn't know yet or whatever, right? And that she was writing a letter to Jason to let him know, hey, just so you know, Ezra's like cheating on you with two of our friends or whatever. Who knows, right? We don't know yet. And then Ezra, it somehow intercepted that letter before Jason got it. Then her having it in her possession would be relevant. It would totally be. That to me, yes. This is part of what they're calling the state's panorama evidence. So, but that's not a point the state made. That's a point the judge made. So, but apart from that, like, I did not see any relevancy until the judge said that.
Your Honor rules that it's relevant, we will agree to that fact of where it was found.
So you're saying you would enter into a stipulation?
Yes.
And what is the state's position on that?
Your Honor, I believe the state has, the right to present its case the way we believe is appropriate. I think it was found in her vehicle. I'm not displaying it. I won't be asking about the contents other than, is this a letter that was located in the defendant's vehicle? Is this an accurate copy?
This letter, man.
I believe we have,
this letter,
I think there's a sufficient basis regarding, intent and state of mind and, context of her relationships that will come out after these individuals testify. But I would like to be able to at least lay the foundation for that.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow the state to lay that foundation. Obviously, it's not going to be published to the jury, nor will there be, really any reference to what it is other than that this was found and it's marked as an exhibit, but it won't be received unless and until it is again found to be relevant.
And it not be offered then. I understand they can go through the steps.
It won't be offered. It just you can identify it again, then it can go to the clerk, and we won't have any further reference to it today.
The next 4 items deal with personal information regarding Ms. McCandless. I think there are 2 different matters. One is I believe the state intends to introduce Ms. McCandless's plastic driver's license, as well as a W-2 form that Ms. McCandless, that was at some point found. These are, again, irrelevant. Her plastic driver's license, there's no issue of identity in this case. There's no need for her driver's license, the piece of plastic, to be entered into evidence in this case. It's just not relevant. If they want to testify, did you find her plastic driver's license in the car? Yes. I get it. That's fine. But the actual piece of plastic with all of her personal data on there doesn't need to be entered into evidence.
So if he's okay, so sometimes attorneys will not want something to come in, but the reason they don't want it to come in is not the reason they're gonna argue. They might argue for a different reason. So for example, let me give you an example. Here's what I think is happening here. There's this license is a whole can of worms with the whole driving thing, right? We know that. So here's what I'm getting from this. Her license was found in her car. And remember, when they ask about it, she's like, oh, I don't know where it is, blah, blah. Again, my guess is because if she showed them her license, they would do the scanny thing and they'd be like, oh, you're under arrest because you're not supposed to be driving, right? So she pretended to not find it, but they found it in her car, right? When they did the evidence, crime scene. So in other words, that's why the state is saying, here, we want to try to get in this driver's license. Well, to that end, what he's saying makes sense in the fact that they don't need to actually show the driver's license. They could just say the fact that it was found, right? Just to show that she was, I guess, lying, right? The license was in the car. This whole thing is a can of worms, though, and that's why I think he doesn't want this to come in. But the better argument, and in terms of the law, what he's saying actually is a really good argument, although I don't think it's his real reason. What he's saying is because it has her personal information on it, right? So if you think about a license, it has an address, date, all that, height and weight, and actually height and weight, that might be part of it too, because the weight thing is still a big deal that's come up. And they've talked about this being on her driver's license too, the weight thing. So, and I remember Kitsmith, so you actually made a comment about this too in the Discord. So yeah, so I'm wondering if that's part of the reason that they are wanting it is because it's going to have her weight on there. And my guess, she weighed more than Alex Woodworth did. And this is a self-defense case, and that's why that's relevant. So, but what he's arguing is because it has her personal data on it, so they don't need to show the actual driver's license. But that's not, I think, the reason he doesn't want it to come in. My guess is maybe the weight, but also the can of worms related to all the other shit we were just talking about.
Okay, Ms. Nodolf.
Judge, it's not, I understand that the relevance is small in this case, but it does have her height and weight, which I think is relevant when we're coming to a claim of self-defense. It was located in her vehicle on the recording.
Keep listening, Chelsea. I actually didn't know she said that. That's really funny. Yeah.
She states it's in here somewhere. She can't find it. It was found in the vehicle. I think we have a right to, introduce that to show, identity and height and weight as well as it was in the vehicle.
Just briefly, if they want to ask him, did you find her driver's license? Yes. Does the driver's license say she's 5'6"? Yes. Does it say she weighs this much? Yes. They got the information in. They don't need the piece of plastic.
What about that, Ms. Nodolf?
Well, I still think the piece of plastic is relevant because it's, her license, and she was asked about it from the officer earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it relevant.
Oh, man.
I disagree. I don't understand how it's prejudicial.
So do you see what she did there?
As well. So I think
this is where right here, if it were me, if I were the judge here, and I love this judge, but that right there, if you're the judge, regardless of what you think, you have to go off with what they argue. Like, to me, she just lost. Because let me play that again. Let me show you that, this was a significant moment to me. Let me play that again.
License say she's 5'6". Yes. Does it say she weighs this much? Yes.
So he's saying you can even say, here's how much it says she weighs, here's her height. He just doesn't want the actual plastic.
They got the information in. They don't need the piece of plastic.
What about that, Ms. Nodolf?
Well, I still think the piece of plastic is relevant because it's, her license, and she was asked about it from the officer earlier in the day.
Doesn't make it relevant.
He says doesn't make it relevant. She needs to respond with why it's relevant. What does she say?
I disagree. I don't understand how it's prejudicial.
You lose. Sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Nodolf. You lose in my book. Like this particular exchange. Because what were we just saying? It has to first be relevant before it can be prejudicial, or before you can discuss prejudicial versus probative. And I don't know why she didn't argue what the judge said, because the judge gave a great reason how it's relevant. Or wait, sorry, we're talking about the license, not the letter. Wrong thing. Never mind. Yeah. So she doesn't have a reason to say that it's relevant. She's not giving them a good reason. She's just saying it's not prejudicial.
To be, as well. So I think there's a little bit of relevance to it, and I don't see how it prejudices the defense.
It's not a matter of prejudice. It is not probative of any material fact. It doesn't make anything more or less likely that's contested in this case.
I agree with him here.
The piece of plastic is not probative.
Where I'm at is the letter was deemed relevant because the judge made a great point about the fact that Ezra had it in her possession. If I go with who's got the better argument, I have to say I agree with the defense here that they've not shown how this plastic piece of the license is relevant.
Of anything.
Well, it sounds like the only relevant aspect to the driver's license is the height and weight. So I'm going to grant the defense request there, as long as you can ask, you can have the officer testify that he found the driver's license and this was the height and the weight of Ms. McCandless. But the actual driver's license itself is not relevant. I think we're getting close to that area too then, where the court has excluded some information regarding that driver's license. So if that's why it's relevant, that it was there and that it has her height and weight, the officer can testify to that without actually having that exhibit in evidence.
Then also,
so the judge ruled with so awesome. In my opinion, that was the right call. The judge just basically said what I said, which is, yep, I agree with the defense. He's going with the defense here, saying, yep, the fact that the testimony can come in that they found it in her car, what was her height and weight, but it doesn't need the actual plastic piece. I agree. That was the right call, in my opinion.
they intend to introduce a W-2 form. Again,
now we're on.
It's not
Now we're on to the third topic for this housekeeping about the evidence to come in. This is the W-2 form. So the letter, we went over the letter, we went over the plastic license. Now we're on to the W-2 form.
Probative of anything. What her previous employment was and what she got paid is not probative of anything in this manner. And so, in addition to the personal information, it just, this case isn't about where she worked or when she worked or if she worked. There's nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, what's the, Ms. Nodolf, what's the purpose for W-2?
Your Honor, excuse me, it was located in her belongings at Mr. Karlen's residence. I think it shows ownership of the belongings within the bags found at the residence. It also is relevant in, to sort of some panorama evidence to show, very limited income at this point, reliance on Jason Mengel, and it goes to motive and intent.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm doing that thing where I'm typing in the chat because I don't want to talk over it. I don't want to keep but so I missed it. Let me back this up. This replay, I forgot I put this in here. This is pretty good. You guys like this, I think. This is a good one. Dude, his face here.
Motive and intent.
Watch.
It wasn't a part of the panorama motions. We've litigated.
I want to watch it again, and I don't even know what they were arguing about because I was typing to you guys. Here, let me back this up again. That's fucking hilarious.
Again, it's not probative of anything. What her previous employment was and what she got paid is not probative of anything in this manner. And so, in addition to the personal information, it just, this case isn't about where she worked or when she worked or if she worked. There's nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, what's the, Ms. Nodolf, what's the purpose for W-2?
Your Honor, excuse me, it was located in her belongings at Mr. Karlen's residence. I think it shows ownership of the belongings within the bags found at the residence. It also is relevant in, to sort of some panorama evidence to show, very limited income at this point, reliance on Jason Mengel, and it goes to motive and intent.
I see. I know I used that.
it wasn't a part of the panorama motions. We've litigated this to the nth degree. It wasn't part of anything that.
You guys hear that? We've litigated this to the nth degree. Y'all, we need a Wisconsin squirrel. What that means is there's lots of pretrial motions that exist, but you have to be in person to get them because Wisconsin requires that. Unfortunately, I wish they would put it all electronically. Gosh darn it. We've litigated this to the nth degree. I'm like, gosh darn it, look at all the pretrial motions that are out there. That's what that means. That's what that means. The panorama evidence. Gosh darn it, I want my hands on that. Anyway, so they're saying the reason he got pissed is because this is not good for Ezra, I think. In other words, this W-2 form shows what income she was making, and the state wants to offer it to show that this is why she was so reliant on Jason Mengel, right? And that would be part of it. Goes to the panorama evidence as to motive. But what he's saying is basically, even if that's what they're arguing, he's saying that we've already litigated this panorama evidence, and that was not included, and so it's too late to try to include it now. That's what I think is happening here.
They said before, if they want to, again, elicit information, did you find a bag? Yes. Did it have personal identifying information of Ms. McCandless in the bag? They can say yes. The W-2 form and what her income is irrelevant. That's not probative of her intent. Just because they throw out the word intent doesn't mean her W-2 form showed a mindset or intent.
I think this might be the part I was referencing where he gets really worked up and it gets real spicy. It might be about this W-2 form. I feel like
not admissible.
All right. Well, I tend to agree again with the defense that the W-2 form itself, there can be testimony about it that it was found to show that the belongings it was found in, circumstantial evidence that those were her belongings. But the W-2 form itself, if it is going to be introduced, it should be redacted to eliminate her social security number. And again, I don't see where what her income was is relevant. I don't know. I guess unless the state wants to argue more about that, I can't see where that would be probative to motive or intent to commit a homicide.
Your Honor, I'll simply ask him what her income was and was it located in the. I won't offer the physical exhibit. I do think that some testimony regarding it, though, is relevant as to
compromise.
Why she was trying to recapture the relationship with Jason Mengel.
Yeah,
We'd argue it's hearsay and it's a W-2 form from one place does not mean that's her income. Income is something different. We all know that. And if it is the W-2 form, it's from 2018. This isn't a paycheck from March. This is a W-2 form from 2017. So the year before, it doesn't have anything to do with her income in January or February or March. It's hearsay. It's irrelevant.
I think this is the one where he gets worked up. I will tell you, with the one that really stands out to me, which is the one I keep talking about, he gets worked up. I think it's coming up here. What is so notable to me is it's a situation. That's why I think it might be this exact part where the state is offering a compromise, right? And you could not fault. It seems like the obvious choice is to be okay, fine. It's not. It's that sounds fine. That's not the big good issue. I would say that in most cases you would see the defense be yep, okay, you're right, because we see that all the time. That's part of this, the compromising, right? And what's so interesting is how he refuses to compromise. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Well, okay. I mean that in the way that he does what a good defense attorney does, which he really takes some risks. And I remember when I was editing this video, there's a moment where I'm like, oh my God, this reminds me of the jokes that all the law tubers make about having your toothbrush with you. Remember, you guys have probably heard, they always make those jokes. If you're a defense attorney, you keep a toothbrush on you because you know that your job, any day that you're in trial, is going to require that you fight for your client to the fact that you might end up being held in contempt of court and thrown overnight in jail if the judge wants to prove a point. And if you piss the judge off enough, and that's you just accept that as a fact. And I had feelings of that almost happening, and it didn't happen, but I was like, dude, I remember thinking to myself, I hope he has this toothbrush. I literally thought that to myself. So let's see what happens here.
Well, again, I'm going to allow it for purposes of showing that the items it was found with belong to her. Her income, again, if the state testifies to what it shows their income, or if they want to have testimony about that, I guess it goes to their theory. You know, I don't necessarily get it, but I don't see any unfair prejudice to the defense. So if it has some probative value, as part of the state's theory.
So he's kind of, I think, going with the compromise that the prosecution offered. I think this is the part where I was just talking. Yeah, let's see what happens.
I will allow it, but again, any personal identifying information should be redacted from that exhibit. And it's issue as to whether that's going to go, that exhibit, to the jury. So we'll hold off on that. I'm worried about that down the road.
And Judge, I just won't introduce it. I'll just ask him what her income was and was it located.
All right. Again, I'll let the state do that. However, but the document it's a document. It is what it is. So it's not, I think there's a hearsay exception, certain documents. And so.
It's also inaccurate to say it's her income. They could say it's her income from that job during that year, but that's not.
Well, but that can be handled by cross-examination easily.
Why don't they just ask an accurate question rather than me have to clean it up on cross-examination? I mean, it's.
You guys, this is the part, y'all. Let me back that up. By the way, that sounds amazing, Kitsmits, what she's drinking. Let me back this up, you guys. I mean, fair point, but you're pushing it when you use language like this, is what I'm saying. But
the document it's a document. It is what it is. So it's not, I think there's a hearsay exception, certain documents. And so.
It's also inaccurate to say it's her income. They could say it's her income from that job during that year, but that's not.
Well, but that can be handled by cross-examination easily.
Why don't they just ask an accurate question rather than me have to clean it up on cross-examination? I mean, if they don't have a good faith basis to ask that question, it's wrong.
Well,
why not just ask an accurate question?
I'm not sure what you mean by just ask an accurate question.
Well, did you find her W-2 form? Does the W-2 form indicate her income in 2017 from Joanne Fabrics? That's an accurate question. For them to say, okay, does this show her income of 2017? No, it doesn't.
All right. Fair enough. Then that is accurate. The W-2, it's not if that's the only place she worked, but that does show income from one place.
Dude, Kitsmits, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, she didn't react? I agree. I'm like, I don't know if she was listening, because that was fighting words right there. Them's fighting words.
People have other things, odd jobs. There's all sorts of different things people could do to earn income.
I know, right?
And
so moving on, I believe under the state intends to introduce what we've called a white journal and a blue journal of Ms. McCandless. It's my understanding that the state intends to introduce them but not talk about any of the contents in any way, shape, or form, which to me then says, what's the relevance? Are they gonna, they found a blue t-shirt at Mr. Karlen's house, they found purple sneakers, they found a white journal. Yeah, it does, it gets spicier. If the contents aren't discussed and relevant, what is the fact that there is
We're on to topic number 4, Ezra's journals. And Mr. Nelson's just getting more worked up by as we go along, right? With each passing piece of evidence.
Leather or some sort of object in which there's words in front. How is that in any way relevant?
Ms. Nodolf, what is the state's position on that?
You're on they can become relevant on cross-examination of the defendant and or rebuttal. And so it's just saving the witness having, to come testify. He, sees them, where the journals located in her belongings and putting them into evidence. I mean, I don't think I need to provide the state's theory of the case as far as rebuttal and cross-examination, but they may become relevant if and when the court or the state would intend to introduce them, we would take that up with Your Honor before doing so.
All right, we'll treat those the same as the letters then. You can offer them, they're found, we're not going to go any further with them at this point in time.
The defense would also have a discovery objection. We've never been provided with the contents of those journals. So I don't know that anyone's ever made
Oh shit.
it. Have you? I mean,
They're in the photographs. All the pages are in four eyes. Jason Stalker's photos. He photographs every page in those journals.
Wow. So he was trying to claim a discovery. Oh my God. Violation. Why did I just almost use a different word? Okay. Discovery violation. And she's like, no, you guys have it. She's like, not even, yeah, she seems to, I guess this would be another example of where she's not, I think she does have a stellar poker face. It seems like nothing kind of phases her. Like she's, again, if you're an attorney and the other party's like, oh, discovery violation during trial to you, like if you're on that other side, you like, that's like, hey, now hold on, what? But she's just like, nope, you guys have it. Like, oh wow, okay.
All right, again, they won't be offered today, they'll just be marked, and Deputy Stalker found them, seized them without anything further today, or until there's the relevance is shown.
the state also intends to introduce a form, what I'm calling the name change information.
Yeah, I'm actually going to, super planner girl, I'm going to need to enlist your help when we get to those journals. Not in the way you think, in a different way, and then maybe also in the way you think, depending on what happens. You'll see.
Court document regarding when Ms. McCandless legally changed her name. Again, that's not probative of anything here. She legally changed her name. The fact of when it happened is not probative of anything here.
And is there any prejudicial concern there as far as that evidence?
Well, before we even get to 90403, 90402 needs to be addressed, and 90402 says irrelevant evidence is inadmissible, regardless of whether it's prejudicial or not. There's
Bam! This is exactly what I was just saying, guys. Beautiful. I mean, he's fucking right. This trial is, I love you just hearing how he argues the law. And I mean, this is exactly what I was just saying, right? Let's hear it again from him.
Ms. McCandless legally changed her name. Again, that's not probative of anything here. She legally changed her name.
Learning.
The fact of when it happened is not probative of anything here.
Here.
And is there any prejudicial concern there as far as that evidence?
This part.
Well, before we even get to 90403, 90402 needs to be addressed, and 90402 says irrelevant evidence is inadmissible, regardless of whether it's prejudicial or not. There's no probative value. Well, we certainly have some concerns under 90403 as well, but the first issue is, how is it probative? Is the state's, and I believe Your Honor has already ruled, certainly regarding states'
I'm throwing out Mr.
previous
His honor.
attempts to introduce evidence regarding opinions about gender identity, that those could not be admissible. I don't know if this goes along that same theory, but people change their names, especially women change their names. When they get married, their name gets changed often. Unfortunately, not as many.
Miss Nodolf rolled her eyes finally. Hold on, let me back that up. And actually, the judge does not enjoy this argument either. Hold on, let's watch that.
Well, there's testimony, the contact with her initially at Sipples, where she gives the name Monica.
Sorry, I went the wrong direction.
States' previous attempts to introduce evidence regarding opinions about gender identity, that those could not be admissible. I don't know if this goes along that same theory, but people change their names, especially women change their names. When they get married, their name gets changed often. Unfortunately, not as many men do that as perhaps should.
I understand,
not all
Mr.
women.
Nelson. I've done many name changes sitting
But
here.
it's not probative of anything in this case. There's
Okay, there's been testimony. First of all, there's testimony, the contact with her initially at Sipples, where she gives the name Monica, and the fireman thought it was a false name. and so on and so forth, a little confusion there. Frankly, I would think that would be something that would be helpful to the defense. I'm not sure why the state would be offering it. We did have Mr. Karlen testify yesterday that her name was Monica J. Karlen, and
Dude, he's like, well, he did the same thing like with the letter. He's like, well, here's why I think it could be relevant. Of course, the state Ms. Nodolf didn't make this argument, but the judge is right. Great point. Here's why it could be relevant, because there was some confusion about this when the first responders arrived. He's right. But first of all, the state didn't argue that. And then second of all, he's like, but I don't understand what's happening here, because I feel like this could be helpful to the defense. And I don't know why the state even wants it in.
now it's Ezra McCandless. Is there, what would be the reason again for the introduction of that? What would be the relevance?
Apology, just beforehand, we would agree if they just want to ask, did you do investigation to determine if Ms. McCandless previously was known as Monica Karlen? Yes. Was that her legal name, and was it changed from Monica Karlen to Ezra McCandless? Yes. That information could be elicited from the stand. We agree to that. It's the form itself that we're...
Okay, Ms. Nodolf?
Your Honor, it goes again to show ownership of the items there. I believe it's relevant given, indicating the previous name at Sipple's residence. That's it.
All right. Well, I think that I don't see, is there anything on the form other than just that it's a name change? Or, I mean, sometimes the petitions for a name change, it has the reason the person's asking for the change, or is this simply the order that her name was changed?
Simply it's a photograph of the birth certificate, and I would have a form as well to make sure it's confidential, kept in the record.
All right. Well, I think, again, I believe that the probative value is not great, maybe not necessary, but I don't see any unfair prejudice to the defendant, so I'm going to allow the state to introduce that evidence.
Guys, putting it on the record, this is the first time I disagree with a ruling of this judge, I'm pretty sure, in this entire trial, powerful. I disagree with this because he's saying, and this, I see, in my mind, as I was editing this video, I was like, oh, if I were one of these defense attorneys, and I'm sure they did this would be something you could maybe potentially bring up on appeal. I don't think it's going to get you anywhere, but you could use it as an appellate issue because this judge has made such a thorough record and they've worked together with so many things that honestly, it's really kind of been appellate proof, I would say, in a lot of ways. And a lot of times he's siding with the defense, right? Rightfully so, because their arguments are better. And so I guess this to me stands out as a moment where I'm like, okay, well, first of all, I actually don't agree with this judge's decision here. And if I were on the defense attorneys, and I'm sure they did, I would be like, oh, take note, because what he just said there was he went against the whole thing of like, well, it has to first be relevant. But he's kind of saying, well, because it's not all that prejudicial, I'll let it in. That's just my 2 cents on it here. Right, exactly. And that's what the judge was saying. But that's not what, but the defense is still, they didn't change their tune, Are you talking about Miss Nodolf? Miss Nodolf, the blonde lady? She is the Dunn County District Attorney, okay? And then the Spring Chicken and Mr. DeFore are state assistant attorneys general. So they're like, if you will, higher up in a way, right? Like they're the special prosecutor on this case and the lead prosecutor on this case is Mr. DeFore, the older dude who is a G, and he could adopt me if he wants to. Love him. Hi, happy you're here. Well, if she fell out of her chair, she would have to stand up at least to get back in it, right? So maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing. Glad you're here, Iowa. So, yeah, okay.
Okay. What's the next?
Hold on, Judge, I just want to make sure I know what Actually, I apologize. I misspoke. It is not the name change form. It is the original certificate of birth that is Exhibit 501 that the state is intending to introduce, and that is our objection. So it's not the name change form. It's the birth certificate. On the bottom of which it says there is an amendment and the date of the amendment as to the name. But again, it's a birth certificate. So I just want to make sure I was clear on the record what I was.
Okay. Well, I think really the same analysis. I don't see any unfair prejudice. I mean, it's been talked about in this case. It's really not an issue. Probative value, I think, is certainly not great to any significant proposition, but I mean, they do have to.
That's why it shouldn't come in.
Prove, identity, but I think they've already done that sufficiently. So.
Yeah, so it shouldn't come in. It shouldn't
But
come in.
again, the court does not see anything unfairly prejudicial about that. However, if there is certain confidential information that should be redacted or sealed in the court record, I mean, again, I don't know how the state intends to use that.
We'd ask that if it is introduced and offered and accepted, that it be sealed.
No objection to that.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, you're talking about sealed from public view, or you're talking about sealed from the jury? Obviously.
Talking both, I guess. I don't know that the jury needs, I don't think it's going to be published.
It won't be published. If the jury asks about it, we'll take that up if that comes up.
All right. Well, birth certificates generally are considered to be, somewhat confidential. Only certain people can get them. So I think that there's a basis to seal that particular exhibit.
And then lastly, Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Stalker is going to be used in some manner to impeach Joshane Karlen's previous testimony. There is the state intends to introduce Exhibit 2.
There's something you don't see every day. Love this trial. You don't see that every day, guys. So I'm just going to point this out. The state is intending to elicit testimony from Jason Stalker, the detective or law enforcement, whatever, that interviewed Joshane Karlen, Ezra's dad, who just testified. The state is planning to get evidence in with Mr. Stalker and use it to impeach Mr. Karlen, who was their previous witness. You don't always see that. The state is actually going to try to impeach their own witness. I just have to say, I love trials. I don't find trials boring at all, but I feel like there's not a minute wasted in this trial. Even when it's the housekeeping, it's like there's one great issue and learning opportunity after another. And just these issues that are really key. This is a key concept, right? How does the state impeach their own witness? And when would they do that, right? We don't see that very often. And we're getting that as well, so.
6-0, which is the full audio recording of the interview of Joshane Karlen, Rose Karlen, and Deborah Karlen, as well as Terry Karlen,
right,
who is now deceased. So they also intend to introduce a full transcript of that entire interview, as well as a partial transcript from page 34, which has 3 lines. And I know Your Honor doesn't have the 3 lines in front of Your Honor. That's something perhaps we can give to Your Honor? It's the... I believe it's DOJ 44.
Hold on, let me back that up. I have a quote. I'm going to quote him to himself here because that was appropriate. Let's watch what just happened here. Hold on, let me pull that up.
As well as a partial transcript from page 34, which has 3 lines. And I know Your Honor doesn't have the 3 lines in front of Your Honor. That's something
She has it.
Give to Your Honor. It's the... I believe it's DOJ 4443, lines 1515 through 1517. Can I have a copy of that?
Yeah, identity theft.
Which, if Your Honor recalls, was used in the redirect of Joshane Karlen, and he agreed that he had said that. So when on redirect, they asked him, "Did you say that?"
Oh my God!
He said,
Thank you,
yes.
Dude. Thank you. I totally missed it. She stands. There you go. Let's watch this one more time in honor of our good friend Kat, because guess what? She stood up. There you go.
Except for, I believe he denied the last part. They asked him, "Did you say that?" He said, "Yes." used in some manner to impeach Joshane Karlen's previous testimony. There is the state intends to introduce Exhibit 260, which is the full audio recording of the interview of Joshane Karlen, Rose Karlen, and Deborah Karlen, as well as Terry Karlen, who is now deceased. So they also intend to introduce a full transcript of that entire interview, as well as a partial transcript from page 34, which has 3 lines. And I know Your Honor doesn't have the 3 lines in front of Your Honor, is that's something perhaps we can give to Your Honor. It's the
Yay! This is for you, Kat. This is for you. Just pretend she's all standing when she's arguing.
I believe it's DOJ 4443.
Right, I saw
lines 1515 through 1517. Can I have a copy of that?
It's annoying when they're in their own place.
Which, if Your Honor recalls, was used in the redirect of Joshane Karlen, and he agreed that he had said that. So when on redirect, they asked him, did you say that? He said, yes, except for, I believe he denied the last part of it, as far as any that she would have no. So again, I'm going on my memory. I understand everybody is about memory, so I don't want to go down that too much, but they object to the audio recording. They didn't introduce that or play that for Joshane. And it also includes all kinds of other information. They don't have a timestamp on that as to what in this.
By the way, I just wanted to point out, look at Mr. Nelson. Under my scroll up there on the top right, that's Alex's grandma. If you guys haven't noticed, Alex Woodworth's grandma and mom have been there every day of the trial. When it shows the gallery, you'll see them there.
Clip is. I object to the full transcript because there's all kinds of other hearsay from all kinds of other people. And I object to the partial transcript because the tape's not played. The tape's never played. If they want to ask, that's just not how you use a different witness to impeach a witness. If they want to get Mr. Stalker up there and ask, did Joshane Karlen say the following? Blah, 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 blah. And Mr. Stalker says yes.
So
if they get
basically arguing it's improper impeachment. He's saying that that's not the way they can do this.
to do that, but the transcripts don't come in, the audio recording doesn't come in, that's not proper.
Is the state introducing this evidence as prior inconsistent statements of Joshane Karlen? Is that?
Yes, Your Honor, only the lines contained in the document in front of you, the full recording as well as the transcript is for, context, since these lines came from that recording, from the subsequent transcript that Jason Stalker reviewed and determined was accurate, and then that's how we get to these few lines.
Well, okay, so she's saying we're not trying to introduce the whole transcript. We just need to include it so that he can have the context. Because, whenever they refresh their memory, they say, here, you can read whatever portion you want so they can have the whole thing, right? But then here's the part we're going to ask you about. I think that's what she's saying.
You're not asking to play this recording to the jury?
Right.
No, Your Honor, I was simply requesting to publish these few lines from that transcript.
And that's what you provided to the court would be from the page identified as DOJ 004443 with basically five lines of text?
Yes, Your Honor.
And again, it's our objection. First off, the witness on this exhibit, which I believe the state's going to mark as Exhibit 346B, it's not Jason Stalker that's asking the question. And so there's hearsay evidence from a different officer. It's Joshane Karlen's answer that they don't get to put in through the transcript, especially if they don't play the tape, and they didn't play the tape for Mr. Karlen. If they want to ask a witness, did Mr. Karlen say the following words? I understand they get to do that.
Okay, but we're not talking about the whole transcript or the recording being published for the jury. That just be in the record, I guess, to support this. If there's a stipulation that this is what he said and that this was an accurate statement, maybe you can handle it that way. This, again, this redacted partial transcript then could be an exhibit, and if you're not challenging that it is is accurate from that transcript. Now, on the evidentiary issue, it would seem to me that if Deputy Stalker observed the statement made by Joshane Karlen, the question just gives the answer context, and it's a statement, a prior inconsistent statement. If he witnessed that statement, I think that's an appropriate way to introduce that inconsistent statement.
I understand they get to do it, and whoever heard him say that, and I trust Mr. Stalker is going to say he heard Joshane Karlen say these words. So they get to do that on the stand, but the transcript.
Dang it, Super Player Girl. I was actually going to pause it and after the end of this housekeeping because I think they're almost done. And I was going to say this for anyone who is can make an exception about when to stay up late if it's like one night a year or something like that. Like I was going to say, we're almost done with this housekeeping, and Jason Stalker is not on the stand for very long. It's pretty quick, and then it's Andrew Vang who introduces the interview with Ezra. And I was going to say this is one that's worth staying up for to watch this. In fact, I'm actually going to do what EDB does, like the Lauderd app. Well, not the Lauderd app, but what I'm going to do is actually when it gets to that part, when it gets to Andrew Vang, actually, I'll wait until specifically when they pull up the video. When it gets to the video of Ezra's interview, I'm going to put something in the Discord just in case anybody didn't know this was happening or whatever. Just I'm going to do like that because you know how EDB does that when it's like a key moment of like, okay, this is the moment, you know, just in case, just for fun. But I know I hate it. I mean, I tonight is the night. It's like I almost thought, should I just fast forward through Jason Stalker? No, we're doing it Gavel-To-Gavel. We're doing it right, but we'll be there soon. I just have to stop talking.
Doesn't come in. There's no legal basis to put the transcript in, especially when it's a transcript of an audio recording that's not in evidence. They're not putting the audio recording in evidence for this portion. They're trying to put the entire thing into evidence, and they're not playing it for the jury. So how does a transcript of a piece of evidence that's not put in, what's the manner in which they put that in? What's the admissibility basis?
Ms. Nodolf?
Your Honor, if the problem is if they'll agree that that page 34 is accurate, then I agree. I don't believe that the audio recording and the full transcript is needed. But I do believe if they're not, then it's needed to show the accuracy of page 34.
Okay, well, I think that if he's testifying in lieu of the recording and the entire transcript, if he testifies that this is accurate as to what he heard as part of that conversation, his prior inconsistent statement, then the court would receive Exhibit 34.
It's actually Exhibit 34.
Well, not Exhibit 34, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Page 34 of the transcript, as I'd indicated, DOJ 004443. It'll have to be marked as an exhibit, obviously, but the court will receive it marked as an exhibit if the testimony is to that extent. If there's a dispute about whether this is accurate, then I guess we'll have to, listen to the recording and go through that outside the presence of the jury. But frankly, I think there's some danger in that. Is there information contained in that recording that was already ruled that couldn't come in?
Yes, sir.
Lay opinions, 3 or 4 by Mr. Karlen?
Yes.
We're not agreeing, but we're also not contesting. And so I understand
Okay.
Your Honor's ruling.
All right, it's not a stipulation, but again, if there's no opposition to this coming in when it's offered,
Other than the
then-
opposition we've already made.
well, yes, your objection is noted for the record, but again, if this is the prior inconsistent statement the state is offering, and they can do it this way. Do you want this back to have this marked?
Yes, please.
And that's how they can
Those
do
are the
it.
only objections that I have regarding pieces of evidence with Mr. Stalker. I don't know if the state has anything else to bring up with Mr. Stalker.
Just to be clear, the defense is not requiring the full transcript or the recording to be put into evidence in order
We're
to.
objecting to that, correct.
Okay, so I will just move forward with this one.
All right.
As far as Mr. Stalker, he did call me this morning that he has a very sore throat and a hoarse voice.
I remember this part. This is the very end of this housekeeping. They're about to get to Mr. Stalker. He's pretty quick, and then we're on to Mr. Vang.
So I was going to have, we're going to introduce the journals to him. I was going to have him read those for the jury when they are published. Given his voice concerns, I was wondering if the court or defense would allow someone else to read them.
Are you talking about the journals that are agreed to, in terms of the redacted versions that are
Yes,
agreed
sir.
to?
What was previously been called silence broken in journal number 2, not the white and blue journals that
Okay.
were previously referenced.
Thank you for that clarification.
The defense would object to anybody reading it. If the written version is marked and put in, display it for the jury. The jury, assuming, can all read it. They don't need things read to them. There's no, that's cumulative. This isn't a presentation of that. If the state wants to read it as part of their closing, they certainly can. But other than that, it's just words on a piece of paper, and the piece of paper comes in. We're not going to start reading every piece of paper that gets put into evidence.
All right, I can't remember who had other people read.
The state asked witnesses to read the back of books. The defense has not asked anybody to read
Okay,
items.
fair enough. The exhibits can come in. We don't have to have investigator Stalker read them. We can publish them up on the screen and give the jury an opportunity to read them, and when they've read them, we'll leave it up there until everybody's had a chance to read them.
And I would have no objection if they want to make 13 copies and pass them out so everyone has an individual copy in there, if that's a more efficient way for them to read them. I don't.
Okay,
I agree, Judge, that's what we'll do.
that will work as well. Okay. And frankly, I think, and I just want to add to that, another thought is that I think it would be better to do it that way rather than to have someone forensically present this and then put emphasis in certain parts in the way that it's presented. I think it's in written form, you can read it, and you don't have to have somebody perform it, so to speak. Okay.
The judge on the silence broken, I'm holding it up now. It's been redacted in the way in which we've asked them to cross matters out. I would now be asking that instead of having black lines across the first page, let's just delete that portion and have it start on the next page where it's you can have Ezra McCandless silence broken when it started, and then let's just go to making the mask fit. There's no reason that the jury needs to essentially get circumstantial evidence that there has been matters that have been excluded. They don't need to see the portion that's crossed out when it's such a large chunk on the page. They can just, in the digital world, we can now just print out the copy of which the content is. They don't need to see that things have been crossed out.
Any problem with that?
Judge, I do think it's taking, I mean, my recommendation would be just inform the jury, the parties both agree there's certain portions that are not relevant. Those have been excluded. The relevant portions are now available.
All right, and that's the way I think I'm going to allow that to happen, and I will tell the jury that they are not to speculate, that the parties agree that what is redacted is irrelevant, inadmissible, and they should not, speculate as to what that might be. So,
Understood.
okay.
I believe that's all on Mr. Stalker. Mr. Vang is their second witness, and I believe there's some matters that we'll want to take up with Mr. Vang, whether we do that now or whether we do that after Mr. Stalker. My only request about doing it now is it involves the plane of the recording, and so that might be something that I'll just defer to Your Honor. Do you want to take that up now or later?
Well, how long do you anticipate the testimony of Investigator Stalker? If we can get, if it's going to be short, then I hate to give the jury, have them go back out so quick.
Mine won't be very long.
And then, okay, so how long is the recording with Officer Vang?
My understanding is the state intends to call Officer Vang. They intend to elicit statements that Ms. McCandless made to Mr. Vang. There is a recording of that conversation at the Eau Claire Police Department. The recording lasts 55 minutes. There are several stretches during that recording where there's just
talking about the interview, guys.
5 to 10 minutes, and I'm just somewhat of Ms. McCandless just sitting alone in a room. And so if we're looking for efficiency, I could have Mr. Maxey go and watch it now and try to at least put timestamps so we don't have to sit here while somebody just sits alone unless the state wants to play the whole thing. I'm just trying to be efficient. I know the state has some other objections to my playing of the tape, and so I know that they...
So what's interesting, in case no one's picked up on this, it's not the state that is offering the interview, it's the defense. I have no clue why. The defense is offering the interview, not the state.
They have objections under the rule of completeness, but those are the issues.
Good point.
Well, what is the state intending to present? Again, I have no idea what the evidence is.
Judge, my intention, because of, as has been stated, efficiency is to just elicit testimony about the information that the defendant provided to Officer Vang and not play the 55-minute video. It was defense who suggested that they are going to play the entire video, and I think that there are a couple issues there. It's a 55-minute video, which is going to take up a lot of time to cover information that I've already elicited during.
It's just so funny because, like, in a lot of trials, that's nothing, right? I mean, God, think about, Michelle Troconis, for example, the number of hours in that trial spent watching her interviews, and you couldn't, at least in my opinion, understand a single thing that was happening or hear a single thing that was happening, and it was really kind of useless for the most part. There's other trials, so like 55 minutes. But again, this trial, everything is so expedited that feels like a long time to them, but like that's nothing in so many other trials. Deposition videos. Think about that in civil trials. Anyway.
Direct examination.
That's short.
I haven't reviewed the video and noted specific instances of areas that can or cannot come in because I was not intending to play the video. And I think defense counsel would agree they haven't done that either, to note certain portions which may be inadmissible, or which may be a waste of time because they're just the defendant sitting in a room by herself, not being interviewed, not providing any statements. I think just because the state intends to introduce information that is admissible about that interview doesn't open the door for the entirety of the interview to be played. And I'm referring specifically to State versus Eugenio. That is 2019 with second 391. It's a 1998 case, specifically paragraph 41. I'll just read from it. The rule of completeness, however, should not be viewed as an unbridled opportunity to open the door to otherwise inadmissible evidence. Under the rule of completeness, the court has discretion to admit only those statements which are necessary to provide context and prevent distortion. The court must closely scrutinize the proffered additional statements to avert abuse of the rule. And again, because I didn't review the video with the intention of playing it, I don't have specific statements that would fall under the inadmissible category, but I think there's a broader discussion, at least slightly, with Officer Vang than what I'm going to introduce through his testimony. So I think in order to prevent a waste of time and really just repetitive cumulative evidence that's already been presented on direct examination, I think the more efficient way is to simply have defense counsel be allowed to certainly cross-examine the witness on any statements that are admissible and contained within the scope of the interview that I'm going to be asking about.
Judge?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
The defense's intention is to play the entire video. I'm open to redacting portions of it for efficiency, but the defense says it all comes in. I'm not aware of any information in there that would be otherwise inadmissible. I watched it last night, I watched it before. I'm not aware of any inadmissible evidence. We're not trying to sneak something in. I'm just saying, look, if people want to redact portions when she just sits there, but as Your Honor knows, the purpose of this being put in is panorama evidence. And the panorama evidence is about the emotion, how she was feeling, and what this tape shows.
This is why I think it's going to be really interesting when we watch this here very soon. Because, again, it's interesting that the defense is putting this in. And I'm so curious, what do you guys think? And what do you think the jury would think? This is why I'm like, so I can't wait to get to that.
Is her emotions, her demeanor, all of that stuff. Why have a witness describe it when we have on video how she sounds, how she looks, how she appears? That is part of the rule of completeness, I think, here when the state is saying, hey, we're presenting evidence so that you can get an idea about her emotional level, her mindset, what's going on with this young lady. And what better evidence is there than the actual video that shows all of that? And so from the rule of completeness standpoint, we're not only getting into content, but the purpose that the state has been allowed to put this in is to understand, as I think Your Honor said, the heightened emotions, or let Your Honor speak for yourself, but those are the purposes. And so that's the evidence. We have it.
Well, is it necessary? Again, I mean, well, Mr. Nelson, do you disagree with Mr. Hahn's characterization of Eugenio? And that's a E-U-G-E-N-I-O, I believe.
Correct.
And I just read that case a couple days ago, and it seems to me that the rule of completeness, that the whole idea is to allow you or the defense or the other party to introduce portions so as it doesn't, to prevent distortion or, misrepresentation, taking things out of context and so forth. It doesn't, as Mr. Hahn indicate, open the door for a whole lot of cumulative and unnecessary evidence. So is there some way that could be, I don't know if you have a lot of time, if he's an ex-witness after Deputy Stalker, then maybe not a whole lot of time, but a 55-minute video seems like it might be a bit cumulative in that regard. Is there?
Again, I'd be happy to task Mr. Maxey with watching it to try to find out the times where there's no content provided, that there's no words that are provided, and so we can take those out. But I don't want to. She's in the room crying. My interpretation is she's in the room crying. I don't know if Your Honor thinks that that's part of the context. I can't tell you right now because I don't know what Mr. Vang is going to testify about, right? Until Mr. Vang has testified and said what he's going to say, and I'm not in a position to respond to say, yeah, this is how this goes in towards that. And so we might need to take a break after he testifies.
Is there a witness ready right after Deputy Stalker other than Officer Vang?
No, Judge.
Then I guess it would just seem that rather than to have the jury sit out for an hour while you're doing that, just to, play portions of the video. I think that would keep things moving better than to spend a whole lot of time going through. You've listened to it, Mr. Nelson, correct?
Yes, I
And
listened.
Mr. Hahn, have you listened to the whole thing?
Yes.
Is there anything in the video that the state believes is inadmissible or unfairly prejudicial to the state?
I can't point to anything, Judge, with the caveat that I intended to introduce the testimony, not the entire video, so I didn't take specific note of different areas, but there's nothing that comes to mind. I've watched it a number of times over the last couple days.
And just so it's clear for the record, there's a recording that is been provided to us, and there's 4 different clips. The first clip is 55 minutes, and that clip is the clip that we're talking about. After that 55 minutes, there are additional recordings of Ms. McCandless in the room with Mr. Mengel, Ms. McCandless in the room with Mr. Vang again, Ms. McCandless in the room with victim witness. So the whole recording is about 3 hours long. And so we're already saying, look, we'll just do the first 55 minutes where she's interviewed about the John Hansen matter.
All right. Well, given the overall picture here and the time that's gone by, I think we're going to spend more time arguing about it. I'm just saying that 55-minute clip can be played. It's not going to be transcribed by the reporter. If you want to have Mr. Maxey look at it while we're taking up Deputy Stalker to limit how much the defense wants to play, I'd appreciate you doing that.
If you just give me a moment, I'll go and
All right, why don't you go ahead and do that, and then I'd like to get the jury going.
Judge, I
Yes,
think
but while
before...
we're doing that, Ms. McCandless has asked to use the restroom, so she could do that.
Okay, then
perhaps while
we'll
Mr.
take a brief
Nelson's-
recess, and then...
Judge, there is one more quick issue on that topic. There is personal information that's included. I think some telephone numbers, so perhaps Mr. Maxey can look for those and pull those portions as well.
Agreed.
Okay.
And I might just press pause, I might just mute it during that certain time
The
frame.
judge needs to pee, man.
Rather than try to, these videos are not always the easiest to find a stop and start point.
All right, well, and you may want to, well, just be careful about those phone numbers, okay?
Yes.
All right, we'll be recessed for 10 minutes.
All right.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
All right, so we're on to Jason Stalker. He's pretty quick. Then we're on to the Vang, Officer Vang. And I have to say, I just remember this. At the very end of the video for today, guys, when we finish with Officer Vang with the video, I have a little surprise because the next witness after Officer Vang is Jason Mengel. And so I have a little surprise. You might call it a Jason Mengel surprise at the end of this video. As just a little, like the first little, like 10 or 15 minutes of his testimony, because it's like we've heard so much about him. Like if you try to picture, what does he look like? What does he act like? What does he sound like? What, you know, it's like, it's almost like a mythical being, right? At this point, I feel like, right? It's like you get to finally see him. It's a little teaser.
Jason Stalker. It's Stalker.
What is your occupation?
Sergeant with the Dunk County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Very funny.
10 years.
On March 23rd at approximately 6 p.m., do you recall being dispatched to a field drive off of 430th Avenue?
Yes.
And after you arrived, were you concerned about the weather potentially affecting evidence in this case?
Yeah, the forecast was incoming rain-snow mix that evening.
And as part of this investigation, did you subsequently print off weather reports regarding the weather on both March 22nd and March 23rd, 2018?
Yes, I did.
And Sergeant, if you look at the second page of 497, excuse me, the fourth page of 497, does it contain the various temperatures throughout the day?
Yes.
And at 1:15 p.m., what was the temperature in Menominee?
39.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
And what was the temperature at 4 p.m. or 4:15 p.m.?
41.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
And if you turn to the fifth page, what was the temperature at 11:55 p.m.?
28.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
And then if you look at the Exhibit 507, what was the first page of that? What was the maximum temperature on March 23rd of 2018?
Maximum temperature was 41 degrees Fahrenheit.
And what was the minimum temperature?
20 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, thank you. The following day, on March 24th of 2018, did you go to Stanley, Wisconsin to speak with the defendant's family?
Yes, I did.
And who was with you?
Investigator Dykus, as well as Investigator Kowalczyk from the Chippewa County Sheriff's Office.
And is Stanley, Wisconsin located in Chippewa County?
Yes.
And do you recall who you spoke with that day?
Yes, I spoke with Joshane Karlen, which is Ezra's adoptive father, and Rosalina Gunnelson, which is Ezra's mother, and then her grandparents, Terry and Deborah Karlen.
And were your conversations with the family recorded?
Yes.
And was a transcript later created of that recording?
Yes.
Did you previously review that entire transcript to ensure it was true and accurate as you recalled the conversation?
Yes, I did.
Were you present during the entire conversation with the family?
Yes.
And were you present when Investigator Kowalczyk asked whether there were any knives that Mr. Karlen knew of?
Yes, I was.
And were you present when he made his response?
Yes, I was.
And looking at Exhibit 346B, is that an accurate transcript on that, on both the recording as well as your memory?
Yes.
I'd move 346B into evidence and request to publish for the jury.
Any objection other than what has been noted?
No need to.
Okay.
Objection to the publication. I understand the information's come in based upon last objections. There's no need to
publish it. Testimony came in through his, at the stand.
All right, I'm going to overrule, I'll allow that to be published to the jury.
And what was Mr. Karlen's response to Investigator Kowalczyk's question?
Joshane responded, "I just have a couple of knives in my home. They're just like work knives, you know. Just flip open ones for when I'm doing my tree service if I've got to cut a rope. As far as any that she would have, no."
And after you spoke with the family, did you and the other officers execute a search warrant at Joshane Karlen's house?
Yes, we did.
And why were you executing a search warrant?
To search for any evidence related to the homicide we were investigating.
And were you directed to anything in the house when you went into Mr. Karlen's house?
Yes, Joshane pointed out a pile of belongings in the corner of the living room behind a chair that he said belonged to Ezra.
And were you also directed to any knives in the house?
Yes, he also pointed out a folding knife that was on the side table that was next to this same chair in the living room.
And did you subsequently seize that knife and put it into evidence?
Yes.
I'm first placing on the Elmo Exhibit 233. And I'm now placing on the Elmo Exhibit 215. And when you reviewed them, did you note anything in particular when you compared the two knives?
They were identical knives.
You were directed to a pile of belongings, is that right?
Yes.
And did you take a photograph of the pile of belongings before you examined the contents?
Yes, I did.
And so if I provided you with a laser pointer, could you point out to what items you searched when you were at the residence on March 24th?
This pile of belongings behind the chair right here.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain for the jury how you went about looking at the different items?
So we removed one bag at a time, photographed the bag, and then we started removing items out of the bag and photographed each item as we pulled it out.
And was one of the items a blue cover book?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 362. If you could just open that item. And if you can just leave it in the package, but if you're able to determine by looking inside if that's the same blue book that you located in the defendant's belongings on March 24th, 2018.
Yes, it is.
Did you also locate a red and white flowered notebook inside the belongings?
Yes.
And is that the same white or red and white flowered notebook that you seized from the defendant's belongings on March 24th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
When you were also there, did you locate a document relating to employment at Joanne Fabrics?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what that document indicated was the defendant's wages from 2017 while working at Joanne Fabrics?
Yes, those wages were approximately $1,360.
And when you were going through the bags, did you also locate a birth certificate relating to the defendant?
Yes.
And did you take a photograph of that?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe some clothing within those different bags that you examined?
Yes.
And did you lay those different clothing items out and photograph them?
Yes, we did.
And did you observe any visible cuts or tears in the clothes when you laid them out?
No, I did not.
And before you left Mr. Karlen's residence, do you recall trying to search for a second knife?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Mr. Karlen do?
He thought that the second knife would be on the kitchen counter in a basket. And so we went and looked in that area. We also looked throughout the house, and we did not find it. Joshane thought it could possibly...
Objection, hearsay, move to strike any thoughts or statements of Joshane Karlen.
Sustained on hearsay.
And so did you check the kitchen for the knife?
Yes.
And was it located in that kitchen basket?
No.
Did you go to another location to try to find the missing knife?
Yeah, we went to Joshane's place of employment where he works for the tree service.
And was a search performed on Mr. Karlen's work truck to try to locate that knife?
Yes, we did. We did not locate it.
Did you then go to the defendant's mother's residence, also in Stanley?
Yes.
And were you directed to a room where the defendant's belongings were located?
Yes.
And prior to searching any of those items, did you take a photograph of those items?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall searching, did you search all of those items, or?
Yes, we went through everything.
And when you were searching, did you locate anything in the closet of significance?
There was a steak knife hidden on the shelf of the closet.
And did you do anything with that knife?
We photographed it.
Did you also locate in the belongings at, I believe, was it Ms. Gunnelson's residence?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Was it Ms. Gunnelson's residence where you were searching?
Yes.
And did you locate a cell phone within those items?
Yes.
And was it a Samsung Galaxy phone?
Yes.
And did you seize that cell phone?
I did.
And was that placed into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Now, going back to the date of the March 23rd when you were at the Field Drive Road, do you recall a vehicle being located down that road?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember or do you know what happened to that vehicle after it left the Field Drive Road?
I'm sorry, where it was parked or after we were done processing the scene?
Yes, after you were done processing the scene.
After we were done processing the scene, it was towed back to our impound facility.
And did you learn that the vehicle later was sent to a different location?
Yes, it was later transported to the Wausau State Crime Lab.
And did individuals at the crime lab, based on your knowledge, they processed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did your office have any part of processing that vehicle?
No.
And then after the vehicle was processed, do you know where it was placed?
Oh,
after it was processed.
All of the Dunn County Sheriff people that have testified in this entire trial have worn the same exact uniform. It's just some of them have more decorations than others.
It was transported back to our impound facility.
And has it been at the Dunn County Sheriff's Office impound facility, I guess, since March 23rd, 2018, or since this investigation began?
Yes, it has been.
And has it been in a secure location?
Yes.
A few days ago, did you execute a search warrant to retrieve some items that were located in that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the items a driver's license?
Yes, it was.
And was that the defendant's driver's license?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was located in the vehicle?
At the time that I searched for that driver's license, it was in a brown paper bag in the trunk, labeled the front driver's seat compartment area.
And did you recognize, was it, let me start over, was it a driver's license relating to the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
Mr. Nelson's going to have a fit.
And do you recall what the height and weight was on that driver's license?
Here we go.
5'6" and 130 pounds.
Did you also retrieve a handwritten letter from that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
I don't actually remember Alex's weight. I know they said Alex's weight, like the medical examiner did. Does anyone remember? Because my guess is that she weighs either the same or more than him because they've made such a big deal about it. I just don't remember what his weight was.
Do you recall where that handwritten letter was located?
It was in that same bag.
Here's the letter.
So when you did the, let me go back to when you got the letter and driver's license, did that bag indicate where they were originally located?
Yeah, the bag was labeled front driver's seat compartment area, including center console.
And then as part of your investigation in this case, do you recall examining some electronic downloads seized from devices at Alexander Woodworth's house?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall reviewing a reader report of an Amazon Fire tablet?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate of anything of evidentiary value to this investigation on that Fire tablet?
No, I did not.
Did you also examine an Asus laptop computer from Alex's room?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate anything of interest on that laptop computer?
The only thing of interest that I located was it appeared Alex had conducted a Facebook search for Ezra McCandless and Jason Mengel on February 17th, 2018.
And did you also examine a Samsung tablet with keyboard and pink cover?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate anything of evidentiary value on that, I guess of that download relating to the Samsung tablet?
No, I didn't.
Had it been some time since Alex had even used that item?
I believe it had been since May or June of 2017.
And did you also review a Gmail account or Google return related to Alexander Woodworth?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you locate in that return?
Nothing of significance. It appeared that hadn't been used for quite some time as well.
Did you also examine a gray LG cell phone download report from a phone recovered from the center console of the defendant's car?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate anything of evidentiary value on that phone?
No, I did not.
And did you execute a search warrant relating to a Google account associated with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what was the name of the account that was associated with the defendant?
The Adventures of Timothy J.
And did you receive a Google disk return as well as a certificate of basically authentication?
Yes, I did.
So first of all, we have no idea who that LG phone was in her center console. That's not Alex's phone, as we know. His phone was ditched in the ditch. But that's not Ezra's phone. We don't know whose phone that is, and they haven't said. No idea. But we're about to get to the electronic journals here, I believe.
And when you examined the Google return, did you locate any journal of interest?
The Timothy J. Does that ring a bell to anybody from opening statements?
Yes, I located two journals. One was saved as Journal 1 and the other as Journal 2.
Well, subject to prior discussions and limitations, Exhibit 365 will be received. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll note on Exhibit 365 there is some redaction, and the parties have essentially agreed that that material is completely irrelevant and inadmissible for purposes of this case. And court certainly concurs with that, so I ask that you not speculate or wonder about what is redacted. You just have to accept the fact. We all agree that it's inadmissible and irrelevant. Okay? Thank you.
And Sergeant, when you examined the Google return, were you able to determine when this silence was broken journal was last edited?
Yes, it was last edited at, it was 7:23 p.m. on March 21st, 2018.
Can I request to publish 365 to the jurors?
All right, you may.
And then, Your Honor, I'm just going to stop my questioning until the jury's had an opportunity to review that exhibit.
Anybody need more time? Okay, it appears that I think we had about 7 minutes or so go by. It appears that all the jurors have had a chance to review their copy of Exhibit 365. Okay, were we going to recollect those copies then from the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, were you also able to locate a second journal contained in the defendant's Google account return?
Yes, I did.
And Sergeant, were you able to determine the last time that Journal 2 was edited?
Yes, that was last edited at 7:40 p.m. on March 21st, 2018.
I request to publish 366 in the same manner.
All right, you may. You all set? We need some more time. Okay. Any jurors need additional time? Okay.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Sergeant Stalker.
All right, Mr. Nelson, are you doing cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Stalker, I want to ask you some questions about your contact with Mr. Karlen okay?
Okay.
That was at his house?
Part of our contact was, and part of it was at his parents' house.
The conversation that you talked about, was that at his parents' house?
Which part of the conversation?
I believe there's a transcript you taught. Your initial conversation with him was at his parents' house, correct?
That's correct.
Was it the same day that you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
So you went to his parents' house, met him there first, agreed?
Yes.
And then you eventually said, we have a search warrant, we're going to go to your house, agreed?
Yes.
I just want to ask the topics of conversation that you asked, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to get into the content of what he said, because I don't think we can do that, okay?
Okay.
You asked him questions about whether Ezra had had hunter safety courses, is that right?
I don't know that I did, but one of our investigators would have, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so you weren't there alone, agreed?
Correct.
You were there with other people from law enforcement, agreed?
Yes.
And you were there the entire conversation that you and or other law enforcement officers had with Mr. Karlen at his parents' house, agreed?
Yes.
So you were, you have knowledge of what was asked or said to him, agreed?
Yes.
And so when I talk about it, I'm talking about it in the collective. Feel free to point out if it's not you, but you heard these questions being asked of him, okay?
Yep.
You heard that he was asked if Ezra had any hunter safeties courses, correct?
Yes.
You heard it being asked if she ever discussed with him self-defense?
Yes.
You heard it asked if Ezra ever took an interest in hunting?
Yes.
You heard it be asked if he knew of Ezra owning any weapons, correct?
Yes.
And the term used was weapons, agreed?
If I could, I'd like to look at the transcript just to verify, but...
Well, you wrote out a report. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes. Okay.
That refresh your memory?
Yeah.
The word that was used in the question was weapons, agreed?
Yes.
You then executed a search warrant at his house, is that right?
Yes.
And during that search warrant, you and or law enforcement asked Joshane Karlen again about whether there's any weapons in the home, agreed?
Yes.
And Mr. Karlen spoke about, again, not getting into the content, but in general spoke about many weapons, agreed?
Yes.
Mentioned guns in the home, correct?
Yes.
That's some relevance.
Overruled.
Just in general, he pointed out and mentioned to you how many and where the guns were, correct?
I don't recall him pointing out the firearms, but yes, we did have that conversation. We asked that question if there was, what there was for weapons in his house.
That would certainly be a typical of law enforcement when they're executing a search warrant. They want to know if there's any weapons, regardless of whether it's for evidence or not, just for safety purposes, agreed?
Yes.
So that was certainly an important part that you would have covered that day, right?
Yes.
Wasn't necessarily documented in your report, but that was done.
Yes.
You also executed a search warrant at Ezra's mother's house, is that right?
Yes.
And you talked about, you took photos of lots of things that you did in both of those search warrants, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you about the Gunnelson home, okay?
Okay.
That's where Ezra's mom lives, at the Gunnelson home, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed at some point to a room where some of Ezra's belongings were, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that's actually a guest bedroom, agreed?
It could be. That's the room that we were directed to that she said Ezra's belongings were at.
Okay. You don't know if other people's belongings were also in there, correct?
No.
You just know that the belongings that Ezra had there, you were told that they were all in this room, correct?
Yes.
It may be that other people's belongings were also there, agreed?
Possible, yes.
Can I display Exhibit 675, publish that?
Has that been received?
Yes, that's my understanding. They have.
Yes.
And I'm going to just give you in case it's easier to look at another hard copy, sir. Exhibit 675, this is a photo of the room that you're talking about where Ezra's belongings were, agreed?
Yes.
What we see here are some of Ezra's belongings, correct?
Yes.
And some belongings that belong to perhaps other people, agreed?
Agreed.
You don't know?
Correct.
You testified that you at some point found a knife in that room, agreed?
Yes.
Fair to say that the knife was in plain view on the top shelf there in the closet?
Yes, it was tucked beside some belongings on the top shelf.
Okay, so previously when you used the word hidden, you may have misspoke because it was actually in plain view, right?
Well, I think it was, we could see it by looking at it, but it wasn't just out there in the open. It was between, there's some boxes and books and stuff up there. It was between those items.
It was between items just like the books are between books, correct?
Correct.
Just like the games are between games, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't say that the games are hidden that are on that top shelf, would you?
No, but they're bigger too.
Sure. You wouldn't say that the books are hidden that are on there, would you?
No.
You wouldn't say that the papers that are on there are hidden, would you?
The what?
Any papers or documents that are on that top shelf are hidden, no?
No.
Some things are just more visible than others based upon their size, agreed?
Yes.
You don't know who put that there?
Correct.
You don't know why they put it there?
Correct.
And what we do know is it was there, correct?
Yes.
Want to switch gears for a second and go back to your search at Mr. Karlen's house, okay?
Okay.
Again, you found, I think, an area that you were directed to that had some belongings of Ms. McCandless, agreed?
Yes.
And in that area, you found lots of paperwork, agreed?
Yes.
I want to ask you questions about the paperwork that appear to have been from local government agencies, okay?
Okay.
There were several, what I would call, and you might call it something different, but pamphlets, handouts from victim witness agencies, agreed?
Yes, I do recall seeing those.
There was,
Your Honor, can we approach on this?
which been marked as Exhibit 678. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Very poor quality, agreed?
Yes, it is.
But is that a photo that you took of items that you found at Joshane Karlen's house in the area that you were directed to regarding Ezra McCandless's belongings?
We did find these at Joshane's. I don't recall where exactly we found these at. There was also a red folder upstairs that we located with some similar contents.
Showing you a piece of paper with 16 photos that may refresh your memory as to the order of items that you found. Does that do so?
Yes.
Would it be helpful for you to keep that in your hands?
Yes, it would.
Okay. The item 678, you see that on the screen up on there?
Yes.
And I know it's poor quality, so you're going to test your memory here and your vision. But these are pamphlets that you found, and I think what you've said is it's a red folder upstairs.
Yes.
In the pamphlets, again, they speak for themselves, but it's a little bit blurry, so I want to make sure that, I want to point out a couple. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The one on the bottom right here, that's a pamphlet for Bolton Refuge House, is that right?
Yes.
And the one in the middle on the top, that's dealing with crisis, a victim response.
Yes.
Correct. And fair to say that all of the pamphlets that are visible there follow along those same themes about victim witness assistance programs. Is that agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Again, showing you a piece of paper with 16 thumbnails on it. Just want to ask you some questions that might be helpful for your memory. Did you also remember seeing a sheet in there that was entitled a Bill of Rights for Survivors?
Yes, that is included in here.
Okay. And there was also a business card from somebody in Eau Claire County Crisis Response Specialist, is that right?
Yes.
And there is also a business card from another crisis response specialist named Kristen Wijelitz, Wojslewicz. Is that what that appears to be with a approximate spelling?
Yes.
Is this in the exhibit?
Happy to mark it if you want. I was just using it to refresh his memory. I don't think we need it marked.
I think we should.
All right, why don't we mark it?
Okay. I just didn't know who was handling the witness. If Ms. Nodolf was. I want to just briefly ask you about exhibits 365 and 366, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to get into the content, but you're familiar with exhibit 365 entitled Silence Broken?
Yes, I did review it.
Fair to say that there are no names mentioned in here other than the name Ezra McCandless on the title, correct?
Correct.
That the writer, Ms. McCandless, uses pronouns to talk about other people, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes the pronouns are male, sometimes the pronouns are neutral, and there may even be some pronouns that are female. Agreed?
Yes.
Fair to say without context or knowing the writer's exact intent, it's not clear from the document itself as to who the pronouns are referring to. Agreed?
Objection speculative.
It's not speculative when I'm asking about...
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, if you can answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Sure. Can you have the court reporter read back the question, please?
Fair to say, without context or knowing the writer's exact intent, it's not clear from the document itself as to who the pronouns are referring to. Agreed?
Agreed.
And that would be the same for Exhibit 366, the Journal 2 item, correct?
Yes.
Again, there's no names used other than on the top, I think it says from Ezra's Google account, correct?
Yes.
Otherwise, the pronouns, again, the he's, or male pronouns, female pronouns, neutral pronouns are used, correct?
Yes.
And the same about context. You don't know who those are referring to without context or the writer's intent. Agreed?
Correct.
All right. Those are the only questions I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were asked about the conversation about, do you remember, was Joshane Karlen asked about weapons in the house?
Yes.
Exhibit 346 that was put on the screen, was that response specific to a question specifically about knives?
Yes.
And you were asked, and I don't want you to give the answer, but I'm wanting to know, in the journal, did you have context in this case?
Yes.
And so does the context tell you, in your opinion, and I don't want to know what your opinion is, does it tell you who the pronouns refer to?
Yes, I can make my own opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
We recross. Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
All right. Okay, Deputy Stalker, you may step down.
Did the defendant talk to you about John Hansen?
Okay, I'm pausing real quick. Let me pull down my banner. So this is because we're getting right into the Mark Vang testimony. So before we hear what Ezra says to the law enforcement during this interview, I wanted to play this short little clip about what she had told her best friend at the time.
Yes. And did she talk to you about spending time with John Hansen when Mr. Mengel was gone for a weekend?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that her and John hung out for a weekend and She drank a lot of wine, and he helped her hold her hair up while she threw up and was just there for her, and she told me she had a really good time.
And when she told you she was having a really good time, did she appear upset?
No.
Mark Vang, M-A-R-K-V-A-N-G.
Here we go, guys.
Officer Vang, how are you employed?
With the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
As a police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a police officer?
5 years.
All with the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes.
Were you working February 26, 2018?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 1118 State Street, Apartment 2 in Eau Claire?
I was.
What was the nature of that call?
Me and an officer was dispatched there for a check person's call.
Do you know the person? Do you know who made the call?
Yes.
Who was that?
Joshua Trinkler.
Did you speak with Ezra McCandless when you arrived?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to not only have contact with the defendant, but also speak with her?
I did.
Where did that discussion initially start?
It started on State Street, but then she requested to speak with me at the police department.
And you said she requested that?
Correct.
Did you accommodate that request?
I did.
Did she say why she wanted to go to the police department?
She just wanted to speak somewhere in private.
How did you and the defendant get to the police department?
I drove her in my squad car to the police department.
Was there an interview that was continued once you got to the police department?
There was.
Where within the department was that?
In the interview room in the police department.
Now, at this point, was the defendant being treated as a suspect of any kind?
No.
What was her role in the call as far as you were concerned at that point?
A victim.
During that interview, did the defendant describe a number of different incidents to you?
She did.
And who was the person other than her that was involved in those incidents?
A person by the name of John Hansen.
Now, were there a total of 3 incidents?
Yes.
Let's start with the first incident that she described. Did the defendant say where that occurred?
She did.
Where was that?
At 135 Broadway Street.
Did the defendant tell you approximately when, in relation to the interview, that incident occurred?
About a week prior.
What did the defendant explain to you about what happened during that initial incident?
At the Broadway Street address, she was home at that residence with a John Hansen. There at the kitchen counter, John grabbed Ezra with his right hand.
Now, let's just step back a second. Whose residence was that, if you know?
Jason Mengel's.
Did the defendant describe to you the relationship at that time between her and Jason Mengel?
She did.
What was that relationship?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was that both at the time of the incident as well as at the time of the interview?
Yes.
Was Jason Mengel home at the time of the incident as described by the defendant?
No, he was not.
Was there anybody else besides John Hansen and the defendant at the Broadway Street address, according to the defendant, when the incident occurred?
No one else was home.
And you said it started at the kitchen counter, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that the defendant stated John Hansen grabbed her by the throat, is that right?
Yes.
Did the defendant describe what John Hansen did while grabbing her by the throat, according to her?
That he squeezed her throat, which caused her pain, had a hard time breathing, and caused her to cough.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she told John Hansen to stop?
She did not.
She did not tell you, or she did not tell him?
She did not tell him.
Did she tell you whether or not she tried to fight John Hansen off?
She told me she did not.
Did the defendant tell you what she did immediately after John Hansen, according to her, grabbed her by the throat?
She placed her hands on his wrist.
Did she push herself away or back away?
She told me she did not.
What did, according to the defendant, John Hansen do next?
He released his grip, and then she backed away, and then he then put her in a headlock.
According to the defendant, what did she do next?
She did not fight back, and she only put her hands up.
According to the defendant, did John Hansen release her?
He did.
And according to the defendant, what did she do?
She went and sat down on a couch.
Again, according to the defendant, what did John Hansen do at that point?
He acted like nothing happened and did not apologize to her.
According to the defendant, did Jason Mengel ever come home?
He did.
When did that occur in relation to the physical contact as stated by the defendant?
Shortly after Jason came home.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she told Jason what she claimed happened?
She did not.
She did not tell you, or she did not tell Jason?
She did not tell Jason.
Did she say why she didn't tell Jason?
She told me that she felt scared and ashamed.
During your contact with the defendant, did you see any bruising or injuries on her?
I did not.
Is that something you would look for given the nature of what was being discussed?
Yes.
Now let's move on to the second incident that the defendant described to you. Where did that occur?
At an address outside the city of Eau Claire.
Whose residence was that, according to the defendant?
John Hansen's.
When did that incident occur?
According to her, a couple days after the first incident.
According to the defendant, how did... was this another incident between John Hansen and the defendant, according to her?
No,
Yes.
you did not.
How did the two come in contact, according to the defendant?
Ezra was invited to John's residence, and John was the one who picked her up and brought her there.
Yeah, if there was a disruption, not a cough, but if there was a disruption, like somebody starts yelling or something, then yeah, they would be escorted out by the
Did the defendant say why John invited her to the residence?
To talk about what happened.
Did the defendant tell you whether Jason Mengel was around the area during that second incident?
No, she stated that he was off at training.
Was that military training?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you what time John Hansen picked her up?
Around 7 p.m.
And then he, according to the defendant, drove the two of them to his house?
Yes.
According to the defendant, what did they do when they arrived at his house?
They both started drinking and got intoxicated.
Did the defendant tell you what level of intoxication she was under?
She told me that she got out to the blackout drunk.
Did she say whether or not she got sick?
She also indicated that she was throwing up as well.
Did the defendant tell you if anybody else was home besides her and John Hansen?
She did not mention anyone else.
What did the defendant tell you happened next?
That John brought her up to his room, where he then turned the lights off, and they were now both on his bed.
Did the defendant tell you whether she was still sick at that point in time?
Yes, she indicated that she was still throwing up at that time.
What did the defendant tell you happened next?
She felt someone lay on top of her.
Was she able to tell you who she thought that person was?
She believed it was John, even though the lights were turned off.
What did the defendant tell you happened next?
That sexual intercourse took place between her and John.
Did the defendant tell you...
I'm going to pause it real quick to say, because they're almost done with directed short, and then on cross, they start immediately with the video. So I just want to point out that, remember, like we just saw that little clip at the beginning before direct, about what she told her best friend at the time. She told her best friend at the time that she was over at John Hansen's. She got really drunk. They had sex. They had a great time. She was throwing up. It was a great time and all that, right? And so then remember, Jason doesn't know about what happened until he sees the text messages. It's once he confronts her because he finds the text messages, and I guess apparently also nude pictures that she'd sent to John Hansen, that she then says, oh, well, it wasn't consensual. And at that point, after that, the fallout of that is where she ends up having this interview with law enforcement. Because I think one of their friends kind of encourages her to reach out and, make a report or whatever. I just want to note, because as we get into the interview, I will say, I guess, trigger warning, it's kind of akin to Amber Heard, where it's like, at this point, we already know in the trial that the investigation into this alleged sexual assault, we already know that the investigation was closed. Like it didn't happen. Okay. So it's kind of like with Amber Heard, right? With the Australia story, it's like, you're going to hear things that might be considered triggering, but keep in mind, it's all fabricated and none of it happened. So just to point that out as we get into that, because we're going to be into the interview shortly.
What, if anything, according to her, John said to her during that sexual intercourse?
That he told her to be quiet and to be a good little girl.
Did the defendant tell you that she eventually fell asleep?
He was in
Yes.
And did she tell you where she woke up?
She told me that she woke up in John's bed with John laying next to her.
Did she say anything about the clothing that she was wearing according to her?
Yes, she indicated that her socks, underwear, and tights were off on the floor and that she was only wearing her dress.
Did the defendant tell you if John Hansen gave her any directions once she woke up?
She indicated that John told her to leave his bedroom and go to a different bedroom so that his roommate wouldn't think of anything else.
Did the defendant tell you whether she complied with that request?
She did. She said she went to a different room and laid in a different bed.
What did she tell you happened after she laid in that different room in a different bed?
That around 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., John then took her back to Jason's residence.
And that's the 135 Broadway Street address?
Yes.
So this would have been the day after the night drinking at John's house, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, she's no longer
And does
drunk.
that take us to the third incident as reported by the defendant?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you happened when she and John Hansen pulled up to Jason Mengel's residence?
That John realized that Jason was not home and that John told her to go upstairs to Jason's room with him.
Did the defendant tell you if John, according to her, gave her any other directions other than to go to the room?
Only to go to John's room and then to take her clothes off.
Oh, yeah.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she did so?
Wait till you see this
She
interview.
told me she did.
Did she tell you why?
She told me because she felt like garbage.
Did she tell you or give you an explanation of why she thought that John did that?
She indicated that John did that because he gets off from it.
And those were her words, or similar to those?
Correct.
Did the defendant tell you what John directed her to do, if anything, once in Jason's room?
To perform oral sex.
Did the defendant tell you whether she did that or not?
She told me she did.
And during this incident, is it your understanding that Jason was still on military leave?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she and John Hansen had sexual intercourse in Jason's room?
She told me they did.
Did she tell you whether, according to her, John Hansen wore any protection?
No protection was used.
And did she say whether or not John Hansen ejaculated inside of her vagina?
She told me he did.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she either fought off John Hansen or told him no?
She told me she did not.
How did she describe what John Hansen had done to her?
She indicated to me that he used me.
After the sexual intercourse occurred, did the defendant tell you where John Hansen went, if anywhere?
Yes, John went to a coffee house called Racy's to get coffee.
Did he ever come back, according to the defendant?
He never came back.
Did the defendant remain at Jason's apartment while John Hansen went to get coffee, according to her?
She did.
What did she say that she did in the apartment after John left?
She indicated that she went to autopilot mode and remained in the residence.
And autopilot were those words that she used?
Yes.
Did she say whether she took a shower and got dressed?
Yes, she indicated that she also took a shower and got dressed.
Did the defendant tell you whether or not she had continued, or whether John Hansen had text messaged her subsequent to the incidents we've talked about?
He has.
According to the defendant, what did John Hansen tell the defendant to do, or if anything?
To erase the text messages that he's been sending her to protect him.
Did the defendant say whether or not she actually deleted text messages?
She told me she did.
During this interview, approximately how long was that initial part where she talked about those incidents?
About an hour.
And that's a recorded interview, is that right?
Yes.
And your testimony today, is that consistent with what you've been able to review on that recorded interview?
Here we go.
Yes.
Now, in that interview, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor? And I can ask you some specific questions. Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she upset at times?
Yes.
Was she emotional?
Yes.
Did she ever ask for Jason Mengel?
She did.
Was that during the interview?
It was.
Did she make any specific requests as it relates to Jason Mengel?
She wanted Jason there with her.
Was that once or more than once during the interview?
More than once.
Did she say why she wanted Jason there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall her saying that she felt safe when Jason was there?
Yes.
Was Jason allowed to come into the interview room after your initial interview had been completed?
Yeah, I agree.
He was.
Have you had an opportunity to either review in live, real time from outside of the interview room, or review recordings of the interview when Jason was in the room?
I have.
And is that which one of the two, in live time or after the fact?
Partially real time and after the fact.
Now, during the time that Jason was in the interview room, did he ever offer to step out and allow the defendant to have privacy?
He did.
What did the defendant say?
She wanted him to stay in the room with her.
Now, when you were interviewing the defendant, you said she was being, at that point, considered a victim, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that she had to talk to you?
No.
Did you tell her that she could leave if she wanted to?
Yes.
Did you tell her that she could tell you she didn't want to answer a specific question, one or another?
Yes.
Okay, and you kind of told her that she was able to control whether she was involved in that interview or not, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess. Hopefully it's not real long. I'm going to say, how long would you like, Mr. Nelson? 15 minutes enough time?
15 minutes.
Okay, then we will take a 15-minute recess. Okay, jury may be excused. All rise.
Yet to be marked Exhibit 683, the state has agreed that I can create from the digital file that I have now onto a thumb drive and give it to the clerk over lunch break, but just in the sake of time, that this recording will be marked Exhibit 683. I'm going to play it from my computer. There are times that we have agreed that I can stop and fast forward.
On the record, what they talk about.
Providing Your Honor with a copy of that list. I believe the state's preference is for me to just explain essentially what's on here to the jury. I've started it at 2:17:34 because Mr. Vang was not in the room until then. I've stopped it, and then, Your Honor, I'm muting it for this time.
2017?
Yes, I misspoke, but that's the idea, is that I would, rather than ask the witness questions, that I would just say, Judge, I'm going to stop it here, I'm going to start it here because Mr. Vang isn't in the room, there's no questions being asked of her. Does that sound appropriate?
So if I have this right, you're going to go ahead and do that, be playing these during cross-examination now, and then you are going to make a thumb drive containing those portions of the audio recording.
I will make a thumb drive including the entire recording, and we'll make the sheet that Your Honor has, sorry for pointing at you, Exhibit 683B, which is the table of contents for the portions that were played. As best as I can, the version that I have on my computer, and I think it's the same version that the state has, doesn't give me the time as I'm sliding across. It just gives me 1 minute tick marks.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be able to hit second mark.
And speaking of the green sweater, so she's worn this ensemble before, sort of. She's worn the shirt and the jacket, but there's a new edition of the green sweater, and we're going to talk about that on the next episode.
All right. Well, my understanding is that it's being condensed to save time and
agreed,
not waste time. But there's nothing particularly prejudicial. So if you do miss a little bit, it's not going to be a big problem.
Correct. I would probably err on the side of playing 30 seconds when she's in the room alone, rather than start it up too late when there's content being provided. Yes.
All right. And Mr. Hahn, is that your understanding of your understanding?
Yes, Judge. The index, I think this is defense counsel's intent. That's just a guide for completion of the record, not something that would go to the jury or be published or be even marked as an exhibit. Unless it's just a sub-exhibit, that's fine.
Okay.
However Your Honor wants to handle it, I think it should be part of the record.
All right.
But I agree, it doesn't need to go to the jury. The second portion, again, the recording is 55 minutes. I'm trying to condense it. I understand it's the state's preference that if after I play the tape, we can conclude Mr. Vang's cross-examination prior to taking a lunch break. I have some questions to ask after the tape is done, but it's obviously most of the content is in here, and so I'm going to be, hopefully, I understand you may disagree, but I hope to be a short cross.
Very well. Okay, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, then let's bring the jury in.
Here we go, guys.
All right, Mr.
All right,
Nelson,
you're gonna put
then
out
you may
the
go
tape.
ahead with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense moves for
it's not
the admission
about
of
that.
Exhibit 683, which is a recording of the first 55 minutes of Mr. Vang's interview of Ezra McCandless on February 26, 2018.
No objection.
Exhibit 683 will be received. Okay, you may go ahead.
Judge, permission to publish.
You may.
I'd ask the screen be turned on so I can play the.
Can you actually mind sitting in that chair quickly? And I'll move out the rest of the chairs, and that way. If you need anything, water or a snack, I'll try. I'll do what I can get for you, okay? All right, so my name is Mark. I feel clerk police department. Before we begin, like I said, you're free to leave anytime you want. You can stop talking whenever you want. The door is only closed for privacy. You can leave anytime you want, okay? Just let me know that ahead of time. How do you spell your first name?
E-Z-R-A.
What's your middle initial?
J.
And how do you spell your last name, miss?
M-C-C-A-N-D-L-E-S-S.
Is your date of birth?
October 6, 1997.
Do you have a phone number?
Judge, I'm pressing pause, excuse me, I'm muting it at 2018-38 until 2019-13 based upon an agreement that there's irrelevant demographic information that does not need to be displayed in court.
So
pressing the volume again.
Josh called us. Obviously, he was concerned about your safety and Jason's safety. He was concerned that if he felt like you guys haven't slept or haven't eaten in days, and he didn't know.
I'm going to press pause to see if I can make it louder.
This is funny. This is funny. Here you go, lawyers and technology.
Madam Clerk, are we able to make it louder?
Okay. Looks like mine is as well.
Subtitles for some of this, so you'll see that up here shortly.
Back, pressing play again, Your Honor.
If you guys were tired from that, or you guys were exhausted from that, so that was our first concern, is make sure you feel okay physically. If you guys are, he also mentioned that you or Jason's upset about something that happened to you that hasn't been reported yet. Okay. Again, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. If you do, that's fine too.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
Okay. So we'll start with whatever you're comfortable with as far as you told me that it happened here in Eau Claire, correct? You know where?
It happened at, the first thing that happened was at Jason's house, and the second thing that happened was at John's house.
Okay. We'll go with, what happened at Jason's house?
At Jason's house, John grabbed me by the throat twice.
Okay. Any reason why he did that?
Because he liked him.
He likes to do that? Like, is that like a fetish of his, or?
I think so.
Okay. Was there any kind of warning sign that, like, did you do something? Did you say something? He do something? Did someone else say something that?
I was sitting on the counter after I made some coffee, and I was talking to him, and he just grabbed me by the throat. And no, nothing grotto say.
Okay.
And then the second time I got off the counter and he put me in a headlock and he held it there. And it really made me very uncomfortable.
Some questions I may ask you, and they sound really redundant, very obvious, but these are questions that I have to ask just to get more, clarity as far as, for example, like you mentioned that he grabs you in the throat. Did he use a right hand or left hand or both hands?
It was his right hand.
When he grabbed you in the right hand, did he squeeze your throat, or did he just put his hand around your throat?
Squeezed my throat forcibly.
Okay. Did that cause you to have any trouble breathing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you lose consciousness at all? Did you black out?
I felt really lightheaded after the second time he grabbed me.
That was the headlock, correct? Okay. Did you see any kind of like little fuzzy, shiny things floating around when that happens? Have you ever had that experience before where you shortness of breath or you get a wind knocked out and you also see like little like glittering things floating around? Okay, so, but that didn't happen though. Okay.
I just coughed a lot.
Okay. Is your throat still hurt now? Okay. When he had his right hand on your throat, how did you get away from that grab?
And he just sat there and he let go.
Okay. Were you hitting his hand at all? Were you telling him to stop? Were you telling him no?
I just was quiet. I just grabbed his hand.
Okay.
grabbed his wrist. It's like 6 foot something, really big.
Okay. How long was there between?
So I'm just going to answer this question. So here's the thing about this. Remember, she'd been having relations with John Hansen for a while. And when we get to Jason's testimony, we're going to see some of their text messages, right? Remember, the night that this happened that she's describing was when Jason was out of town on military leave or whatever. And the night that this is recorded here, which is just under a month before the murder, this is way after the fact, because she never claimed any type of sexual assault until Jason found the text messages, which was after the fact. So I forget when they say specifically, I think they said this was like, let me think. This interview is on February 26th, but I think they said it was at the beginning of the month, maybe, when this was supposed to have happened. And so it might have even been prior to that, but this is way after the fact, because she didn't report it because it wasn't, as she told her friend, they had a great time, right? Blah, blah, right? And then it wasn't until Jason saw the text messages, which was way after the fact, that then she concocted the story, you know? And so there's no way to have done a sane exam, in other words, because this is, again, it's way after the fact, if that makes sense.
When you were sitting at the counter and he grabbed your big throat,
Correct.
And then he let go, how long after that did he be in a headlock after you walked away from the counter?
Almost suddenly.
Okay.
Instantly.
When he had you in the headlock, was his left hand?
Pausing it real quick. I'm going to look at where I'm at on my time here. I'm going to rewind just to hear what date they said this is supposed to have happened, just because now it's going to bug me. And probably the easiest way to hear that will be direct. Let me go back just a second, and then I'll jump back to where we were, just so we can all know what date they're saying this happened, because I don't remember specifically. Let's just see here. Oh wait, that's not where I need to go. Let me see.
6, 2018.
I was.
Were you dispatched to 1118
So that was February 26, 2018. That's when this interview happened. So I need to just go to see when they're saying the events took place here.
What was her role in the call as far as you were concerned at that point?
A victim.
During that interview, did the defendant describe a number of different incidents to you?
She did.
And who was the person other than her that was involved in those incidents?
A person by the name of John Hansen.
Now, were there a total of 3 incidents?
Yes.
Are you going to see the date?
Let's start with the first incident that she described. Did the defendant say where that occurred?
She did.
Where was that?
At 135 Broadway Street.
When was it?
Did the defendant tell you approximately when, in relation to the interview, that incident occurred?
Okay, here we go.
About a week prior.
Oh, a week. Okay. So so it was, okay. Oh, still you can't do a scene exam after that. A week prior. Okay. A week prior. Here we go. Perfect. Now we can go back to where we were, and my brain cannot have to think about that. So a week prior. All right. We were right here.
When he had you in the headlock, was his left hand arm around you, or was his right arm around you?
That's right.
Okay. If there's anything that you don't know, that's fine too. If there's anything that you don't want to answer, or if you just want to take a few minutes and break and just kind of take your time, that's fine with me too, okay? If there's any questions that you don't feel comfortable with me asking, that's fine too. So don't be afraid to say, like, I'm not comfortable answering that, or I don't want to talk about that, that's fine. It doesn't mean that you don't care, it doesn't mean that this isn't real, it's just take your time. I'm not trying to rush you. If it feels like I am, just tell me, okay?
I think he was actually really good.
When he had you in a headlock, did you also have trouble breathing? Okay.
That's what made me cough.
Okay. When he had you in a headlock, again, how did you have to fight him off? Did he let go eventually?
I put my arm up and he let go.
Okay. Was there anyone there when this happened? Okay. And you mentioned a counter at Josh's place. Is the kitchen?
Jason's place.
Jason's place. Okay.
It was the kitchen.
Okay. Does Jason live here?
Judge, I'm pressing pause at 20:26:26 because there's irrelevant demographic information provided.
100%. I agree.
I plan to press
Yep.
the sound again at
Absolutely.
20:26:43 now.
He really does a great
Okay,
job.
so after he grabbed the throat with his right hand and the headlock, and he let you go after the headlock, what happened after that?
I just went and I sat down and he acted like everything was normal.
Okay. Did he say anything to you? Did he apologize? Did he?
He didn't say sorry.
Okay. Did he say anything else? Did he say anything else to you during that time after you sat down?
Yes.
I can't remember what he said to me at the time.
That will come back up again later, and it's going to be really interesting when it does.
Okay. Now, when I say this, I'm not trying to accuse you or anything, but what was the purpose of you being at Jason's place that night?
I was dating Jason.
I'm sorry?
Jason was my boyfriend.
Okay, so you and Jason are dating. Okay. That I did not know, so I just want to kind of clarify, that makes a lot of sense why you were there. Why was John there?
Because John was one of Jason's friends. He was my friend, and he came over because Jason was gone, and he wanted to just hang out and do art with me.
Okay.
Art.
So Jason was at home then during this time, okay. Were you at Jason's house the entire time? Okay. What time were you there, or what day did you get to Jason's place?
I can't remember what day, but it was in the afternoon.
Okay. And when did this happen?
I think it's been a week.
Okay.
I know, right?
Do you know the
Oh, yeah.
estimate time, day?
Around like noon, I think.
So after you sat down and John acted like everything was okay, what happened after that?
Jason came home and John got up and he left.
Okay. How long was it when you sat down until Jason got home?
It wasn't very long. He got home shortly.
Did you tell Jason what happened?
I told him everything tonight.
Okay. But at that time when it happened, you didn't tell him? Okay.
That's what he's so upset tonight.
Was there a reason you didn't tell Jason what happened that night or that day afternoon?
Because I was really ashamed and I was really afraid.
When this incident happened, did John touch anywhere else, or did he get permission to? Did he do anything else to you? Did he?
I don't know.
Okay. So as far as you know, is he just grabbed you by the throat and then put you in a headlock, and each one caused you to have trouble breathing, cough, but you did not black out, lose consciousness. Okay. So after John left and Jason came home, John left. the second incident happened, that was at Josh's place?
It's at John's house.
John's house. When did that take place? That the next day? The same day?
It was, I think it was a couple days later when Jason had to leave for drill because he's in the army.
Okay.
And John wanted me to come over to his house to talk about everything and talk about stuff. And he bought wine and things. And I thought it would be okay to have some wine and just try to talk and try to understand what was going on. And then I got really, really, really drunk. And I was almost blackout drunk, and I was throwing up. And he had me go upstairs when I started throwing up, and he took me upstairs, and he put me in his bed, and I was throwing up. And I just remember a lot of, I don't know, it's a big mess of a bunch of fumbling and stuff, and it was awful.
When you were in John's room, was the light on, light off?
It was awful.
Now, when you say fumbling around, was it like someone on top of you, someone laying next to you? Were you?
It's on top of me.
Did you for sure know it was John, or that it was just someone on top of you?
It was John.
Okay. When you felt this, what happened next?
It's really hard to remember because of how drunk that I got.
Okay.
I just remember throwing up a lot, and I remember he went on me, but then it didn't. I was too drunk, and like things were, I don't know if things weren't working for him or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I fell asleep.
I know, right? I mean, and apparently she threw up
I
in
didn't
his
think it
bed.
was right. It messed me up really bad.
Okay.
According to her.
Did you think or believe or know, was there any kind of sexual intercourse that happened that night?
I think so, but he's telling everybody that there wasn't. And that's why Josh is being very protective about it.
She has that in there. I don't even know. Gosh,
And it hurts really bad because I just want somebody to blame me.
that like let me go back a second here, guys. Hold on.
That happened that night?
I think so, but he's telling everybody that there wasn't. And that's why Josh is being very protective about it. And it hurts really bad because I just want somebody to blame me.
There you go. Bam. Bam. I mean,
Or do you have any pain down there? Any soreness, any redness that you know of?
No.
Okay.
There's no he didn't use any protection.
Okay. No protection?
I don't know why that's like. I don't know why. If I could understand if he asked her that, why you would you would answer it. It's weird to me that that's just something that she, when he's asking her if she has any pain or any issue, and then she says that, like, I don't know why that would even be at the forefront of your mind,
Did you
Oh yeah.
fight, scratch, kick, or anything like that you remember of?
No.
Did you say, try to get off? No? Did you try to, did he hold you down by force? Or do you remember anything like that? So after you fell asleep and you woke up, do you know where you were when you woke up? Where were you?
I was in John's bed.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Kitsman.
Do you remember having any clothes on?
I
blankets, cover sheets, something like that?
I had blankets on, but I didn't have my tights on or my socks.
Were you wearing underwear that night?
Also, to that end, also in case she gets pregnant again.
Oh, you didn't have any on either? Okay. Did you have a shirt on or like a tank top, or what did you have on top?
I still had a dress on.
Were you able to find those clothes that belonged to you? Where were they located at?
They were on the floor and just kind of scattered.
I know. So Josh, I know it is confusing. So Josh is the friend who called the police and had them come check on her or whatever. Remember, she was like, that's why Josh is so protective of me or whatever. So it sounds like Josh found out, because they're all friends, right? So like everyone found this whole thing happened only after the pictures, the text messages, and the nude pics were discovered, right? So then it's like put a big bomb in the middle of their friend group, right? And so one of their friends, Josh Finkler, is who called law enforcement because he was concerned or something, right? And then that's how this whole thing got started.
Where was John when you woke up?
He was in the bed.
Was he lying next to you on a different bed, or?
He was lying next to me. He woke up and he told me to get out of his bed and go lay in the other bed so that his roommate wouldn't think anything.
Was the other bed in a separate room or same room?
In a separate room. He told me he didn't want his roommate to think anything.
So with Josh, I think we learn more about that when we get to Jason Mengel's testimony, because I believe he was there when because he's back at this point from, like, he came back from his being away, right, he came back, and then he discovered the text messages, and so he was there. So I'm pretty sure he was there when Josh also called law enforcement, but I think we hear more about it from, remember, only limited things can come in, right? So like the jury's not hearing about what happened with the investigation into this. Like the jury doesn't, because that's a whole separate thing, which is kind of unfortunate for John Hansen, right? In terms of clearing his name, because like they know that name really well now. That name came up in opening statements, right? I feel bad for John Hansen that they don't learn that this was all, the investigation was just closed. At least at this point in trial. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we're going to get a lot of more information with Jason. So, because again, like if it happens naturally in witness testimony, that's how you learn some of this stuff. If it can't come in otherwise, right?
Did you go to the other bed, or where did you go after that?
I went to the other bed and I just laid there until the morning.
When you woke up, was it still nighttime? Was it the next day already?
It was the next day.
Okay.
That is my understanding. Yeah. That is my understanding, is that he was encouraging her, like, oh, you need to file a police report because she was talking, because she was in front of Jason, so she started talking about it, and then that's my understanding, and then he was like, you need to file a police report.
Do you remember what time you went to John's house?
I don't remember. I think it was after he got done with work, so around 7
p.m. a.m.
p.m.
Okay. When you woke up, you know what time it was?
It was really early. It was like at 5 or 6 in the morning.
Okay. So you went to the other room around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay. But you went in there, you just laid there, correct? You said you laid it the next morning, or?
I laid there until he got up, and then so he could take me home.
Okay, do you know what time that was?
I think that was around It was around 10 or 11.
Okay, and John took you home?
We're getting to the... The thing Jason's most upset about is what happened at Jason's house after he took me home.
What do you guys think about that statement? What do you guys think about that statement? Knowing what we know.
You took over back home to Stanley, correct? Or where you
Jason's house.
Jason's house? Okay. Did anything happen on the ride home from John's place to Jason's place?
It happened at Jason's place.
Okay. Nothing happened in the car though. Oh, okay. So after John woke up and took you to Jason's place, what happened then?
I got there and I thought Alex, our roommate, would be there, but he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I got there and he told me to go upstairs to Jason's room because he wanted to do stuff to me on Jason's bed.
Different Alex. Different Alex. I think this is Alex Fink. Different Alex, guys. I know. I was only going to pause it if you guys were going to, because I don't. Different Alex. Yes. Yes. So that comment though about how she says, like there was no question pending, right? There's no question pending. And then she says, because it's like she wants to get to telling this part of the story, right? But instead of saying the thing that was the work that upset me the most is what happened after we went back to Jason's house or whatever, right? Or something to that effect. She says the thing that upset Jason the most is what happened next. Kind of shows where her motivations are, I think, a little bit, right?
Because that's what he wanted, because he told me that that's what gets him.
I'm gonna rewind it, but I just want to also say, because all the other thing is because this is all, fabricated, it didn't upset her, right? So we know that Jason's upset and we know that she wasn't upset. She had a great time. So it's just an interesting that she, says that. Okay, let me back it up a second.
Woke up and took you to Jason's place. What happened then?
Yeah.
I got there and I thought Alex, our roommate, would be there, but he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I got there and he told me to go upstairs to Jason's room.
Yes.
Because he wanted he wanted to do stuff to me on Jason's bed. Because that's what he wanted, because he told me that that's what gets him off.
Look at how she's sitting. Have we seen this before from people when they're, fake crying? Essentially, like, we can't see her face, but that's exactly the point. It's just, she's like, dude.
He took me upstairs and he told me to take my clothes off. And so I did, because that's what I thought I had to do, because I thought I was a piece of garbage for going over to his house.
Accurate, yes, accurate. Yep, exactly. It's not drunk anymore. Right.
I would never want to do that.
Be right back, okay? We'll need some tissue.
Because I'm pausing at 20:41:10 to try to fast forward to 20:49 mark when Mr. Vang returns 8 minutes later from his current exit.
Did Jodi Arias?
Press and play it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember. Was Jodi Arias? Was one of the things she did in the interrogation room when they left her alone? Did she also sing? Because there's been a couple different female defendants who or I guess they're now convicted, but who sang to themselves when they were left alone and like, or danced. I'm just trying to remember because you brought that up earlier, Super Planner Girl. Was that one? I haven't watched hers in a while. I'm trying to remember what shit she was doing.
20:48:41. Mr. Vang enters, I believe, in another 30 seconds. Right now.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. Thanks. Yep. I mean, she did consent. Like, she told her friends all knew
That trash canceled.
her friends all knew this was happening.
You see my table. Are you okay going on? Okay.
Could you find out soon if Jason can come here?
Right, that.
Yeah, I can call my partner and see where they're at. I don't know if they're still talking or not, so I will call him shortly and see if he can come here, okay?
Remember, she's trying to save her relationship here by being like, hey, I wasn't cheating on you. This is, you know what I mean? Like, he was rightfully so going to break up with her. I mean, this is like her. And so anyway, she's asking for Jason.
Last left off, he told me that John brought you back to Jason's place. And then he told you to go upstairs because he gets off of that. When you say,
this is like here.
I mean, he's off on it. What do you mean? Like, what happened up in Jason's bed?
This shit is just like Alex Murdaugh going to freaking rehab, okay? Just to prove he had a drug addiction. But she has two phases. This is phase one. I would say what happened with Alex was phase two in terms of trying to prove a lie to make it look true. Exactly. Yep.
He had me take my clothes off and I let him use me.
Yeah. I mean,
I regret it so much. I didn't want that to happen. So wrong.
Well, that's accurate.
Again, I'm not trying to say this to make you relive what happened, but when you say use me.
So you see what's happening here? She's being all vague. This is just like with the Alex thing, right? He's like, I'm not trying to be rude here, but like she's there to file a police report. He's there to help her, right? If she's a victim of a crime. And he's like, I have to get more specific information because this doesn't count. Like, I can't fill out I'm imagining, right? You can't fill out a police report and be like, yep, this person used somebody. Like, that doesn't count. That's not a criminal offense. So he needs to have more specific information because she's not giving it, you know what I mean?
By that.
Yep. It's just like with Alex. It's so vague, right?
He had me perform oral on him and
now she's getting more detail.
He did things to me himself from behind. And he didn't use protection again, even though he
even though
I wish he would have.
Weird. Why is that ridiculous? Now I think the reason he has that phone on, this is just my guess, is because that's someone calling him to let him know Jason's there. Because we heard them talking about this in the housekeeping, that Jason's also interviewed about this. And so he gets there, and then I guess that, he's in the room with her at some point. And unfortunately, they don't play that, but I think that's because Jason's arriving. My guess.
When you say did things behind, do you mean like sexual intercourse? Okay. Did you know if he used his penis or did he use an object or his hand?
He used his penis.
she said that was weird.
You mentioned earlier that you said you felt that you had to do this because of what happened prior to this, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another good point. We're gonna get some other weird shit that too.
Do you know if he's mentioned that he didn't use protection either time when it happened at his place and again at Jason's place? Do you know if he ejaculated inside of you, or?
I couldn't afford Plan B the next day, and that's what I wanted to do.
I'm sorry?
I wanted to take Plan B the next day, but I couldn't afford it. I'm so upset.
Headquarters, William 159, copy of stolen vehicle.
After this happened in Jason's room, what happened after that?
After that, I just went and got coffee. And I left the apartment and I was really upset.
You guys, when I was making this and I was putting in the subtitles and I heard that, I was like, of course. Of course, because there's no conversation that can happen in their lives in this trial. I mean, of course, right? The first thing you're going to go to guess where? Guess where? Who wants to guess where?
You got coffee at a store, or?
At Racy's.
Where's that at?
It's on Water Street.
Okay. Racy's? You know how to spell that?
R-A-C-Y-S.
I went and got
Is that?
It's by the pickle.
Okay. So that's like the side viewing the window, viewing the river, correct? Okay.
So I thought it, so yes, the interview was a month. Yes, correct. This is February 26th, 2018, and the murder was March 22nd, 2018.
Okay, so you went and got coffee there. What happened? What did you do, or where did you go?
I don't really even remember. It's like I shut down.
No, it's funny. I take it back. I forget. There was actually, so she has two, and Alex also has to side of the road also staged events, right? To try to prove something else is being true, to try to right. So actually, so yeah. So I was going to say that this would actually be more like the side of the road if you were to compare it in terms of the chronological order. This is Ezra's side of the road, okay? But when that's not good enough, you need a step two. And step two for Alex was going to rehab, and step two for her, I think, in my opinion, is what happened with Alex.
Autopilot.
I know, right? I know. I know.
Did he come back to Jason's place, or did he go somewhere else?
Yeah. You guys are so funny.
Okay, so he went somewhere else.
I can remember now what he said the night at his house.
What did he say?
Okay.
When he was
Okay. So remember when I said we're going to come back to this? It was early on in the interview when he said, do you remember what he said next? And she's like, no, I can't remember right now. She's been sitting here, in my opinion, trying to think of something, or what I would say it's not remember. It's trying to think of something, because listen to this. Listen to the question, and she completely changes it to try to answer this question from before. This is wild. And he just takes it in stride. But to me, I'm like, this is weird. And wait until you hear the answer here in a second. Okay.
I shut down. I went on autopilot.
Did he come back to Jason's place, or did he go somewhere else? Okay.
I wouldn't get. Okay, so by the way, where I have it paused, here's the question. He went somewhere else. He's trying to go in the order of the events, right? Like they're going through it. He went somewhere else, right? They just had the coffee. And then wait till you hear what she does. And I have a dash there because she interrupts him. I wouldn't get too worried about the BDSM. I think that's really more of a defense angle in terms of trying to explain why things happened the way they did. Why then there's a knife involved. It's not murder, it's BDSM. And then also, like, in terms of the choking, again, hold that thought, because we're going to hear about this from Jason, or keep it in the back of your minds, this whole thing about the chokehold. And remember, just like with we know with Alex Murdoch and others, right? Where do they come up with these things? It's usually truth with lies, right? And we're going to hear Jason was there for some of this, and we're going to hear him describe what happened, and how she's maybe trying to take that, but then use it in a different manner. So just I wouldn't get too worried about the BDSM thing being, I mean, again, I think that's really just the defense trying to sell it as like, I think also it's part of that too. If you're the defense attorneys and you're trying to sell this to a jury of like a jury of your peers, right? This is a young girl, a hipster. It's like, you know, there's the gender identity, right? She's like sleeping with different people, you know. I think it's almost like trying to explain to them, like, you guys wouldn't understand because I know this isn't normal, but like, you know, what am I trying to say? This is what the kids are into these days, that type of thing, if that makes any type of sense, right? Like, this is what the kids are into these days. You guys might not know about it because you're not kids, you're not young hipsters, but like, this is normal, right? I mean, that's just sort of another angle to it. But look at how she interrupts him. He's saying, okay, so he went somewhere else.
He went somewhere else.
I can remember now what he said the night at his house.
What did he say?
When he was on top of me, he just kept telling me to be quiet and he kept calling me a little girl.
You guys, fall out of your chairs. You know, safety first, right? Like, make sure you've got some carpet underneath you. Like, I about died when I was going through this and I was like, you've got to be like, she's recycling her stories, right? Can you guys believe that shit? Can you guys believe that shit? Can you guys believe this? I mean, foreshadowing, right? I mean, she recycles the story, but just changes the gender, you know.
It was so weird to me. And I told Jason about it and it made him really upset.
Again, and we got a back-to-backer here. Next thing. Again, Jason's upset. You guys. Emergency goat. I mean, the whole thing, remember the whole narrative with the boy, because we heard this from like all the different people the first responders and the police officers and the nursing people and the whole thing was like, he kept calling her a little boy. Like, that's come up a bunch. Like, we've heard that in a number of things where that was her story, was like that he was calling her, right? And that's why back when she's saying he carved the word boy in her arm, right? She's saying because he was calling her a little boy. Dude.
I really vividly remember it.
Okay.
I didn't like that.
Luckily you saw the vast majority. I think there's only a little bit left, but yes. Thank you for staying up. I hope you get some sleep. We love you. And I will check out the license thing. I could not agree more. Couldn't agree more.
Can you see if Jason's
Okay. Actually, good timing. Yeah, that's it.
Judge, I'm stopping it at 20, 55, 54.
Well done. There you go.
And I'm not, the defense does not intend to play any additional portions of the recording. All right. You were in the courtroom when the recording was played?
Yes.
And I think I misspoke before. This contact that you had with Ms. McCandless was on February 26th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if I said it was on the 27th or the 26th before, but we're talking about February 26th, 2018. Agreed?
Yes.
And just to kind of give the big overview of things, you were responding to a check person call, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
And the check person call was in relation to a person named Jason Mengel, agreed?
Yes.
There was another officer from Eau Claire Police Department named Tyler Stevens that was also involved, correct?
Yes.
You and Mr. Stevens went there because Josh Trinkler called the police to say he's worried about Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes.
And then you went there and you gathered some basic information, correct?
Yes.
In particular, you talked with, or you heard somebody talking with Jason Mengel, right?
Yes.
And what you came to learn is that he was extremely upset.
Here's the thing. I'm wondering now, I just now occurred to me that maybe this was actually the real reason the defense entered this into evidence or wanted to put this video in, was for this line of questioning here. Because we've seen this before where they really want to make Jason out to be the bad guy. Like, for example, when they show up the day of the murders, right? Because Jason's like out there. Well, Jason's there because he's worried about Ezra. He can tell something's wrong, right? And then some neighbor sees him out there and they don't recognize him and he's like, you know, kind of lurking, right? I guess that's the best way I can think to describe it from what I can tell. And they're just like, what's he doing? And he's not doing anything, you know. And but I remember they really emphasized, so you were out there because somebody called about Jason Mengel, right? You know, and same thing here, right? Where I'm wondering if that was the whole reason. Now, I guess, you know, maybe did they have to play the whole video for that? Probably not, but I guess it is a thought. It is a thought that could be part of it, you know. And, you know, when I've talked about this before on a different live stream, when I'm like, well, why would they want to make Jason out to be the bad guy? My thought is that it's because he's coming up next on the witness stand. And my thought was all this Jason smearing is to just try to discredit him before he testifies, because it's probably the most important testimony of the entire trial. I would say if it's made, I mean, in terms of like, well, Ezra's also is, but in different ways. So, no, this was a different wellness. Well, I'm trying to remember. So it wasn't a wellness call when they showed up to the driveway. I forget what suspicious persons. I don't remember maybe they called it a wellness call. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but he was not there for that one, the day of the murder. This is the one in relation to this interview on February 26th, but it was also a wellness, like it was a wellness check call. I wonder if they just use that term a lot, right? Because this one, it was really in relation to a sexual or alleged sexual assault, right? And then the other one on the day of the murder was just because it's in what I would call somebody's like, is this a suspicious person? So hopefully, does that make sense?
Upset.
Yes.
Angry.
Yes.
To some extent, Josh Trinkler had concerns about what he might do based upon his anger. Agreed?
Yes.
And you, as part of that, then came to learn that the emotional aspect of this was Jason was upset about what he believed had happened to Ezra McCandless. Agreed?
Yes.
So then Mr. Stevens stayed and spoke with Jason, is that right? Mr. Mengel?
Yes.
And then you, I don't want to say pulled aside, but kind of went to the side and spoke with Ms. McCandless briefly, right?
Yes.
and asked her, basically, you're looking for the background to say what happened that made Jason so upset that Josh had to call the police about, right?
Yes.
And Ezra said, well, let's go down to the station and we'll talk about it then, correct?
Yes.
But Ezra wasn't the one that called.
Just to be clear, because it's hard to tell from the interview because you can't really see the officer's face. This is the officer who was there at the interview with Ezra, right? It's just that he has his back to the camera.
Call the police.
Correct.
All right. She was asked by you if she was willing to talk to you about why Jason was upset, right?
Yes.
And then she agreed to do so, right?
Yes.
In the recording we just watched, there's, I think there's a recording that lasts probably upwards of 3 hours. Is that fair to say?
Yes, about 3 hours, yes.
There's your...
You know what's interesting about this, too, that date? I'll take a look. That what's interesting is there's this other thing. You know, there's like these like elephants in the room, if you will, in this trial of things where it's like, what's this information? Like for example, we still don't know what's in the letter with Jenna Vandersand. Like, well, I think we're going to learn that, but at some point. But anyway, there's the other, and the one about Ezra driving is one, right? But this is more, but now we're getting information from this. But the other thing is there's this other elephant in the room of, it's come up a couple different times about where Ezra was living the couple days prior to the murders. And remember, it came up even with her dad when they're like, do you know where she went for the 3 days? And he's like, and you know, being kind of evasive about it, understandably so. We did hear from, like I've already referenced this tonight, but one of the friends, the female friends that testified, you know, early on in the trial said that they thought Ezra was living in her car. And that was not objected to or anything like that. That was not, so because of that, because that wasn't objected to and there was no issue when that testimony came out, I don't think that time, I don't think that's the answer to where Ezra was the days before the murder. Because it's like this thing where it's like they're not saying what it is, because I guess there's probably a motion in limine, but it keeps being referenced of like the days before and where she was, which is, so it's just that's just another thing, which is, but what's interesting is that would be right after this charge. So, right. I mean, I'll just tell you guys, like, now, I don't know if it varies by state, but like, you know, there was, what was it, like a year or two ago or something? So, okay, my mom and I have had this thing with our car registrations. We both have Toyota Priuses from the same year, 2014 Toyota Prius. I don't know how this happened, but at some point, actually, I guess it was when I first bought my car, like, for whatever reason, somehow the NCDMV has like messed things up where like, they would mail my car renewal registration stuff because they send it in the mail like, oh, it's time to renew your registration. They would send mine to her and they would send hers to me, my address. And I tried to fix it a million times. I called a million times and they never figured it out because, you know, government. But what happened was she got mine, like, this was like two years ago or something, 2 summers ago. And she just like forgot to give it to me. And it's not the type of thing that you think about until you get the thing in the mail. That's why they send it, right? Because you're not like thinking about your registration. So I had no idea. And so then go to last summer, and like, then the next one comes in and I'm like, wait, did I ever do my registration last year? Anyway, turns out, this is actually relevant. Turns out, because I didn't even realize I hadn't done it because I didn't get the thing, because my mom gets mine, but she forgot to give it to me. So like, in other words, my registration at that point was now like 2 years overdue, right? Like the sticker's not the right year. Like I never get pulled over. So nobody, you know, again, if you get pulled over, they would see it. But in other words, I'd been driving around with my registration expired by it was like 2 years expired at that point or something. I just had no idea. And so then when I figured that out and I got the following one, I was like, oh, okay, well, what's going to happen when I go to renew it now at this point when nothing happened? Nothing happened. I mean, so they didn't even charge a late fee or anything. It was like literally is as if nothing happened. But I could vary by the state. I don't know. But it would seem extreme to me to revoke or suspend a license for just being late on paying your registration fee, which is like, I mean, here it's like $35. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, usually when you think of someone getting a suspended license or revoked license, it's like either they've had like a lot of reckless driving happening or they've been driving under the influence, you know?
In a room speaking with Ms. McCandless where you're gathering the facts that you can, right?
Correct.
And then at some point, well, you're in and out of the room, but at some point you leave the room and Jason Mengel arrives and he's in there with Ms. McCandless, correct?
Yes.
Providing her comfort or care, those sort of things, correct?
Yes.
Support, right?
Correct.
And there's some time lag there where Ms. McCandless is waiting for other people to arrive. Is that right?
Yes.
Because you had told her there's a whole, is it a crisis response team that can show up and help women that are that need support in these situations?
Yes.
And you had told her about that, is that right?
I did.
And then you reached out to those.
And that's why it's even weirder. You know, I've brought this up before. The fact that then, not only does she drive when she's not supposed to, but she goes and trespasses on public property. And then, of course, there's a homicide involved. But like, of all things, like in other words, even if you didn't have the intention to kill somebody, like you're already really taking a lot of risks, right? And then imagine how crazy it is, right? When like the law enforcement showed up for that check in Alex's driveway. Like I said, had she been operating a vehicle, that would have been a different situation. And the reason that it was fine, right? She couldn't even find her license is because she was parked in a public or a private residence, right? In the driveway. And the car wasn't being driven. So, which is an interesting little thing that I don't know that she realizes how lucky she got, because had she been pulling out of the driveway, be a different story. And you know what? Alex Woodworth would probably still be alive, just saying. But yeah, but just thinking about the risks there, and then dude, if only the police had, if only they'd shown up a little bit later when she was pulling out of that driveway, right?
Those contact people, agreed?
Yes.
And you told them to come to the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes.
And then those eventually two women arrived, correct?
Yes.
And then between when you interviewed Ms. McCandless and the two women from the crisis response team.
To that end, if she was living out of her car, like one of her friends said, right? And like, let's say that she was just parked in her car, living out of her car, and she was like in some parking lot, like you said, parked somewhere she shouldn't be. That would, if a car is parked somewhere overnight, it seems weird, right? Like that could be why they would be like, ma'am, not, I mean, I've seen body cam of this type of thing where they're like, why is this car here? And then they're like, hello. And then it's like, oh, also your registration's expired. Like I could see that being the case, right? Because if you're parked somewhere where you shouldn't be, especially like overnight, and it looks like you're living out of your car, it's going to just draw more attention, right?
That's the time that Mr. Mengel was in the room providing Ms. McCandless with emotional support.
That's right.
Agreed?
Agreed.
And then eventually the crisis response team is there, and that's all on tape as well, correct?
Correct.
And as a part of that, you reviewed that whole tape, is that right?
Yes.
And as a part of that, you saw her being provided with a red folder, agreed?
Yes.
And that had all kinds of pamphlets for support for women in her position.
And the red folder was found at her mom's house. At some point she was at her mom's house, but it's really kind of unclear when.
Agreed?
Yes.
All right.
Crazy, because there's got to be, all
so
I
I want to
can
go.
say is there's got to be, he, when he said earlier, we've litigated this to the nth degree, that's very clear to me, because it's like, how the fuck, like we know she was staying at her dad's, but like the fact that she's got these pamphlets and shit, and that was at her mom's house, we have not heard when she goes to her mom's, and her mom is not called to testify. I mean, it's really kind of like, it's wild. They were able to keep a lot of stuff out. That's, I guess, what I'm saying.
That's, again, fair to say, the overview of what you had done that night.
Yes.
And when I stopped the recording, there's still, again, much more recording, but the fact gathering that you had done had essentially been completed at that point, right?
Yes.
All right. And you, how long have you been an officer?
5 years.
Do you have any specific training regarding the interviewing of victims of trauma?
Just through what we learned at the academy and experience.
All right, but nothing in particular that you've been to any trauma training?
No.
Or no particular training on how to interview victims?
It's another interesting thought too, because when you think about that, right? We know that Ezra was relying on Jason because she was living there, right? So like think about this, think about the desperation. Like if you don't have a job, you don't need money, right? She's not, she's relying on Jason because she's living there, the free coffee from him, or he pays for her coffee and all that, right? We're going to learn when we get to his testimony just how much stuff he did for her. It's insane. And it's a completely different situation. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's way worse than like an Amber Heard and Johnny Depp situation, because Jason's not rich, man. She was mooching off of everybody. And these are kids that are, hipsters, and they're working jobs, and they don't have, dude. Anyway, you guys will hear it when we get to that part. But like, but when you imagine, like, if she's now, the reason she can't live there is because, he's realizing that she's cheated on him. Right? Because what happens is there's this whole John Hansen thing, and then he finds out about Alex. And that's think about it. Think about that. Like, she might have been able to convince him with this whole John Hansen thing, but then he finds out about Alex. And he must have been thinking, there's no way this has happened with two people, right? You know what I mean? And so she's got to do it again. She's got to convince him again, because if he breaks up with her, guess what? She has nowhere to go. She has no money, no job. And if you think about the fact that this is another point where it's like this whole thing about the car, and that's probably why the defense kept it out. If let's say she was like living out of her car and then even got in trouble from that, it would only add to the pressure of like relying on needing to get back to living with Jason, right? If you think about like the desperation, because this is A, your boyfriend, and B, you're relying on this living situation and the coffee situation, and and now you've just gotten in trouble for living out of your car, potentially, right? Just thinking about that whole thing. So I could see the defense wanting to keep that out because it would show A, her reliance on Jason, right? And B, it would contribute to the potential motive, right? And like the state's panorama evidence, as they've been calling it.
Of sexual assault.
No.
But through your 5 years, you've had experience of being in that position where you've spoken with other victims of abuse. Agreed?
Correct.
And 100% Kit Smith. Yeah. For sure.
Your role there to begin with, you were
it's going to come up actually.
Trying to gather facts, right?
Correct.
You were trying to do it with the skills that you had to the best of your ability. Agreed?
Yes.
And you did that by being polite and asking soft questions, right?
Correct.
Giving her choice and some autonomy. Agreed?
Yes.
As best you could, right?
Yes.
But you were still asking her pointed questions, right?
Yes.
Because again, you were trying to gather the facts to see what she knew. Agreed?
Correct.
And some of those times you would ask pointed questions like, did this happen? Correct? And fill in the blank. Agreed?
Yes.
You didn't mean it in a manner of like when you asked, did you fight or kick or scratch? You'd ask questions along those lines. Agreed?
Yes.
You certainly didn't mean any judgment by asking that question, right?
That's correct.
You're not implying that a woman in that situation is supposed to fight or kick or scratch, correct?
Correct.
Or that a woman in that position can't fight or kick or scratch, correct?
Correct.
You're just trying to gather facts.
Yes.
And you do that by asking these pointed questions about did this happen or did this happen, correct?
Yes.
You, fair to say, during that interview, never told her, can you tell me more about what happened? You never used that phrase, did you?
Correct.
You didn't say, tell me more about that. Agreed?
Yes.
They were, for the most part, these closed, pointed questions that you thought were the most helpful way for you to gather facts.
Yes.
And when you did that, she gave you answers, right?
She did.
She talked about, I think, has been characterized as 3 different events. That's what how it's been characterized thus far, right?
Correct. I can object to cumulative. We've watched the video of the interviews.
Sustained on cumulative.
I want to ask you some questions about that first portion of it, okay?
Okay.
It's not unusual. You've investigated domestic abuse incidents before?
I have.
You've investigated sexual assaults incidents before, correct?
I have.
It's not unusual in those incidents for there to be no witnesses other than the 2 participants.
Objection relevance.
It goes to relevance. I can follow it up here quickly.
Well, I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Fair to say in your experience that those are typically not witnesses to those events.
Kitsmits, are you doing is that a reference to Grease? Tell me more, do 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 do. Is that what you're do 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 do? Is that what you're referencing there?
Agreed?
Yes.
Do you know this gentleman over here to my left with the blue shirt and the black tie sitting behind the prosecution team?
I do.
That's Investigator Proc.
Yes, he is.
He's somebody that works in your office.
Correct.
And you're aware that after you conducted this initial fact-gathering interview, eventually Ms. McCandless met later on with Mr. Proc. Is that right? I'm not asking you the content. I'm just saying, are you aware of the fact that those 2 met to speak about the same incident that she spoke with you about?
Not right away, but eventually, yes.
As you sit here today, you're aware that that occurred?
Yes.
And what Ms. McCandless described
right.
about the first incident was and I know it's...
I was also thinking about this right before your comment, Kitsmits. I was also thinking, I wonder if part of this, because some of these questions we've heard him ask to all the other law enforcement officers as well, even if they did a worse job than he did in terms of handling Ezra and whatever. It makes me wonder if they're going to potentially have a defense expert come in and talk about the strategies and how you're supposed to talk to victims, and that you're supposed to say, like, for example, like that you're supposed to say, tell me more about that, right? As an example. But I mean, having said that, I don't really know where that gets them, right? Like, to say that they didn't have the best tone with her, like, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not she committed a homicide or whether or not it was self-defense, right? Like, I guess I'm trying to forget. I guess I'm losing the forest through the trees here with that strategy of, like, what's the point, though? Like, even if they can prove, let's say, for example, that they're like, yeah, these officers were terrible, they were rude to her, they didn't treat her like a victim, blah, blah. I mean, okay, like, that can be like, oh, that's unfair, blah, but like, what does that have to do with whether or not she committed a crime? Am I forgetting something?
I'm just trying to get into the context of this time when she says John Hansen put her hands on her throat or a headlock, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that upon further investigation, the Eau Claire Police Department determined that there was actually a witness to that event other than John Hansen and Ezra McCandless?
I did not know that.
You asked Ms. McCandless about how she responded in all 3 of these incidents, correct?
Yes.
And she described a situation in which there was no weapon involved in any way. Agreed?
Agreed.
She said that she never said John had a knife, did she?
She never did.
She never told you that she thought her life was threthrened, did she?
She did not.
Yeah,
She
I would go for
expressed to you in describing what was happening.
He's really got a different demeanor than other law enforcement. He's just really, like, it's funny because his demeanor on the stand is really different than his demeanor with Ezra, but you can see how he was with Ezra, and he was really great. So, but again, it's the best of both worlds, where when he's on the stand, he's just answering questions, yes, no narrative, no BS. But when he's with a person, right, doing his job, he had a really great, if you want to call it like bedside manner, in my opinion. He was very, as good as you could expect, for sure.
You asked her questions about her not reporting it, is that right?
I find him to be very credible.
At least to her boyfriend or to others.
Yes.
And she expressed to you her feelings of shame, right?
She did.
And again, that's not unusual that you've heard that when you
no
speak
agenda.
with
That's the
other
other
victims
no.
of these types of events. Agreed?
Agreed.
She responded to you at one point that she, quote, thought I was a piece of garbage for going to his home. Is that right?
Yes.
And at another point, she expressed to you, quote, I let him use me. Is that right?
I'm going to object cumulative.
Sustained.
Yeah,
We can't repeat everything, Mr. Nelson. We have a time limit, and we got to keep this moving. So I can't have you asking the same question multiple times.
Wow.
Don't believe he has. There's 3 specific
Okay,
quotes
just
that I
please,
want.
just move on. Just move on.
One of the things that she expressed that she was upset about that hasn't been asked about was she told you that he's telling
I agree.
everyone
It is
there
smart
wasn't
behavior.
sex.
I agree.
Agreed?
Yes.
Do you know if there was any additional investigation later to determine whether eventually John Hansen changed that and admitted to having sex or not?
I'm not aware of that.
When you were, just briefly, she told you at the end of all of this, at the end of the third incident, she went into what she said was shutdown mode, right?
Correct.
She used the term autopilot.
Yes.
And again, that's not unusual based upon your training and experience that you've had with other victims of assault to express a similar type of feeling. Agreed?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Briefly, Judge. Officer, it was a bit hard to hear the recording. Would you agree?
Yes.
And the testimony that you provided, either if it was hard to hear or if it was outside of that part that was played, your testimony was consistent with what you saw in the video and the additional portion that wasn't played, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that there were some questions about resources and information that was provided by 2 women who were part of a crime victim response team to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
So that information was, as you stated on cross-examination, information that let the defendant know there were resources if she was in a situation similar to this one that she described, correct?
Yes.
So if she was being interviewed by a male and she wanted to speak with women, she could have relied on those resources, correct?
Objection. We approach.
Wow. Did you guys hear those sighs? Holy shit.
Objection overruled.
Do you remember the question?
Can you repeat the question?
There was information provided by 2 women from a crime victim response team to the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And that was information about resources that she could call or reach out to if she was in a situation similar to this one in the future, correct?
Objection, no foundation. He doesn't know what they told her.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you have experience with
There he is.
the crime victim response team in your employment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with the general type of information that they provide?
Yes.
So the information that was provided on February 26, 2018 to the defendant provided her with resources that she could have relied on if she was in a similar situation or being interviewed by a male or somebody else in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, any recross?
Just this issue about what resources were provided. When she met with the victim crisis response team, you weren't in the room, were you?
No.
You don't, other than through, if you've watched the recording at the time, you didn't know what was told to her, correct?
Correct.
When you conducted the interview, you didn't tell her, hey, if you want a female officer in here, you can do that, correct?
Correct.
And she acknowledged that she was okay speaking with you, correct?
She did.
But you never availed her of this apparent opportunity that the state was alluding to, that she could ask for a female officer. You didn't tell her that, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know what, if anything, she did with follow-up with people from the victim witness or the crisis response, do you?
I do not.
You don't know if she went to Bolton House Refuge and spoke with people there?
I do not know.
You don't know what they told her?
I do not know.
You don't know if she went to the Chippewa Falls Family Wellness Center and spoke with people there?
I do not know.
You don't know what they told her?
Correct.
And you certainly understand that any human being who's suffered for trauma may or may not be able to avail themselves of all the opportunities for help. Agreed?
Agreed.
Sometimes when people are suffering from that trauma in the moment, they can't necessarily ask for the help that they need, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm remembering now that the part where he gets really scolded. Well, it seems like it's happened a couple times already. I'm remembering now. It's after this. He gets the judge, dude. He gets yelled at.
Well, there's this implication that you gave in your testimony that a woman who's been assaulted once should know in the future what she needs to do during some future assault. Is that what you're saying?
Objection. I think that misstates the testimony and it's
sustained. I agree.
That's certainly not what you're implying, is it?
Repeat the question.
You're not implying that because a woman was assaulted one time, that they would absolutely know how to respond if that ever occurred in the future.
Objection. Asked and answered. Speculative.
All right. I've already sustained the objection on that. So.
Can we approach, Judge?
No, I don't think we need to approach on that, Mr. Nelson. So if you would wrap up your recross.
The questions that were asked of you on redirect were about what was told to Ms. McCandless by crisis response workers. Agreed?
Agreed.
You don't know what was told of her. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Okay. Officer Vang, I believe you're free to go. Anybody intend to recall Officer Vang?
No.
Okay, you're free to go, sir, and free to step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For your time today, and have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, you ready for spicy?
You have lunch?
Spicy time?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Be a 1 hour break, so all rise. Maybe. Okay, going back to, again, this most recent series of objections as well as a sidebar. Mr. Nelson, why don't you go ahead? You can make a record as to what it is that you wish to elicit and why. And then Mr. Hahn will have an opportunity to, I guess, make a record as it relates to his objection.
Judge, on redirect, the state asked questions.
The only thing I can imagine is that they're trying to bring that up to make it seem like she actually was assaulted. There's no evidence that she ever went to any of those. Like, and if you show up and you're alleging that sexual assault or whatever, you know they're going to provide you with pamphlets. That's what she had, the pamphlets, right? And that that's it. And so they're trying to, I think they're just trying to play that up as like making it seem legitimate, potentially.
Getting into information that the witness said he didn't know about. I objected. They talked in general terms about that. I said once they go into that, I should have the opportunity on recross to then speak about that same subject in a manner in which he wouldn't know or how a person was supposed to respond. The state went into that. I tried to ask those questions. I was shut down from asking those questions. I think it's relevant information. The state asked questions that left an impression from this witness that a woman who has been assaulted would be able to or should know or needs to respond in a certain way, either in the event of a second assault or in the event of an investigation of a second assault. It was not clear how that was done on redirect. I was trying to clarify that. I was trying to follow up on that. My cross-examination of that witness was cut off. I believe I appreciate Your Honor's ruling, but I'm just making my record. I believe that it was impermissibly cut off, that I should be allowed to cross-examine that witness on what he did and didn't know and what to clear up any negative inference or any implicit argument that the state, I think, was making, in which a woman who's been a victim of assault first needs to respond later on in a particular manner.
Okay, Mr. Hahn?
There's been a lot made about whether or not female officers should have been involved in the interviewing of Ms.
Here we
McCandless,
go.
including through this witness. And I was simply making that point that resources were made available to her. And when I thought that defense exceeded the scope of that questioning and was entering a place of speculation as to what sexual assault victims in general are required to do or consistently do, I objected.
Just so it's clear, Judge, I never made any reference to female officers. I never said anything about a female officer. I laid out the facts. And the facts was eventually 2 women from victim witness came there. I didn't say why weren't they there before. I didn't leave any impression that there should have been a woman. I didn't ask him about female officers. I never went there. That wasn't a part of my cross-examination in any
Am I crazy? What? I remember him saying female officers. Do you guys remember that?
way, shape, or form. I laid out the facts that he spoke with her, and Jason Mengel spoke with her, and then people from the crisis response team showed up. There was no implication about lack of
Judge, if I could just be briefly put on that. There's certainly an implication in the context of the other witnesses that have been cross-examined by defense counsel, and the emphasis on, and then 2 women showed up to speak with Ms. McCandless is certainly.
I mean, this is where Mr. Nelson's totally out of line, and Spring Chicken's gonna make the argument here. So let's go, Spring Chicken.
At least implying that there was an issue with the gender of the officer conducting the interview, or at least that there should have been a possibility of a woman being involved.
But the question that...
Pause. Yes, I'm pausing it. Yeah, I know, right? You go, Spring Chicken. Yeah. Yes. Are we going to point out that they're not standing up? Right. Look at him with his finger. That's the pause game right there. That's classic Mr. Nelson right there with his finger. Dude, remember even earlier he already apologized to the judge earlier. He's like, sorry for pointing at you, dude. He's that guy though right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at with it paused.
Was then asked was, does Ms. McCandless, would she have known she could ask for a women officer? And that wasn't part of my cross, and there's no basis for them to ask that question when we don't know what the victim witness people told them. We don't know what told her. We don't know that they ever said, hey, if you're ever being interviewed by a male, you can speak with a female officer. She didn't speak with a female officer. She wasn't offered that. She spoke with other females about other matters that weren't part of the investigation, that were part of the support. So I think that misleads, misconstrues what the evidence was.
All right, well, in the sidebar, you mentioned also...
Guys, I was right. Look at how pouty he got. I knew it. I was like, he's going to get all pouty. Oh my God.
Mr. Nelson, that this was burden shifting and so on and so forth. And the implication of your arguments has been, going back to this line of questioning, this witness was called to present facts. And you began going into, again, on your, I believe it was your cross-examination into areas about trauma training and so on and so forth. And again, based upon, as Mr. Hahn had indicated, the context of other witnesses, there's this implication or suggestion through your questioning, it appears to the court that the Eau Claire Police Department male officers were insensitive to issues of trauma, not trained in trauma, didn't have a female officer, although you didn't say that. And it just the court's opinion, you're getting beyond
Agreed. Thank you, Judge
appropriate
Peterson.
cross-examination of this particular witness and using him for something outside of what he was called for, and in the court's opinion, a waste of time, sort of confusing the issues. And the court did not see here that the state was suggesting, or that this witness was suggesting, that this is how a person should react, or in the future, if there was another assault. The officer is simply testifying that resources were provided, that a procedure was followed to have a crisis response team in a sexual assault situation come in, and he's offering services. That's all that happened, and I don't think we need to go beyond that. The court's opinion is a waste of time, and I didn't want this officer, again, to be used as part of an overall campaign in this trial about how Ms. McCandless was mistreated.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Buckle up, guys, because he said this word campaign. Oh, just wait, guys.
Because of, male officers interviewing her about a sexual assault.
There's no campaign on the defense that Ms. McCandless was mistreated. The state, as part of their theory, is alleging that Ms. McCandless shouldn't be believed because she didn't initially disclose this. It's the state that is attacking her credibility, and the defense is simply saying, here's some things that you should consider. We're not blaming anybody. We're just laying out facts. So we have not been on I can't remember what Your Honor just called it, but a campaign. I respectfully disagree with that.
Perhaps a better term could be used. But this witness, this evidence is, as Mr. Nelson, you very well know, is offered for purposes of the background and the facts and circumstances surrounding the weeks that led up to the event on March 22nd, 2019. This is not being received simply for a...
And having said that, I mean, dude, this is like what I was saying though, right? Like, I hate it. It's awful. It's annoying. But dude, you have to respect how much they are fighting. He is fighting. I mean, we haven't heard as much from Miss Vishny today, but both of them are taking a lot of risks, right? Like, that's what I was saying early on in the stream of like, he's pushing it. He's pushing it with the judge. Again, the bringing your toothbrush, right? Bringing your toothbrush, that type of thing for your client. And it's a public defender, right? It's like, or court appointed, like the fighting for your client. That's the thing that gives me goosebumps, like fighting. And Ezra doesn't even, she's probably can't even follow a lot of this stuff because it's just, it's legalese and, anyway, it's just, like she's not worked up, but he's worked up for her. And that's the thing. And so even while it's like, it's just pushing it and whatever, crossing the line, but at the same time, it's what you want from a good defense attorney, Yeah. All right. Yeah. Same. It's like, it's annoying. I hate it, but like, I respect it. Right. Yep. And the fact that he's a public defender, gives not because he didn't try. Yep. 100%. I'm glad. So Kat Randall has been complimenting the defendant, which is nice. I love that. And actually Black Witter, shout out to Black Witter, I'm sure she fell asleep, was also giving her compliments. I think that's really great. Appreciate it.
To show that this was a false report of a sexual assault. The facts are what they are. And this witness is just a background
earlier in the day,
witness, panorama witness. And
the arguments about the
other stuff. Limited your inquiry into those particular areas on this witness, and it's just as simple as that.
I wonder.
Now that takes.
The success he had earlier arguing about those pieces of evidence, which that he was in the right for like all of that, and that's why Judge Peterson, rightfully so, sided with the defense. I wonder if that he was like on a roll and then that kind of went overboard or something, perhaps.
Care of, I believe, that sidebar, unless there is anything else that you would like to say about that.
No.
Now they're going to go over sidebar.
All right, there was. I think we can address other sidebars later. I think we're going to recess for lunch.
So remember, like I said, there's a lot of housekeeping because this is such a big day. as I've said, the next witness is Jason Mengel. So we're going to see now. Of course, I don't cut anything. There's a lot that goes on before they call him as a witness because there's a lot of things. So we're going to see them working out all the kinks here.
All right.
I believe after lunch, the state manager calling Julie a post, and prior to the jury coming back after lunch, the defense would, just like an offer of proof, there's, maybe we can do it on the side. I don't know what she's going to testify, but certainly her previous interviews have contained lots of inadmissible evidence. So perhaps we'll just discuss it with them. But
Judge, I can move this along. We're not calling Julia post.
Fair enough.
Get it, spring chicken, get
The
it.
next witness will be Jason Mengel. We do have some legal issues that need to be sorted out, I think, relatively quickly.
I'm sorry. I want to hear him say it again because just that is like, it's like, okay, it's showtime.
maybe we can do it on the side. I don't know what she's going to testify, but certainly her previous interviews have contained lots of inadmissible evidence. So perhaps we'll just discuss it with them. But
Judge, I can move this along. We're not calling Julia post.
Fair enough.
The next witness will be Jason Mengel. We do have some legal issues that need to be sorted out, I think, relatively quickly. Attorney Vishny's handling that, and she's not here, so I can meet with her briefly over lunch and finalize exactly what we have to address, and we'll bring it to the court.
Very good. Okay, we'll be in recess until...
Sorry. Nodolf has an interesting water bottle. Oh, look, she's like, wait, one more thing.
Just two more things. Court
things.
TV
Oh my
stopped
God.
me. They want a copy of the journals.
This is the part about the journal.
I told them to talk to the court about it. As well as we haven't discussed the cautionary instruction regarding this other acts evidence. I'll leave it to the court as to, just wanted a reminder that I didn't know when you were intending to instruct the jury regarding, it contains some information relating to the John Hansen matter, so I didn't know when Your Honor was going to, or if and when Your Honor was going to give a cautionary instruction.
Well, the cautionary instructions for the jury, not necessarily for those who are watching a public trial. Those exhibits are public exhibits and exhibits.
They won't be ready until after trial.
Well, okay, so I'm sure that the counsel will be referring to these exhibits and the content of these exhibits in closing arguments. So, all right, we're in recess until 1:20.
I wonder if that means that they will publish Ezra's journal entries to us during closing arguments, potentially. Again, they should still be, we're going to hear them talk more about it, but like well, let me just keep playing it to the part where they say things.
Okay. You'll have a moment. I have a couple of things. We're back on the record. Okay. During the break, learned that there's a request from the media for the exhibits related to the journals that were sort of privately published to the jury, and specifically exhibits
Journals.
365 as redacted, and
The journals.
366.
Because
Yeah.
it might have been cooking or something. So when they went to do Ezra's journals, they didn't publish them to us. They published them to the jury. They handed it out to the jury, but we didn't see it. And I don't know why that was. I think it was like a technical thing. It wasn't like on purpose, but he's about to talk about this.
And the court was anticipating that to be published by the state through the media presentation, and it was not. There were copies of that exhibit, both exhibits provided to the jury. But in the spirit of Wisconsin statute section 757.14, which requires the sitting of every court to be public, as well as the state of Wisconsin or State Ex Rel Lacrosse Tribune versus Circuit Court for Lacrosse County case. That's reported at 115 Wisconsin 2nd 220. It's a 1983 case. In the court's opinion, and I just sort of a personal editorial, one of the reasons that I pressed for confidence monitors in courtrooms and screens is because if those attending or the media can't see the exhibits, then it really isn't a public trial.
Did you guys hear that? It gives me goosebumps. Let's hear that again. He pushed for dude. This judge is one of my favorites, honestly. Listen to that. Let's hear that again. He fought to get dude. 365 as redacted, and
366. And the court was anticipating that to be published by the state through the media presentation, and it was not. There were copies of that.
So he thought, the judge is saying he thought it was going to be up on the screen or whatever, and then he was surprised when it was copies or whatever.
That exhibit, both exhibits provided to the jury. But in the spirit of Wisconsin statute section 757.14, which requires the sitting of every court to be public, as well as the state of Wisconsin or State Ex Rel Lacrosse Tribune versus Circuit Court for Lacrosse County case. That's reported at 115 Wisconsin 2nd 220. It's a 1983 case. In the court's opinion, and I just sort of a personal editorial, one of the reasons that I pressed for confidence monitors in courtrooms and screens
One of the reasons he pushed for all that technology
was because if those attending or if the media can't see the exhibits, then it really isn't a public trial.
Beautiful. You know what he is? You know what he is, guys? You know what Judge Peterson is? He's a big fan of justice.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Fair, me too. No further questions.
And I'm a big fan of Judge Peterson. I'm a huge fan of Judge Peterson. Shout out to Judge Peterson, dude. Yes.
There are reasons to keep some things from public view for avoid undue embarrassment or humiliation, or there's frankly some inappropriate content. Specifically, those exhibits with showing the private genital areas and so forth in the folders. That's not going to the media. I think that is appropriate. I think it was described. There were drawings. However, the court believes that those exhibits I've just referred to, there's no reason that they should not be provided to the media. We're not going to be in a position to honor public records requests.
So like where I'm at right now is I'm like, okay, so like I'm just trying to figure out where we can find them. And that's what I'm working on. I have not been able to find it yet.
Generally, during the course of this trial, but because the media does hold a special place recognized in the law because they are reporting on behalf of the media.
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, on behalf of the public, the court is going to
You just said the media holds a special place.
order that those exhibits be provided to media covering the trial if they request. There's also a request for the exhibits related, the 3 exhibits related to the DNA analysis. As it relates to those exhibits,
I think on those exhibits, those were ones that were like maybe close-ups of the victim's head or something like that, or maybe the scrotum. I don't know. Those are ones that I think were like graphic images that were,
we have not yet come up with a redaction. My thoughts at this point in time would be that if on Exhibit 554, which contains the portions where there was considerable argument and a stipulation that the text in those sections and the corresponding letters or item numbers that essentially that area be whited out and the word stipulation be put in its place. And I just want counsel to think about that, but I'm not going to have those exhibits released until we do come up.
Your Honor, there's a number of other tests that were done on other items that were submitted for evidence that were not brought up. They're not really relevant to this case. They weren't testified about. There was, so I think those items should also be redacted, the ones that were not testified about.
All right, and I think what I'll do is give, again, the parties, because this has come up on short notice, but I'll give the parties an opportunity to think about that overnight in terms of an appropriate redaction for those exhibits. But I believe that those parts of the exhibit that were received in evidence in one way or another should be provided, will be provided to the media with appropriate redaction. But we obviously don't have time to do all of that right now. We have to keep this, keep the trial moving. And so, are we ready for the next witness?
Did we have a couple legal issues that we needed to address before?
All right.
Mr. Mengel's called. First, I just wanted to let the court know, I think there was a misunderstanding of what Attorney Nodolf was mentioning prior to our break about a cautionary instruction as it relates to other acts evidence. It was mentioned in the context of court TV. There were two separate thoughts, however. The cautionary instruction was whether or not an instruction should be read because we just heard some what would be considered other acts evidence. But as long as it's on the court's radar, I know we haven't sorted out what exactly the instruction would be. I think the state is fine having that read later as part of the broader jury instruction reading to the jury.
All right, Mr. Nelson? Ms. Vishny?
I'm sorry, Judge, I was looking for something. I didn't remember what I was doing.
All right, well,
I wasn't listening.
there was some discussion about a cautionary instruction. And obviously, a jury will be given instructions at the close of the case. I have improvised one instruction basically as it relates to what evidence is, so they would have some idea of that before the court advised them of the stipulation and judicially noticed facts. However, we've now gone into what would be considered other acts type of evidence. And panorama evidence is sort of a special part of that. It's a little bit different, but the same analysis, I think, applies. But no cautionary instruction has been provided to the jury on why they are hearing that evidence. Does the defense request that there be some sort of instruction given before instructions at the close of the case?
Yes.
Not right now.
All right, then that's something we'll take up.
However, at a later time, and I haven't, did you provide us with a draft of what you wanted?
No, and we have not. It wasn't something we were pushing to have done now. I just wanted to make sure that the court was aware of it, so defense was able to have input on whether or not it should be read now or read at a later time.
We should definitely take that up. I just don't think I just was ready to take it up right now, Judge.
Very well, so that's just to give you a heads up that we will take that up. And I think periodically it's not a bad idea to do that so that they get some understanding of why they're hearing that evidence. And
Okay. Judge, I just need to talk to, I'm a little confused about something. If I can just talk to Mr. Hahn for a minute before.
Go ahead.
Objection on the record. I apologize. I feel like I might.
Which one are you looking at?
The state gave me, Mr. Hahn was kind enough to give me some exhibits in advance that he's going to use.
All regarding
I'm
Jason
not
Mengel.
seeing them. So I asked Mr. Maxey to see if I left them in the other room, Judge. But regardless, I can put an objection on the record or ask for a ruling right now on another matter, which is the state has advised me that it intends to introduce various things that were, I can't find it? No, I don't have it. The state intends to use various pages of screenshots that I believe, and Mr. Hahn should correct me if I'm wrong.
These are the text messages between Ezra and John Hansen.
There are some screenshots that Jason Mengel took of Ezra McCandless's iPod or of her Instagram account, no matter what the device was. And the state intends to enter them as an exhibit. I don't know if there's, are these numbers on the bottom of the page, different exhibit number for each?
Yeah, it's 473 through 476.
Correct. And I think what I'll do is just give them to Your Honor to look at for a minute so you can see what I'm talking about.
okay, so these are sort of hand numbered, but they haven't been numbered.
They're hand numbered with the exhibit numbers that the state intends to introduce. So basically what this is that my understanding is that Mr. Mengel looked at Ezra McCandless's Instagram and screenshotted these from her Instagram. The people who are purportedly talking on those Instagram pages, as I understand it, are John Hansen and Ezra McCandless. And this content, which is on there, can best be described as flirtatious. I'll just use that word for right now, between Ms. McCandless and Mr. Hansen, And I am objecting to the relevancy of those messages that were between these two individuals. First of all, as to Mr. Hansen, the state has chosen to not call Mr. Hansen. I've been told he's not being called as a witness, possibly in rebuttal, but not in the state's case in chief.
I hope they call him.
So anything that Mr. Hansen says is hearsay. Now, I'm going to anticipate that the state is saying that they are only introducing Mr. Hansen's statements in order to give context to Ms. McCandless's statements. Therefore, I continue my objection to argue that Ms. McCandless's flirtatious statements towards John Hansen do not belong in this trial in the state's case in chief. The court has ruled that Ms. McCandless's sexual conduct with Mr. Hansen is permitted as panorama evidence, and we have had evidence of this both through Officer Vang, who took a statement from Ms. McCandless, and I think probably more central to the prosecution's case, the journals Silence Broken and Journal 2, which the state opines is some evidence of Ms. McCandless's
This is why we need to get those journal entries.
emotional turmoil. And as I understood the court's ruling, the court
What evidence are you asking about specifically here? Right, that's just generally how it works, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, this is bad for them. I will just say, because again, I've been editing the Jason Mengel testimony, and that's when these come in. Spoiler alert, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But you probably expected it. You know, y'all that are watching probably expected it. Yeah, they're bad for Ezra. Like, bad. Like, very, very, very bad. Very bad. I would say probably one of the worst things in terms of exhibits for the defense. Like, they're going to do everything they can to keep it out.
Permitted
very bad for Ezra.
That to be proffered in the state's case in chief.
So we've got Jason Mengel, who is probably the worst witness for the defense, right, and the best witness for the state, right? I would say, like, this is the case. This is the story. This is the part that makes to fill in all the missing pieces. Because again, there's so much that's kept out because the defense has done a great job with the pre-trial work, keeping shit out like they're supposed to. And that, like I said, that's why it's like there's so many question marks that really Jason's going to fill those in. And then the other thing that potentially could be the worst for the defense are these text messages. So that's why there's going to be a lot of fighting.
As evidence of Ms. McCandless's state of mind, emotional turmoil, and panorama of the events leading up to Alex Woodworth's death. However, her specific flirtations with John Hansen and her comments do constitute other acts evidence. My understanding is that the state attempted to proffer these in its case in chief as some kind of evidence that Ezra McCandless was not truthful about what she said to the.
What can we appreciate about this? She's done really well. We've heard her argue before, right? She's done really well with the case law. This is one of those things where they have to try to keep it out, but they don't. I mean, I don't see a pathway to it. It's going to be a tough argument to keep this out. This is really important evidence. So it's going to be interesting. Let's just think, okay, this is someone who really knows her case law. She's done really well arguing before. What's she going to do? How is she going to try to keep this out, right? Where it's in any way, shape, or form even like a legitimate argument. That's the question. Also, I like her jacket.
About what happened sexually between her and Mr. Hansen. My understanding was the court was not going to allow evidence to be elicited for any purpose of arguing that Ms. McCandless was not credible or purportedly had made some kind of false claim of sexual assault to the police. So I can't frankly grasp what is relevant about her flirtatious texts to Mr. Hansen, which were screenshotted by Jason Mengel, how that helps to prove or disprove a fact and issue in this particular case. These are matters between her.
I think that's Ezra's mom, by the way. The lady on the very far left of the screen whose half of her head is kind of cut off by the screen. I think that's Ezra's mom.
Her and Mr. Hansen, this flirtation, this has nothing to do with what happened between her and Alex. If the state is arguing these go to her credibility, she hasn't testified in this case at this juncture, and they simply should not be permitted into evidence. That's my argument.
Okay, who would like to handle that argument for the
I will,
state?
Judge. First, as to the hearsay, they're not being offered, Mr. Hansen's statements are not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, so I think that's pretty clearly not hearsay. If the court finds that that it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, those are adoptive admissions by the defendant by acknowledging and responding to the statements that are made by Mr. Hansen. And really it's...
Yeah, you're allowed to use, you're allowed to. It's when it's the defendant, right? The defendant's own words. Admission against interest, party opponent, all that.
This is a segment of what was included in the defense filed a motion in limine trying to exclude all of the messages contained on Mr. Hansen's or provided by Mr. Hansen as it relates to his relationship with the defendant. These are only a portion of those because this is what was pulled from Jason Mengel's phone, not the entirety of the messages John Hansen provided. The court has found that the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel, as well as the defendant and Mr. Hansen, is relevant to this case for certain purposes. And these messages are how Mr. Mengel came to be aware of the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen when he observed these and then screenshotted them on his phone. They were initially observed on her phone, and that's why he saw them and took photographs. The messages come after the believed date of the sexual encounter that we've heard a little bit about, and I expect there will be more testimony about, between the defendant and Mr. Hansen. So I think it shows it's relevant for a number of purposes: state of mind, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen, but more importantly, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel, and the information she provided Mr. Mengel, how that meshes or doesn't mesh with the information contained in the text messages. The defense argument that the defendant would somehow need to testify before her credibility can be attacked just certainly isn't how court cases work. Credibility of somebody who's provided statements, a defendant who's provided statements to law enforcement or anybody else prior to trial, and those statements are being admitted, those statements can certainly be attacked on the credibility basis. So she doesn't have to testify before her credibility becomes an issue as it relates to statements she's made prior to trial. So I think, one, it's not hearsay. Two, it's relevant. It fits within the provisional rulings of the court. And three, I think the credibility issue doesn't have to be addressed only once she testifies.
Judge, if I can just very briefly respond to the state's argument.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is, do I think that, for example, her statements that she gave Investigator Prock or Detective Prock regarding what happened with Alex, that they can show that there are inconsistencies or differences of things she said to him? Yes, of course they can. But this is just for a general attack on her credibility as a person. And that kind of general attack of a witness who testifies for truthfulness may be inquired under 90608 sub 2 upon cross-examination of a witness, and when they are questioned about matters related to their truthfulness as a witness under 90608 sub 2, the cross-examiner must, quote unquote, in the words of M. Winklereed, take the answer. That's a pretty black letter law. So I would argue that these are for a general attack on her credibility, not her statements regarding the alleged offense in this case, the homicide of Alex Woodworth, number one. Number two, if the evidence...
Break this down. So here's what's interesting. We have already heard, actually, I think it was in the last episode, it actually came directly out of Mr. Nelson's mouth. He actually says when the defendant takes the stand. I didn't point it out because I feel like it was already a given because of their opening statements. It's been inferred or implied. But he actually says that. He actually said that. I think it was the last episode. He actually says something like, yeah, when the defendant takes a stand, like, it was like, whoa. Which we know she's going to still have the colloquy, but clearly what this means is, and this is to be expected, if they've got they have an affirmative defense of self-defense, right? That's their strategy. A lot of times that's going to have to include, it's going to be built on testimony from the defendant. And like, in other words, if you've got a case where that's the strategy, where the central point is going to be testimony from the defendant, you can't just, yes, they're going to still have the colloquy, but it's almost just, to preserve the record, if you will, that it happened. If it's like the defense's whole plan is based on the testimony, right? Like they would be screwed if the defendant didn't testify. So in other words, yes, she's going to still have the colloquy, but it's already been stated for a fact that she's going to testify, like by Mr. Nelson. So with that in mind, here's what's interesting about this argument that she's making is that one of the things she's saying in this objection to these text messages is that she's saying that these text messages are like basically to, how to say this, to diminish Ezra's credibility as a witness, or to diminish her, to undermine her credibility. And then the where you would have prejudice to the defendant is that if somebody brings in something that's really prejudicial to their character to make them look bad, they feel like they have to take the stand in order to try to defend themselves. Because you can't have that. You can't have the government, putting up something that just makes someone look bad so that they feel like they have to testify just for that reason. The reason I think that this is annoying is because, again, I get it, she's doing her job, but it's already been stated that Ezra's going to testify. And that's also not why the state is offering this. But the reason they're going to be talking about this whole issue of Ezra taking the stand, it might seem like, why is that related to these text messages? Because that's the credibility. Remember, we keep talking about the credibility of witnesses, blah, blah. Well, just like how the defense this whole time has been doing this whole thing of like trying to make Jason Mengel look really bad. The reason they're doing that is because they know he's going to testify and they know he's going to be really bad for them. So they're trying to diminish his credibility ahead of time. It's that same idea, but they're trying to kind of imply that the state is doing that with these text messages. What's the difference? Well, the state's not allowed to do it. The state, because the burden is on the state to prove it, right? And everything is up to protecting the defendant's rights. They're presumed innocent. There's things that you can get away with. I say get away with, that's not the right verbiage. There's things that are fair in trial to do and okay and allowed by the rules of evidence and the rules of criminal procedure that are allowed to do by the defense, but not by the prosecution, right? Because it's the government. So like that's actually one of the main things defense attorneys will do in any trial is try to just diminish they call it poking holes, right? Diminish the credibility of state's witnesses ahead of time. But if you're the state, you can't do that. You can't do that when it comes to the defendant, right? Because they have a right to not take the stand. But again, here it's interesting because we already have heard it directly from Erin Nelson's mouth that she will testify. So this is really kind of a moot argument, if you will. Thank you, Cat Randall, for the update. Oh my God, I just did that thing where I clicked and hold on. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Let me go back to where we were. Somewhere around here. Let me see.
By Jason Mengel, how that helps to prove or disprove a fact and issue in this particular case. These are matters between her and Mr. Hansen. This flirtation, my understanding was the court was not going to allow evidence to be elicited for any purpose of arguing that Ms. McCandless was not credible.
Sorry, let me know when you're back. I will answer your question about, yes, I didn't see your questions because I was literally just thinking and I wasn't looking in the chat. So, right, before the credibility, you may have asked that question before I probably perhaps answered it without even seeing the question in the spiel or whatever you want to call it. I was just talking about what that means. And the black letter law, let me know when you're back from getting your apple and stuff, and I will answer that question about black letter law as well.
Or purportedly had made some kind of false claim of sexual assault to the police. So I can't frankly grasp what is relevant about her flirtatious texts to Mr. Hansen, which were screenshotted by Jason Mengel, how that helps to prove or disprove a fact and issue in this particular case. These are matters between her and...
So furthermore, she's saying that she doesn't see how they're relevant factually. I completely disagree, but whatever. She's saying that because they're not relevant factually, the only purpose for this to come in would be to, again, to diminish the credibility of the defendant, but that's just not allowed.
And Mr. Hansen, this flirtation, this has nothing...
Why is it not allowed? Because it would be put the defendant in a position where they feel like they have to take the stand, and that's not allowed by the government. But again, in this case, we know Ezra's going to testify, but that's also not what the government's trying to do. So.
To do with what happened between her and Alex. If the state is arguing these go to her credibility, she hasn't testified in this case at this juncture, and they simply should not be permitted into evidence. That's my argument.
Okay, who would like to handle that argument?
I will, Judge. First, as to the hearsay, they're not being offered, Mr. Hansen's statements are not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So I think that's pretty clearly not hearsay. If the court finds that that it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, those are adoptive admissions by the defendant by acknowledging and responding to the statements that are made by Mr. Hansen. And really it's, this is a segment of what was included in the defense filed a motion in limine trying to exclude all of the messages contained on Mr. Hansen's or provided by Mr. Hansen as it relates to his relationship with the defendant. These are only a portion of those because this is what was pulled from Jason Mengel's phone, not the entirety of the messages John Hansen provided. The court has found that the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel, as well as the defendant and Mr. Hansen, is relevant to this case for certain purposes. And these messages are how Mr. Mengel came to be aware of the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen when he observed these and then screenshotted them on his phone. They were initially observed on her phone, and that's why he saw them and took photographs. The messages come after the believed date of the sexual encounter that we've heard a little bit about, and I expect there will be more testimony about, between the defendant and Mr. Hansen. So I think it shows it's relevant for a number of purposes: state of mind, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Hansen, but more importantly, the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Mengel, and the information she provided Mr. Mengel, how that meshes or doesn't mesh with the information contained in the text messages. The defense argument that the defendant would somehow need to testify before her credibility can be attacked just certainly isn't how court cases work. Credibility of somebody who's provided statements, a defendant who's provided statements to law enforcement or anybody else prior to trial, and those statements are being admitted, those statements can certainly be attacked on the credibility basis. So she doesn't have to testify before her credibility becomes an issue as it relates to statements she's made prior to trial. So I think, one, it's not hearsay. Two, it's relevant. It fits within the provisional rulings of the court. And three, I think the credibility issue doesn't have to be addressed only once she testifies.
Judge, if I can just very briefly respond to the state's argument.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is, do I think that, for example, her statements that she gave Investigator Prock or Detective Prock regarding what happened with Alex, that they can show that there are inconsistencies or differences of things she said to him? Yes, of course they can. But this is just for a general attack on her credibility as a person. And that kind of general attack of a witness who testifies for truthfulness may be inquired under 90608 sub 2.
Thing is, this makes Ezra look terrible. Like I said, these text messages are going to be awful for them, for the defense. But you know what? They make her look terrible because it's accurate. I hate to say it. Like, this is her cheating on him, obviously consenting to this relationship with John Hansen, which she then makes these false allegations about later, lying to Jason, I mean, this is literally, it's like all the bad, these text messages represent a lot of it's like all the bad things she was doing apart from the homicide, but things that led up to the homicide. It's like, you know, but it was before then. But if you imagine like all the terrible things, and so, like, again, it's like, not like it's just they're trying to diminish her credibility, but like, yeah, unfortunately for Ezra, she said these things and they don't make her look good, but that's on her, right? I don't know.
Upon cross-examination of a witness, and when they are questioned about matters related to their truthfulness as a witness under 90608 sub 2, the cross-examiner must, quote unquote, in the words of M. Winklereed, take the answer. That's a pretty black letter law. So I would argue that these are for a general attack on her credibility, not her statements regarding the alleged offense in this case, the homicide of Alex Woodworth, number one. Right. Number two, if the evidentiary purpose...
Yeah, again, she's just trying to say this is only about trying to attack Ezra's credibility. This isn't actually relevant to the facts. I just disagree.
For the state is to show that this created a fissure or a problem in her relationship with Jason Mengel, which was part of her state of mind, which is what the state argued in its opening. Then all the state has to do, and I would not object to them leading, is say, you read her Instagram, there were some things that upset you. Through reading this Instagram, you believed that your girlfriend had sex with your friend John, and the two of you were arguing about this, and then this is what she told you happened. The substance of those actual messages, which again I argue are not relevant to anything except for Ms. McCandless's credibility, in which case she can be cross-examined, but there are extrinsic evidence on a collateral matter should not be permitted into evidence. Thank you.
All right. Well, first of all, I do not see these exhibits as being 90608 sub 2 extrinsic evidence, and this is not where witnesses being cross-examined on credibility, and they're not, as the court made clear in the provisional ruling, not offered related to credibility. And however, I did say
I don't think the defense is going to give up that easily, because these text messages are really damning for them.
If this panorama evidence comes in, it may have the effect, but that's not the purpose for which it's offered. No. We have in this case already. I'm not going to comment on.
That's like exactly what I was saying. It might have a certain effect, but that's not the purpose for which it's offered. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, it might make Ezra look bad, but that's not the purpose for which it's offered, right? But like, that's really kind of like, that's, again, that's just, that is what it is. That could be the effect on the jury. I mean, honestly, it's like, it should be the effect. I mean, they're bad.
On what evidence may come in, because it hasn't come in yet. But at this point, I think we have evidence that Ms. McCandless went to talk to Mr. Woodworth on March 22nd about her feelings. She went, and I think this came in through one of the officers, perhaps Officer Reeves. One of the things she wanted to talk about was the investigation. Mm-hmm. And the name John Hansen had come up. And court believes that these messages are very relevant. In particular, when you look at exhibits, the journals, and I want to refer to them by their exhibit numbers. Sorry, I don't have all of these exhibits. Exhibit 365, silence broken. Exhibit 366, Journal 2. In both of those exhibits, there is reference by the defendant to pain, regret, disgust, shame, waves of guilt, and from Exhibit 365 in particular, on the second to last page, makes reference to the extreme guilt, I'm quoting, the extreme guilt I felt because of the betrayal I had committed against the love of my life drove me to start self-harming again. I think in a nutshell, these messages are at the heart of that, and without a jury seeing the actual messages in the court's opinion, it would be difficult for them to understand the context, understand the significance of Exhibits 365 and 366. So, again, these in the court's opinion are very relevant evidence to those very strong feelings that Ms. McCandless had. And I think that they are very relevant. I do not believe that they are hearsay. They're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the sense of what Mr. Hansen said, but certainly for what the defendant said as her statements. And
Okay, so I'm glad you're back from getting your apple and stuff. So I was going to answer some of your questions when you came back. So I may have already answered some of them as I was talking, depending on when you left. But black letter law is basically like an expression for like well-established law that no one would argue. Like it's just like almost kind of like common law, if you will. So that's that one. And then I think you might have heard me, I talked for quite a bit about the whole thing about the credibility and how that works with taking the stand and with a criminal trial. So hopefully you heard that. Yeah, waves of guilt, extreme guilt, I know. So we got to get, those are the exhibit numbers. Now I've done Google searches. I've tried to find them. Again, they're public. We heard the judge. I mean, they were made public. Now they may be published again. They might be used at some other point in the trial, for example, like in closing arguments. So we might get to see them then. But I tried to search for them to see if I could pull them up and include them in this episode, since we, they weren't published to us, but they were supposed to be. I've not been able to find them. So anyone that wants to do some digging and try to find those journal entries, again, they're public. They should be somewhere. They're exhibits. I mean, there's other trials like the Murdoch trial, for example, on Court TV. They've got every single exhibit there, like the photos of every exhibit listed by exhibit number. I couldn't find anything like that for this case, but I'll keep looking. So, but with any luck, if nothing else will, I mean, again, they should be out there somewhere on the internet, right? Because they're exhibits and they're public, and especially because in this case, they're released to the media on almost in a special manner, right? Separately from the trial. So anyway, yeah.
The court is going to allow exhibits 473, 474, 75, and 76, assuming that's what the actual exhibit, that will be the numbers, Madam Clerk. So these should be marked as an exhibit since I'm referring to them. Otherwise, we're going to be...
Judge, I think the stamp at the bottom, it's very small, but it actually does have the court's...
Well, it has, someone wrote in handwriting the numbers, but we need exhibit stickers to correspond so that we're not...
It's very tiny above it. It says plaintiff's exhibit. I certainly think we could, I'll leave it to the clerk, obviously, but...
Okay, well, we would like to have our court exhibit stickers on these.
That's fine. Those are my copy, though.
Okay.
I'm assuming the state has another copy to give the court.
Well, I want to make sure that what I'm referring to, that I have in my hand, will be exactly the same as those court exhibits. So,
okay. Judge, I can give a separate copy to Attorney Vishny if you want to keep those as what will be marked.
That would be fine. That would be fine with me.
Madam, there are numbers on them, so okay. I'll give those to you. No, I think Mr. Hahn is going to give them to Ms. Vishny, and we'll use these copies.
Yes, that's fine. Judge, there's one other matter. The state has another exhibit it's giving to the court, and I don't have an exhibit number on it yet. It is an Instagram business record that the state has provided me with a copy of, and it starts at Instagram page 975, and the last page number is page
This part is really funny because the attorneys are trying to understand Instagram. It's hilarious.
983, though I will advise the court that those are backwards numbers to how the conversation actually occurred, and that the end of the conversation is actually on page 975. And I'm not objecting to the majority of this conversation, but there is one point in the conversation near the end.
Is this identified as an exhibit yet?
No.
Does the state have an exhibit prepared?
It is, Judge. It says Plaintiff's Exhibit 465.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's not a sticker on it, but there is something noted at the bottom of the page.
Okay, well, I would like to get these marked as exhibits before we start having extensive discussion.
That would be great. I'll just wait until it's marked and that you can see what I'm talking about, because it's a very small point.
Judge, would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
This is the one that marked if you want that one.
Sure, I'll take that one.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, let's mark these. This whole packet would be Exhibit 465.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
I have an apology to Mr. Hahn because I hadn't caught this until just now, and I don't even know if he would agree to take this out. But if you look on page 976, which is the second page, and the conversation begins at the bottom of the page with, "I doubt he'll get a word in." If you look at page 976, if you go up almost to the top, Jason sends a text to Ezra and says, "Don't use racial words in text ever." And I really don't know what this refers to, because the only racial word that had been used had been previously by Jason. "You talk like Rican," or however that's spelled, but I'd ask that that be deleted. I don't understand it, but some kind of implication that Ms. McCandless was saying something racial, or I don't know if you meant to say racist, but it just seems kind of irrelevant and inappropriate to me.
Well, there's, on that page, just below the middle, there's a text. The author of that is, assuming that that's Mr. Mengel, says, "You talk like," and then continues. Can you see that line?
Yes, and is the author of that?
And if, Judge, before we state the author, the Instagram name on the record in open court, I would like to take some precautions to make sure that those aren't included as well. So I think if we can agree, I think Attorney Vishny and I know who Mr. Mengel is in these conversations, so I'm fine if she just refers to that being Mr. Mengel's conversation.
All right, so
I think it's his, unless I have it wrong. Mr. Hahn, if I have it wrong, I believe the person whose name appears as the author directly under that line is the author.
It is.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the author is Jason Mengel. And by the way,
Yeah, it sounds like from what she said, is Rican. This is from what I gathered. It sounded like that's what she said. So we're going to hear them say what it is what happened here. But it sounds like Jason said something like to Ezra, like, "You're talking like, you sound like a Rican," or something, or you're speaking Rican. Like, my guess is Puerto Rican. It could have just been she used some sort of expression. And then what we're going to hear is something like Jason was like actually saying, "I shouldn't have said that. That was could have been racist," or something. We're going to hear that. We're going to hear that though.
Miss McCandless's Instagram name was used by the state in its opening statement, and it's in evidence. So I see no reason why Mr. Mengel's Instagram name should not be allowed in evidence. It doesn't have his actual real name. It's a pseudonym or an Instagram name. And I see no reason why it should not be permitted.
Well, the question isn't whether it will be permitted. The question is whether it's something that's going to be subject to being broadcast.
Oh, okay. But we can use it in front of the jury. It's just that Court TV can't broadcast it?
Well, I'm not going to tell them what they can or can't broadcast. It's a public trial. I mean, that's,
okay.
Folks, as much as people would like to do things in private, we don't do things in private. So, again, we'll protect personal identifying information. Again, a phone number is one thing. Mr. Mengel complained that he was getting text messages and calls and so forth. But Instagram names, and I'm sorry, I'm not that familiar with how Instagram works, but if someone knows someone's Instagram account, how can that be harmful to them? Is it going to blow up their account?
Judge, I don't have Instagram, but I believe it's essentially the new age telephone number. So somebody who goes on Instagram could send messages just like they could a text message directly to that person. And if somebody knows better, they can correct me, but
I believe there's privacy controls that somebody's able to just make their account private, and so it's certainly within the control of the account owner to decide whether or not they want to open it to the public or not, and so it's...
All right. Well,
and if I could, Judge, the only reason I'm bringing this up now and it wasn't raised before opening statements is because we didn't have the issue with Mr. Mengel being contacted by however many people contacted him until after opening statements were made.
Well, I understand. It's so it's just something I think, you know.
Right, but you can set your account to private. You can choose to use your own name, you can use a pseudonym, you can have it set to private, people can't find you unless you friended them. That's what happens with Instagram, just like Facebook. You can set Facebook to private and people can't see what you're posting on it.
All right, so where does that leave us then? Is the state requesting that? I mean, it'll be on the exhibit. It is on the exhibit. I guess we've already have Ms. McCandless' name on there. And I believe in other hearings and other exhibits, we have that Instagram account for Mr. Mengel. So frankly, I'm just gonna let that go then. We'll have the records be as they are and he can adjust his privacy settings. So I don't see it as the same as a phone number or date of birth or address, physical address. Okay, with that, are we ready for Mr. Mengel?
Judge, I don't know that the issue with the...
I don't think we resolved the issue, that's right. So what is the issue, Ms. Vishny? What is it that you're...
I'm asking for him to not chastise her about being racial.
Judge, and the way I read it is that he's basically acknowledging to himself he used a racial word, and he shouldn't. He's basically saying, "Oh, whoops, don't do that." That's how I read it.
If that's what he's going to testify to, I don't have a problem with that.
That's what I anticipated.
I thought he was saying that Ms. McCandless was doing that.
No, I don't believe that will be the testimony.
Okay.
If you want to ask him before we start, that's fine. I don't have an issue.
No, as far as I'm concerned, issue is resolved. Let's get going. We're
okay. Very good.
Burning time.
Burning daylight is something.
Burning daylight.
Mr. Mengel, can you please state your full name and spell both your first and last?
This is what I call the Jason Mengel surprise. So we're just going to see the first little bit of his testimony as just like a little treat, like a little teaser, if you will, because we're going to watch all of his time on the stand on the next episode. But we're just going to see. I was just so excited to play this for you guys and for us to see what he looks like and to see Ezra's reaction. So we're just going to watch the first little bit here of his testimony. Just like, I think it's like 10 minutes or something.
Last name for the court reporter, please.
Jason, Leemengel.
It's Jason Lee Mengel?
Yes, Roger.
Where do you work?
At the moment, I was working for FedEx, but I'm going on a deployment to the Ukraine, so
you're not you're currently taking a leave?
I took the month off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're going on a deployment to Ukraine. What's your military status?
I'm on Title 10 right now, I believe.
Are you a medic in the military?
Roger, yeah.
And just because I don't use Roger in my normal course of work, that's a yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. How long have you been in the military as a medic?
It's going on like 10, 12 years-ish.
Does that require some travel both in the United States as well as outside of the country?
Just travel. It's mostly like stateside lately, relief efforts and things like that.
And how old are you?
I am 35? April 6, 84. We'll say that.
April 6, 84. And what city or municipality are you initially from?
Initially from?
Yes.
I guess you could say initially we could do Medford, Wisconsin?
Medford,
the Taylor
Wisconsin.
County area.
And just generally, what city do you live in currently?
Currently, Eau Claire County.
And in the time period from the summer of 2017 through March of 2018, were you living in the city of Eau Claire?
In what time frame?
September 2017 through March 2018?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a place, Racy's Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Is that a place that you have frequented as a customer?
Oh, yeah, I go there quite frequently.
Okay. Is that a place that you frequented as a customer from that same time period, summer 2017 to March 2018?
Yeah, about pretty much every day.
And if you could describe for the jury a little bit about the clientele at Racy's, and I'll ask you some specific questions. Is it more of an artsy place, or is it more of a sports bar? What's the typical clientele?
It's kind of like an intersection of like all people. So we have, veterans, we have motorcycle guys, we have liberals, we have Democrats, Republicans, like everybody. It's kind of like a melting pot where everyone just goes and sits on the benches and they have conversations in an open forum. And it's a very understanding place where people are free thinkers and there's no recourse, like for your thought.
Is it, by the name Racy's Coffee Shop, is coffee the main product sold there?
I mean, yeah, they have coffee, but there's also the nucleus, which serves food. But
so is that connected to?
They're connected inside, yeah.
Would it be common or uncommon for me to walk into Racy's and see somebody with a philosophy book or a journal?
No. Students go there a lot to study, so.
So that would be common?
Yeah, very common.
Is it a place that you would go to just grab a cup of coffee and head out, like maybe at Starbucks, or is it a place you'd go and, like you said, sit on the bench?
It's a place for procrastination, I think. A lot of people go there with intentions of like studying but it's like a unified procrastination. It's kind of like, it makes it okay. So we can indulge in our vices. Like people go there to smoke and they really shouldn't be just, because it's communal. So like you all,
Is it a lot of the same regular customers and regular employees when you go there?
I mean, there's like monthly people that come like once or twice a month, but there's definitely daily. Like they call themselves, or we call like Racy's Rats, pretty much. Just like
the Racy's Rats?
Pretty much, just like hanging out at the coffee shop.
And you said smoke cigarettes. Does that happen out on the bench?
Yeah, the benches are kind of like, that's where people like wax poetic and stuff like that. And
What?
the what?
What did I hear you said?
For which part?
You said, the benches that's for people and the
Like wax poetic, like just like people will go on rants about Trump, or they'll go on rants about anything, just about anything. Like I talk a lot about bikes out there because I'm very pro biking.
I talk about what?
Bicycling. I talk a lot about bicycling out there because I'm very pro. I don't know. I'm an enthusiast for cycling, so.
So it's a place where if you're going to have a smoke, you step outside, sit on the bench, and have a conversation.
Yeah, and everyone gives each other their fair, order for the conversation.
Is it would you describe, speaking more of the regulars, the dailies, is it a close-knit group of people, or are there cliques?
Sorry. Yeah, exceptionally close. Like, there's been a lot in people's lives at that place that people have experienced through each other. So, losses of friends, family members, people that move away, marriages, things like that. Like, yeah, it's always sad to see someone go somewhere else, like someone move to Portland or someone move,
Is it like the coffee cheers kind of place?
You could equivalent it to that, yeah.
Now, Did you know Alexander Woodworth?
Yeah, he was a nighttime barista mostly. Sometimes daytime shifts, but
So you would see him at Racy's?
yeah, I would get off work pretty late. So a lot of times, if I was coming back into town, he would be running the night shift. So
And John Hansen, was he somebody that you would see at Racy's as well during that time period?
yeah, we were very close.
Now, Ezra McCandless, are you familiar with her?
Yes,
Is the person you know as Ezra McCandless in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you identify where she's located by just describing a general area and then an item of clothing, please?
Pink blazer to my left.
At the table to
The
my,
first
to
table,
my
yes.
right?
Yep.
I'd ask the record reflect identification of the defendant by this witness.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Ms. McCandless.
Now, was the defendant part of the Racy's crowd?
Yeah, like I met her there, and she was sort of inducted into it through, like, she was away from her family, so it was kind of like a close-knit family, so I think she just needed a strong center for a little while.
And what was your, speaking of the summer 2017 to into early 2018, what was your relationship with the defendant?
I can't recall exactly when we started.
Were you dating during that general time period?
It was like right after Eau Claire's festival, kind of. I ran into her there.
In 2017?
I believe so.
And I'm not familiar with the Eau Claire's festival. Was that during the summer?
Yeah, I think it was during maybe August, July, somewhere around there.
And when does it sound accurate that early February 2018 would have been the end of your relationship with the defendant?
It sounds good. I mean, I wrote out a timeline at one point when I've repressed a lot of this stuff, so the times are like not very kosher with me anymore.
That sounds generally accurate, though?
Sounds generally accurate.
Now, is there an age difference between you and the defendant?
Yes. I did not know as large when I started, but
And when you say you didn't know it was that large when you started, did you think she was older than she actually is?
I thought she was older, and there were like strange, like, I noticed on a random, I noticed a tassel, like a high school tassel from like your hat hanging in the car the first time we had met. And then I was going to look and see what year that said, and it was gone like the next time I met her. So I was like, But like, yeah, like she I think it was like she never mentioned her age, but like I had heard like her life stories. So like I was assuming at that age.
And if you're 35-ish now, would she be about 13 to 15 years younger?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So in other words, she portrayed herself as being closer to his age, right?
Now, what city or municipality is the defendant from, if she ever told you?
I think she she was in Stanley, I believe, living with her mother and father, but she was supposed to be, I'm not sure if she was residing in Marionette. I'm not sure how to pronounce.
But originally her family's from
the Stanley area. Yeah, I think she was going to college up there, but she was back.
And looking at the time period when you first met, so after the Eau Claire days in 2017, can you describe, or where did you first meet the defendant?
Where did I first meet her?
Yes.
I got a flat coming into town after work, right by Just Local Foods. So I walked my bike back to Racy's. Alex Woodworth was there. He was working the night shift.
He was working when they met. Wow.
Pounded on the door because he would lock up. But a lot of times, if like you made an effort, he would just give you. I mean, they toss most of the coffee out. So he opened the door, said we're closed, gave me a coffee in a to-go cup, and then.
And where did you go once he gave you the coffee?
I sat down on the bench and kind of let out a huff, like a sigh, and she popped up. She was laying down so like I was on like the furthest to the left bench. She was on like the right bench, laying down.
You mean to say she, you're talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was she using the Wi-Fi there, if you know?
Yeah, she was using the Wi-Fi.
And what do you know about, did the defendant have a cell phone that had service, or did she need to be connected to Wi-Fi?
She didn't have service on her phone, and those like I am saying she, but at that moment when I met Ezra, I did not know whether she was binary, non-binary, male, female. But I recognized a female, and I think we actually maybe had a conversation about it at that time, but
Okay, so
I don't know if there's a way that they would like me to refer to pronouns.
we'll refer to Mr. McCandless as the defendant. And,
Okay, that works.
And that's how I'll refer to her. So you grabbed a coffee from Alex. Alex shut the door. You sat down, and the defendant popped up off a different bench. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you start talking?
Yeah, we talked. I'm not entirely sure what we talked about, but we talked for quite a while.
All right, that's the little intro. I have so many thoughts, even just from that much. So many thoughts. One thing I will say briefly though is that it's crazy that he's in the National Guard, you know, because he is not at all like what you would normally expect. I mean, even just from the standpoint of, from what we're going to hear, he kind of seems to have like maybe fallen in love with Ezra from that moment he met her. Didn't even know what her gender was, right? Didn't matter to him. Like that right there, you know. And then he rides a bike because he doesn't, you know, he's an enthusiast for bicycling and he doesn't believe in cars and whatever. And I mean, there's so much about him that really is I love it when people buck stereotypes, you know what I mean? And he's definitely not someone you would ever think was in, I mean, I don't know if the National Guard counts as military. I guess they do, but you know, you wouldn't think that. He's he comes across as such a pacifist and such a, I don't know. I'll you guys will see with his testimony. It's very clear the type of person he is. And dude, he's so, the thing is that in hindsight, like he knows that, you know, well, you're going to witness someone talking about the gaslighting process essentially firsthand, and what the trauma he went through. I can only, dude, Ezra is still, I mean, during this trial is trying to still manipulate him from across the room, even though they're not that far apart. And you can tell he's trying to not look at her because it's just crazy. Right. And there's reasons I'm saying that. And we'll talk about that on the next one when we go through all of his testimony, but it's insane. And the thing is that he's so genuine and so trusting that what you'll see through his testimony is that even though he knows that she was lying about so much stuff, right? There's things that when he's talking about them now, things that we know through the trial, things that we know that are false, he still will talk about them. And you can tell he still thinks they were true. Like he still believes some of her lies. Like he still hasn't figured out all of them yet or something, even though there's evidence that it's false. And it's heartbreaking to say the least. Oh my God, it gets worse. It gets worse. It's worse. It's horrific. And I mean, the thing is that the evidence has already shown where a lot of things are lies, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of it. So there's the evidence has shown that, you know, yeah. So it's going to be really, I mean, to me, it's actually really difficult testimony because I just feel for him. But it's really important testimony. Like I said, it's probably the most important witness for the state, you know, on that state calls, you know, for the entire trial. And it's going to give us a lot of insight into what makes Ezra tick, and and also we're going to get a better sense for the timeline of events. Am I keeping a journal? I know I don't keep a journal. Why do you ask? but yeah, it's gonna be not missed. Don't miss it testimony, right? So from him. So let me pull up my slideshow. So yeah, so now you guys have seen him, and it's gonna be a good one on Monday for the next episode. So thanks everybody for being here and hanging out and weighing in on everything. Is this case not wild, this trial? I mean, it's really, I mean, it's already becoming one of my favorite cases and one of my favorite trials for sure, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the coverage and learning about all of this. And I feel like we're all learning a lot just in general. Like there's a lot of really great, just the legal argument and the case law and, seeing how it's done when it's done properly and kind of going through all that. I mean, that's one of these housekeeping sessions are awesome, man. I feel like it's like education, So, and seeing the courtroom proceedings done so well with Judge Peterson, because he's the best. Love him. Shout out to Judge Peterson. But, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure. Yeah. I haven't journaled in, my God, many years, but I used to keep a journal when I was, young. Kitsmits is enjoying it. Awesome, Kitsmits. We're glad you decided to come and watch with us. I hope Fender too will join us. I know she's been in the process of moving, but this would be I'm sure she would really be interested in this. This is right up her alley as well. Among other people, we've already mentioned some other squirrel friends earlier who are usually here but have been taking breaks from true crime temporarily and whatnot. So, but yeah, that's it for this episode. I'm going to make sure I make a note to look up the thing I was talking about at the beginning of the stream about where they found that the cigarette case or whatever it was, just because again, that's related to what we were discussing with the windows and cigarette butts. But I do think that's a good working theory of the fact that he must have maybe was driving right down the dirt road. That all would make sense. So I'm glad we kind of talked that out. Is there stupid relief I go to? Dude, that's a good question. Stupid relief. I can't think of anything. I'm a musician, but like I'm not really like I guess I'm not really like a wind down person per se. Like I actually have a really just active brain and I really love being mentally active and physically active and creatively active. Like, so I guess I'm not, I mean, I know winding down is different than like vegging out, but I'm not like a vegging out. Like that's never been something I've ever done or been able to do. This is not in my DNA. I like to be engaged with things and all that. Yeah, a guilty pleasure. I can't think of anything, man. I don't play any games. Honestly, I can't. I'm sure there's got to be something. I can't think of anything though off the top of my head. I mean, so like the thing that I do that I love is trials. So, but like that's not. I wouldn't call that. I don't think that fits into what you guys are saying. Right. I mean, running. I haven't been running in a while, but like running would be something that is very zen for me. Well, you guys, I can't draw to save my life. I've done a lot of songwriting, but again, I don't know that's to escape. Like, the escaping reality part is the thing that, like, again, I'm very much the type of person I've been my whole life. Like, I like being grounded in reality. Like, I'm not it's just my personality. Like, I don't really have like an escapist mode of like trying to get away from reality. I know that probably sounds really weird, but I'm almost like the opposite, where like I'd rather be fully in reality. I know that sounds weird. I mean, I have a really vivid imagination, but I don't, the like distract or escape from reality. I just don't really have like, I mean, I can't think of anything. I don't know that I've ever like practicing, right? Like practicing is like you'll tune out everything else that's happening. You're really in the zone, like in the zone. Okay. Same with running. You're really in the zone, but I don't know that you would call that escaping reality in the way that you guys might be thinking of, like, you know, I don't know. What do you think? Because Kitsibus, I know you can relate to that being in the zone thing with practicing, for example. That's funny. You're escaping your own thoughts with the trials. Yeah, I don't know. Trials, covering trials and law and legal documents and everything. To me, it's very much reality, even though it's not, it's not our reality in terms of like, we're not the people involved in the trial, but it is like, these are very, I feel like it's very much like ground, like, what's the right way to say this? I mean, it is reality, you know what I mean? Like understanding how the process works and understanding the law. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I can't think of anything, man. Yeah, practicing is a nice zone to be in, but yeah, again, I don't know that I would call that escaping reality, because like for me, like it is reality. Like violin is, my thing. It's like what I do. I mean, you do have to shut down your thoughts in order to really do that well. Same with performing.
It's a house.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of like. Can't think of anything. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I would say that's kind of where I'm at, and I guess the other way to put it too is like I enjoy being productive, and so to me, like the things that I'm doing that I enjoy are productive, but I enjoy being productive. And learning and squirreling, general squirreling. I guess in terms of games, though, I mean, I do the Wordle every day and the Worldle and the Loodle, but those are, I mean, I don't know that those really count. They're they take 2 seconds, and they do actually use your brain. So, like, there's been times where I've had funny, like, where there's been shows that I've watched, like, okay, actually, I know what I can give you for an example. Jersey Shore. I know I've talked about it before. Back when I was in college and we had J Shore, Jersey Shore. That would be an example, right? That's an example where that's just to laugh and have fun with your friends, and it's like, for the sake of just the silliness of it, basically. That would be an example. What is a nonogram? Because that's probably not. Is it nonogram? No, nonogram. Oh my god. Never heard of it. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, it's a logic puzzle. Oh, that sounds fun. That looks fun. Do you do an app? Is that what you do, Kitsmits? Oh, cool. Neato. I'll have to check it out. So, guys, I think that's it for now, though. But y'all are awesome, and I'll look forward to seeing y'all on Monday for Jason Mengel. I think we'll be able to get through all of his testimony on direct and cross. That'll probably be the whole episode. And of course, any arguing they do in the middle of it, housekeeping and whatnot. I'm pretty sure he finishes out day 6. Wait, was it day 6? What day were we on? Hold on. Let me go back to this real quick and just remind myself what day we were on here.
At this point, I think
that answers my question. So I think he finishes out day 7 and then starts, and then I think he's also like the first half of day 8 in terms of the trial. But yeah, so that's it for now, though, guys. But you guys are the best. Thanks for being here and being a squirrel as always. And see you guys on Monday for Jason Mengel. And I'm gonna roll the outro.